12 o'clock on your Tuesday afternoon now. Welcome in. It is the halftime show. Tyler Head, Joe Machika hanging out once again. Kale Wilson producing on the other side of the glass. What's up, man? How's it going?
Doing well, Tyler. How about yourself? Good weekend?
Yeah, kind of wild weekend. Late night on Saturday. Weird day of football.
Yeah,
just in general.
Really weird day of football. Wasn't a whole lot, to love in the slate. But yeah, really weird, wild day in college football. And South Carolina's game didn't finish up till Sunday.
It's the weekends that you least expect that can be the most chaotic. And I wouldn't say it was completely chaotic across the board because we didn't get like 5 upsets or something like that. Like South Florida beating Florida was obviously a big deal. Carolina playing a weird game against South Carolina State, LSU and Georgia played kind of sleepy games, that kind of stuff. Clemson struggling with Troy for a lot of that game. Like, you just had some odd things that were happening, which, again, I think if week 1 was any indication, we're in for a crazy year of college football, and maybe week 2 was just a small little dose of that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Week 2 was kind of you were scoreboard watching all day. Ole Miss struggled with Kentucky as well, and, it was interesting to see if Lane Kiffin was going to hold on to that game up there in Lexington, but they wound up doing it. And, yeah, South Florida beating Florida was big. The Fire Billy chants walking out of the stadium, in which you kind of figured it was going that direction, but ranked as high as 13, the Gators this year. So big upset for the Bulls, who it's automatic and Grammaticus kid, man, lights out.
Which he
after
missed the 58-yarder, which for
again
any college kicker, that's asking a lot. But yeah, you get him basically in extra point range. That was a chip shot. There was no doubt he was going to make that one. So that was the big upset of the weekend. And I said earlier, I bought into the Florida hype in the offseason. I believe, Billy into the year strong. Got a lot of guys coming back. DJ Lagway impressed me a lot last year. I thought, I don't know if they were going to necessarily make the playoff, but I thought they were going to be in for a strong year that would kind of save Billy's job in terms of create some stability. And I was pretty wrong about that pretty quickly.
Yeah, an uptick, if you will. Tyler, I can't say that I was in the same boat. I knew he was wading into muddy waters. Yes, there was going to be an uptick. Lagway, I think, is nasty. He's a really, really, really talented quarterback, and sometimes that can hide a lot of issues within a program. But I think a program as blue-blooded as Florida, I think if you're not getting the job done as the head coach, it's going to show its head. Even if you do have a good quarterback and talented players, they just looked undisciplined against South Florida. But again, taking a lot of the shine off of other teams, big teams like South Carolina struggling this weekend as well.
Sure, and you weren't here yesterday, but the discussion around Saturday night's game against SC State very much felt like a loss in a lot of ways, right? Because everybody was obviously focusing on the negatives of the offense and everything like that, which is totally understandable. The offense did all of nothing first 3 drives and most of nothing for the first half, save for making that one field goal at the very end of the half. And again, second half looked a little bit better, got a couple touchdowns there, and were able to salt the game away there at the very end. But I understand everybody's concern. SEC play starts this week. Vanderbilt, looks the toughest they've looked in a very long time. You need to have it clicked in gear offensively if you want to be able to hold up not only this weekend but every weekend going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to need your offense to be, very detail-oriented this week against Vandy. It seemed like against SC State they kind of came out flat. We're, struggling to generate momentum. Thank gosh for Vicari Swain and those 2, punt return touchdowns, or else there wouldn't have been that much energy in the building other than the defense, getting stops and whatnot. And, this defense has played really well. It's going to be interesting to see if they can contain Diego Pavia. It's going to be a really high-powered Vandy offense, but I think the way that they've played these first 3 weeks gives you every indication that they will. It's just this offense getting back on track and consistent enough to get the job done on the other side of the football.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing though I was curious about, because I think you can make the argument that the first 2 teams you played this year are very comparable to the first 2 teams that you played last year. So last year you played an Old Dominion team that was 500 the year before and ended up being an okay team in the Sun Belt, and you played a Kentucky team that was 4-8 last year. Well, now you played a South Carolina State team that I think if you matched them up with last year's Old Dominion team would have probably given them a very tough game, if not maybe beat them.
Right.
And if you look at the way Virginia Tech is trending, 4-8 might even be too much for them. You know what I mean? They're looking like they're going to be one of the worst teams in all of Power 4. So I think you can make similar comparisons between the set of teams you played to start last year and the set of teams you played to start this year. So I went and looked yesterday at the offensive numbers in some specific categories in terms of how they stack up. Now, last year, you scored more total points in offense. I'm counting touchdowns and field goals, 47 total points, 5 touchdowns, 4 field goals in those first 2 games compared to only 4 touchdowns and 2 field goals through these first 2 games this year in 2025. Last year, though, you did have more offensive yardage. You had more yards per game passing. You had more yards per carry on the ground, believe it or not. Haven't turned the ball over at all. And you've only given up 6 sacks compared to 8 a season ago. Third down percentage is right exact the same. And look, this isn't always going to be a complete one-to-one comparison, but overall, you're technically starting the season off better than you did a year ago. So as we saw, the offense got a whole lot better as the season went along, as we know Coach Beamer teams tend to do. So I don't know if I'm hitting the panic button just yet because, again, you've seen how much better you can get as the season wears on, particularly offensively, and I'm hoping that's going to be the same case again this year.
Yeah, absolutely, Tyler. And I think, as consistent as your defense has played these last couple of games, this offense, it has all the room to grow that it needs, right? And as you mentioned, as Beamer teams, the offense keeps growing as the year goes along. So I think you're in a better spot than last year, as you mentioned, statistically won. But then, I mean, if you finish any better than last year, you're in the college football playoff.
Sure.
So I think fans, like, if you can take anything from this, it's, you're a little bit, if you are a little bit better than last year, you're in good company, right? So, keep, building on what you need to offensively, and again, let that defense take the reins.
Here's a weird stat I didn't even realize, but I got from talking to Jamie Radford yesterday. South Carolina offense has scored exactly 17 points in the last 4 games. So when you go back to Clemson, the bowl game, the Citrus Bowl against Illinois, first 2 games, exactly 17 points offensively in all 4 of those games. That is something, though, that you look at and say, twice is a coincidence. 3 times is a trend, and 4 times especially, you're like, okay, I really need you to eclipse that this weekend against Vanderbilt.
Yeah, you're going to need to, especially with Vandy, what they did in the second half against Virginia Tech last week. I think it was 34 unanswered points to finish that one out.
That's right.
After being down 10 points going into halftime. So Clark Lee's got them, the Commodores, very detail-oriented, very, running a tight ship over there, if you will. And ready to come into Columbia. And Pavia, I mean, Diego Pavia's been able to back up most everything he's said to this point. So as much as he runs his mouth, you got to be ready, to come into Williams-Brice Stadium in this defense and live up to, everything that comes with playing at Williams-Brice as well.
Yeah. But again, if you like the transitive property, you would say Vanderbilt's win over VT was a lot more convincing than the Gamecocks' win was. Now, that's always not a one-to-one comparison because Vanderbilt beat Alabama last year. Carolina lost Alabama, and South Carolina still beat Vanderbilt when they went up to Nashville last year pretty handily at that. But it is interesting to see how effective Vanderbilt looked last week, especially offensively. They ran down VT's throats. They had 199 yards rushing in the second half.
Yeah.
They are getting a lot better push up front than Carolina is.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to come down to the front 7 for South Carolina's defense, right? Are they going to continue to be as good as they were in these last 3 games? Is Dylan Stewart going to be able to create havoc even when he's not getting sacks? Is he going to be able to get the pressures that allow the other guys on the defensive line to, force sacks and tackles for loss? So it's going to be interesting to see, and then also, can they contain Diego Pavia? I think, he's been contained before, but really just keep him, pressured and keep him running more and frustrated is the MO for this defense, I think, this week.
Well, and that's one thing that you can at least rest comfortably on in this team is the defense has looked really strong through the first 2 games. Now I know the backups gave up a touchdown late in the 4th quarter there against SC State. That was inconsequential. I'm not worried about that, but you saw them dominate against Virginia Tech, held them out of the end zone. You saw them handle their business against SC State, save for the field goal they gave up early in the game, but they're firing on all cylinders. And we go into most seasons with the anticipation that the defense is going to be ahead of the offense, but this year was different because of what you lost on defense and what you brought back on offense. We thought, man, Carolina may have to score a lot of points in these early games to make up for the defensive deficiencies as they try and figure things out. That's not been the case. The defense has done phenomenal. It's the offense that, for a myriad of reasons, hasn't quite been clicking the way that it needs to.
Yeah, most definitely, Tyler. I feel like the narrative going into this week is, can South Carolina's offense keep pace with Vandy's, right? And can South Carolina's defense, be the roadblock to Vandy's high-powered offense coming into this one? And, we'll have to see. I think, Clayton White has this defense playing exactly the way he wants them to. And, again, it was kind of a 180 from, like you said, what we thought preseason, what this defense was going to be. We thought it was going to be one of the bigger question marks on this team, like we've seen in with years past when they were low on depth and everything like that. But it's been a complete 180 from what we've seen. And, again, credits to Fred Johnson for leading that charge. True freshman, again, did big things in Atlanta and was big against SC State as well.
You got to hope the injuries cool off a bit.
Right.
That's, again, we'll hear from Beamer coming up in an hour to see the latest thoughts on that. But you're already out with Gear, with Collier. Kilgore also sat out this past weekend. You had Jaquel Holloman get banged up. You had a lot of guys, particularly on defense, that are dealing with some injuries right now that you hope, aren't of concern. It sounds like all those guys are training towards playing, but, even if you play and you're not 100%, you run the risk of being injured again. So that's something we hope South Carolina doesn't have to deal with throughout the entire year, because we saw 2 years ago, injuries to just one unit can derail a lot of your success for an entire season.
Yeah, most definitely, Tyler. And, again, I think especially at linebacker, you need all these guys to be healthy, and especially the defensive backfield too. You're just low on depth out there, and, you have guys developing coming up, and it's big. I mean, that's when you see some of the brighter stars come through too, is when, you are banged up. But, again, this early on in the season, you can't afford to have guys bumped and bruised. But, I mean, I would think they're going to have everybody back this week. But, again, I'm, not sure, and we'll have to see what Beamer says here in an hour.
Yeah, we'll get that update from Beamer coming up then, and he's going to start to turn his attention to Vanderbilt. And, again, a team that, when you look at how they played against Alabama and you look how they played against Texas, like, the way Carolina handled them last year was very rare, because they, it's what, 27 to 7 or something like that, 28 to 7. It wasn't really a close game. They kept Diego Pavia in check. I know he was a little bit banged up in that game, but they handled Vandy perhaps better than a lot of teams in the SEC did last year.
Yeah, absolutely, Tyler. And again, I think you got to go in there with that same game plan. Luckily they're coming to you, and this should be a night kick. And unfortunately everything got moved back last week, but there was still, credit to this fan base too, there were still a lot of people in that stadium after the weather delay. And nothing says the home opener in the SEC like that. 2-hour weather delay, and the stands are still packed. Especially for an FCS game too. But yeah, I think this one, with the environment and everything, South Carolina's got to be ready to play. And I think after last week, there's plenty of motivation to kind of get things back on track for this team, and to kind of shape the narrative back to, hey, we still have momentum. We're playing good football. Watch out for us, down the road. So, really big opportunity here against a really good Vanderbilt team.
By the way, looking at the weather right now, it's expected to be 83 degrees and sunny. I see no chances of precipitation in the forecast right now. That can obviously change, because last week nobody saw any rain coming until the day of, and certainly didn't see the monsoon that it was. Shout out to the student section that stayed through the entire storm and were ready for the game 2 hours later.
Yeah, shout out to the cockpit, man. It's one of the best student sections in the country, and everyone was out ready to go. Very college student. I'm sure it's a core memory for a lot of those kids. Out in the rain, waiting for your some of them, your first SEC college football game. So they looked like they were having a blast. Kind of jealous.
We'll dive into some other things that happened around college football over the weekend, particularly in the SEC, as the halftime show presented by the Men's Clinic for South Carolina rolls along. Tyler Head, Joe Machika, Kale Wilson producing on your Tuesday on the Game. Tyrad here for our friends over at Old Timey Meat Market. We're getting set for another home game this upcoming weekend, and if you're heading out there, you need to make sure you have the right equipment to tailgate with. That's why you need to get yourself a Traeger grill, where you can grill out with family and friends at home or in the parking lot, getting you set for another home game. And Old Timey Meat Market has plenty of Traeger grills in stock with plenty of pellets, rubs, sauces, and accessories too. You can come by Old Timey Meat Market over in Lexington today and check out the many sizes of Traeger grills. And while you're there, you can check out Old Timey Meat Market's selection of various cuts and grades of beef, pork, poultry, seafood, and exotic meat for your ultimate tailgating experience. Hang out with them over in St. Andrews, South Congaree, or my neck of the woods out in Lexington. Old Timey Meat Market, quality selection, a cut above the rest. Welcome back in. It is the halftime show presented by the Men's Clinic of South Carolina. Tyrad, Joe Machika, Kay Wilson hanging out with you on your Tuesday here on the game. If you've been wondering where the Loyola-Lisa Special Teams Touchdown Contest has been through these first couple weeks when we've had 3 punt return touchdowns, It's back, and we are going to be giving away those $300 coming up later on this week. Go online to 1075thegame.com and click on the Lawyer Lisa tab to find out how you can win, and we'll have more opportunities as the season rolls along. But that was my first question when that happened for Vicarious Funding Game 1. It's like, man, I really hope we're giving away money this year. We are, and we're going to make up for those first couple weeks with that coming up later on this week. So chance to win a couple $100.
Yeah, shout out Lawyer Lisa, Tyler. It's one of the best, things about football season. There's always a fun contest with the radio and whatnot based on incentives. And, baseball season, there's home runs and double plays or something like that that goes into a scholarship fund. It's the best, Tyler. It's the best.
It's really funny because we went over our buy and sell in the last segment with Wes and Chris, and one of the questions I asked on Friday was, Vicarious Swain had the punt return touchdown in week 1. SC State struggled on special teams in their week 1 matchup against Wofford. Could we have 2 weeks in a row of a special team score? And they went with the law of averages, which tell you, you get maybe one of those every 2 to 3 seasons.
Right.
There's no way it's going to happen 2 weeks in a row, and it did.
Yeah.
So it's like, man, looking ahead to this weekend, I know I probably shouldn't have my hopes up, but how crazy would it be if you had 3 weeks in a row of that?
The special teams touchdown. Yeah, absolutely, Tyler. This week, I think it would come in the form of like a faked field goal or something. Or like I don't know if a two-point conversion counts. But
I don't count those.
Right.
To me, it's got to be when you're kicking team, like your specialists are on the field, like a 2-point conversion when you're lining up offensively. That doesn't count. Like if Mason Love throws a touchdown pass, or if you if you fake a field goal where you flip it over the head to William Joyce and he runs it in. By all means, yes.
Yeah, I don't know if Joe DeCamos wants this out there, but Mason Love used to play quarterback in high school.
He's talked about that.
Right. I was going to say, it's well out there.
You got to assume he has an arm.
I've tweeted about it before. He's got an arm for sure, and the tape's not bad. So I certainly capable of doing so, and I mean, I wouldn't put it past the special teams unit.
Sure. Well, we'll see what happens this weekend. Again, go online 1075thegame.com and find out how you can win the Lawyer Lisa special teams touchdown contest. Kind of putting some finishing thoughts on week number 2 of college football. Again, the slate wasn't the greatest going into the weekend, but there were a couple of games I was intrigued to see. 2 games I didn't really give much thought to were LSU taking on Louisiana Tech, and then Georgia taking on Austin Peay. 2 games against where you have top 10 teams in the SEC taking on lesser opponents, but both teams kind of sleptwalked their way through the game, kind of lazy, never really ran away with it. Their starters had to play the entire time. You never really felt like they were going to lose the games, but it was kind of one of those like, what's happening here? Why aren't they pulling away?
Yeah, most definitely, Tyler. I think there were, a lot of schools in the SEC that, kind of just sleptwalked through their games in week 2. And, I think, South Carolina being one of them, I think the weather delay, played into that. But, I don't know. I think when you have a lesser opponent and then you get to the game and realize, okay, like we only have to do, this. It's only Louisiana Tech, or it's only Austin Peay, or it's only South Carolina State. Like, it can weigh on your mind as soon as you get, in the ball game and stuff like that. And it can be easy to loaf and not pay as much attention to detail for sure.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like, again, you weren't worried they were going to lose the game. But it's like, man, you guys should be beating them by a lot more than this. It would have been funny because I don't know if you saw that Fran Brown had Syracuse running sprints after they beat UConn in overtime, because he's like, well, it's unacceptable that you played a close game against UConn. Like, Brian Kelly, Kirby Smart, maybe you have those guys out there running sprints after the game saying that that's unacceptable.
Most definitely. And I think Fran Brown's one of the guys that can get away with it, up there at Syracuse. I'm sure he got a couple angry phone calls, but I bet, everyone in that program is bought in.
It is, and the fact that they were doing it right after the game, there's still fans in the stands. Like, there's a reason why that went viral the way it did, because a lot of people there to see it, where you as the head coach said, hey, I'm creating a new standard at this school where just winning is not good enough. We need to beat opponents soundly if they are, lesser than us, which UConn does not have a good track record in football these days. So he deemed that was unacceptable and, made his players suffer the consequences.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm here for it. We've talked about Fran Brown a lot, between you and I, Tyler, and obviously big fan, coming from Georgia as a positional coach, not even the DC, as a positional coach, get the job up at Syracuse. I'm with it, new age of college football, and certainly a couple teams in the SEC that probably should have been running sprints after their games.
One team that didn't have to run sprints after that game was Alabama, who probably should have run some after week 1 against Florida State, where their effort was very poor and rightfully questioned all week. I think they made their statement on Saturday, or at least let their frustration out against ULM, beating them 73-0. Ty Simpson does not throw an incomplete pass in this game, going a perfect 17 of 17 for 3 touchdowns. Like, I still don't know how good Alabama is, but they probably feel some sense of relief having gone out there and taken out their frustration on a team like ULM.
Yeah, 73 is a big number. They were definitely letting out all the frustrations there and trying to squash, every little bit of doubt that they left, on the field there in Tallahassee. So it'll be interesting to see, what Alabama has to bring the rest of the year. And I'm with you, Tyler. We don't really know what Alabama is after, 2 weeks. Like, they looked really bad in week 1, but then, you turn around and 73 is a big number, even though you're playing UL Monroe. Yeah. Like, it's pretty impressive stuff.
A lot of teams hit the 70s this weekend, funny enough.
Right, I know. And there were some wonky spreads. I know, like, there was like an 82-point spread for the Minnesota game, I believe, or something like that. And
they scored 66.
And that game got cut off because of a weather delay, too.
Yeah, and it was like 6 minutes to go, and they're like, hey, we're just going to end this now.
Right, yeah, lightning in the area. Let's not, play out the last 6 minutes. Probably a good idea because, it might have gotten up, well into the 70s or 80s there. Yeah. But, yeah, ugly weekend in college football for sure.
Yeah, it certainly could have. Now, again, for Alabama, they got Wisconsin this weekend, which Wisconsin's not great right now, and that game's at home at Bryant-Denny. But I think everybody's looking at the Georgia game in 3 weeks now because they'll have a bye before then. Both teams will. Like, all right, if you really want us to think you're different, then go on the road and beat Georgia and Sanford, because road games have been the Achilles heel for Kalen DeBoer. And, again, where you look at both teams, this season, and Georgia didn't play their best game against Austin Peay, but, you believe that, Georgia should probably win this game maybe by a couple scores as, Kalen DeBoer continues to struggle on the road. Like, if you want people to think differently about Alabama, go out there and prove them wrong.
Yeah, absolutely, Tyler. And, Georgia, after that game, will be coming off of, whatever happens in Tennessee. We'll see if Georgia was, like, if they rise above that game, like, that game with Alabama could get really ugly if Georgia's able to beat Tennessee. Sure. But we'll have to see. I think, that the Tennessee game will give us an indication of which team is more battle-tested and which one to be more scared of. I think if it's a close game, probably both. Like, I think that's a fair conclusion out of that game, too. I think both teams are really, really good, but we'll have to see what's left for DeBoer, right? Able to respond there in week 2, and hang a number that everyone in Tuscaloosa was at least satisfied with for at least another week, Tyler.
Yeah, we'll dive into some more SEC headlines from over the weekend, including Steve Sarkisian getting upset with reporters asking about Arch Manning's injury status. That's coming up next as the halftime show presented by the Men's Clinic for South Carolina rolls on your Tuesday on the Game. All right, welcome back in. It is the halftime show presented by the Men's Clinic of South Carolina. Tyler Head, Joe Machika, Kay Wilson hanging out with you on your Tuesday here on the game. Still looking back on the week 2 of college football and things that we didn't exactly get a chance to talk about yesterday too much. Week number 1 revolved so much around Arch Manning, right? The hype, the offseason, first full year as a starter, going on the road to Columbus, and, well, he didn't look great, right? It was not the prettiest game. And again, that was a tough Ohio State defense. So, there's going to be some better opportunities for him as the year goes along. And Saturday they took on San Jose State in their second game of the season. And as expected, he looked a whole lot better in that game. But people did notice there were a couple times during the game when he threw and there was a odd look on his face, right? Like maybe it was in some sort of pain, which naturally would beg the question of, is Arch Manning hurt? And yesterday, Steve Sarkisian, in his weekly press conference, was asked the question about Arch Manning's injury status, and, well, he didn't take it well.
On your right, was that?
Arch Manning seemed to be having some throwing pains by the
According to who?
Arch.
Arch said that to you?
No.
Oh, according to who?
It just looked like he was.
He doesn't have any.
Is there an explanation to why it looked like that?
I don't know. I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
In the middle, Roger.
Okay.
Right.
I get what Sark was trying to do. I don't think that was the right example to try and make a point with.
Not even close. Because, throwing a football in front of hundreds of, I guess, or a couple 80-something, whatever, thousand fit in DKR is not even close to taking a dump. I don't know.
Well, and again, we can see the look on his face. We can see that there's something that appears to be ailing him.
Right.
And to me, it's the defensiveness of Sark, like, immediately pushing back on that, right? And I'm like, okay, are you trying to hide something? Because, typically I would think being asked that question, no, he's fine. Just, that's his throwing motion that involves making that face or something like that where you downplay it. But, like, now I'm like, okay, is he actually hurt? Like, is there something that they're not telling us about Arch Manning that we may find out coming up this weekend?
Yeah, I agree, Tyler. He kind of cut the reporter off a little bit, and he was very, very, very defensive. And, you like to think that, he saw all of the chatter on social media and was like, oh, no, like, we forgot to either didn't disclose this or we're playing him hurt or he wants to play hurt, and, it's not a good look for us. So I am sure he definitely saw the rumors as coaches see sometimes and whatnot, but I think, he was just trying to get out ahead of it.
Well, fortunately for them, they have UTEP and Sam Houston State the next 2 weeks before they take on Florida down in the Swamp. So if Arch Manning is dealing with some kind of ailment, then he's got 2 whole weeks to rest up, get refreshed before the first actual challenge of SEC play comes. And God, who knows what state the Florida program is going to be in by that point in time. But if something is wrong, then, either they limit him on the field or just sit him out completely. He should be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll have to see if Sark, he might still get reps. And if they keep playing it, I don't know why you would keep playing him.
Yeah.
But
if you think he's of high level to, get further injured, then absolutely don't play him.
Right, yeah. But if it's just, a matter of, hey, he's going to, deal with this, you might as well, have him go out there. And if you can't re-aggravate it, might as well, play him. But I don't know. It looked like a shoulder thing. As he's, going through the ball, as he's throwing the football, and you don't want that.
Because he's kind of got that, interesting release, too.
Right.
That's a little different. And, yeah, for whatever reason, it looked like when he did that, something was wrong there. But I don't know. Well, no, because they're playing non-conference opponents. I would say you have to put out an injury report now.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
But that won't be until the week of the Florida game because they're not playing SEC opponents for the next couple weeks. So, we'll learn eventually. Again, if he trots out there Saturday, assume he's fine. If not, then maybe there is something going on there. But, again, Sark's defensiveness of that question kind of made me raise my eyebrow a little bit like, maybe something is going on here.
I don't know how Sark's not ready for that question. Like, if you saw it on social media and you saw, everything, all the talk around it, I don't know how you're not ready for it. It should have been a softball.
Sure.
You would think, somebody's going to ask about your quarterback, or be ready to answer it. I don't know.
I don't know either. Either way, that was them on Saturday taking care of San Jose State. One of the biggest upsets in the entire weekend, though, was Mississippi State taking care of Arizona State in a wild game on Saturday night, we were watching it in the press box, and we do staff picks every single week, and Elijah had selected Mississippi State. So I had it on my computer. I think it was during halftime of the Carolina game when that thing was finishing up, and Arizona State goes down, kicks the field goals. It goes up 20-7, and he's walking by right as as Mississippi State gets the ball for the final time, and Brennan Thompson pulls that double move and gets wide open, and the rest is history. Obviously, Cowbell's going crazy. They storm the field. Do we know where the goalpost ended up?
I don't. Yeah, no, I have no idea where the goalpost ended up. I think it was rumored like down the strip at Stark Vegas, but I don't know. Like,
because there's not a ton out there.
Right. No, and I don't know. I've seen different, I guess possible locations for it in Starkville, but you're right. There isn't a whole lot of places to throw this thing.
By the way, is Mississippi State the happiest fan base in college football this week?
Probably, yeah, until they go back to, I guess the SEC schedule, and then they realize where they are actually.
Think about it. They beat a team that was in the playoff last year. I'm not saying they're going to be
Kenny Dillingham sent Engage 8 on and try to get pressure on that final play, and obviously one of the coldest double moves we've seen in college football this year.
Yeah, it's pretty filthy.
To get the score, but I don't know. I still don't have a whole lot of faith in Mississippi State right now, but I think it was a big win. Like it was a dogfight through and through.
Yeah.
And again, I think it's just one of those wins that came down the last play.
It's one of those things that, like, look, Mississippi State has a long road if they ever want to get back to where Dan Mullen had them a decade ago, where they were, and again, the first ever #1 team in the college ball playoff with Dak Prescott and all that kind of stuff. But, man, Saturday was so monumental for them. Again, when Coach Leach passed away a couple years ago, that sent that program into a spiral. Zach Arnett was not the choice for head coach in that 1 year. It went disastrously. A lot of guys left. Jeff Levy's first-time head coach having to rebuild this program basically from the ground up. So that was a statement win over the weekend. Yeah. And, again, I'm not expecting them to be even in the top half of the SEC, but I can't look at them and say definitively, oh, yeah, they're going to be dead last again. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And, I think they're looking around the SEC and they're looking at Billy Napier down in Florida and be like, hey, could be a whole lot worse. Like
they play each other coming up in a couple of weeks, and I think a lot of people are saying, like, hey, well, Mississippi State might be the better team in this game.
Right, absolutely. And I don't know. I think that's one of the games where Lagway is good enough to take you over the top. But who knows? Yeah. Again, it's going to be interesting. I mean, the spark that Mississippi State had to finish that game. I mean, that can carry.
Well, for Mississippi State, it cost them $500,000. Yep. As we know, the SEC has now updated its court storming / field storming procedures, where it's not gradual anymore. It's boom, $500,000 every single time. It goes to the I think the scholarship fund, because Arizona State was an out-of-conference team. Because typically, if you do it against a conference team, it goes to the other team, but not that case there. I think everybody in Stark Vegas would happily pony up the funds for the $500,000 to further enjoy that win.
Yeah, absolutely, Tyler. And inflation stinks. Like I that's my only take on the fine going up. Like, and I think that's just the nature of it. Like it being $500,000, I think, right?
Yeah.
$500,000 is pretty substantial and enough to really make you choose your spot for your court stormings, and kind of limit it to maybe one a year.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. This is what I've always said: as the SEC has changed its procedures and stuff like that, or in terms of the fines, if tens of thousands of people have decided they're going to storm a field, you can't stop them. Right. Being at the game last year with Carolina and A&M, you could see it building, because, again, Carolina built up a pretty good lead there at the very end of the game. So people had time to really, pile in down near the hedges and stuff like that, where you're like, oh, with 6 minutes to go, they're coming on this field. And, credit to the Yellow Jackets down there. They're going to try their best, but there's maybe 100 or so of them, and again, tens and thousands of people, particularly the students, that have decided they're going to come on the field. You can't stop that.
Right. Yeah, and I think if it's a big enough win, Tyler, you get enough of the stadium kind of crushing down on certain sides. Like I've seen it to where, you've seen it where the Yellow Jackets are all kind of lined in the student section. Be like, all right, I think we can prevent it stopping from here. And there are also a couple wins where it's it's obvious you need a field storm. Like everyone kind of picks up. Like this is a good enough fan base to realize not every win is worth a field storming. So But I agree. I think, when you do get the fans that are like, all right, this is a pretty big win, like, we're going.
Sure.
There is no stopping them.
Yeah, there really isn't. And we've debated around the idea of, like, the 3-minute clock. We're like, hey, if you make an announcement and then kind of make it a thing where you're playing music and counting it down to keep people off the field that allows the opponent to get off the field, maybe you have something there. But that didn't happen with Mississippi State. And they got to pay the fine, but I think they'll happily pay that for now. And gosh, if they can pull some more upsets, we may see our first $1 million bill towards field storming for a team in the SEC.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see it. And I mean, happy for them over in Starkville. Again, the cowbells and everything. It's one of the cooler things in college football. So
yeah.
Happy they're finding some joy. Obviously competing with them eventually. I would think they might be one of, South Carolina's 3, future permanent opponents.
Yeah, we'll see. We're supposed to learn that sometime this season.
I know it's coming
in the next couple of months or so, and it'd be kind of an odd pairing, but
it would be.
Yeah, we'll see.
I don't know. Could be fun.
We'll come back. We'll wrap up the hour. Monday Night Football wrapped up week number 1 of the NFL, and we got treated to another interesting game. We'll talk about that next as wrap up hour number 1 of the halftime show presented by the Men's Clinic of South Carolina here on The Game.
Good protection over the middle. It's caught for a touchdown. Jefferson. And he breaks out his first gritty of the 2025.
Welcome back in. It is the halftime show presented by the Men's Clinic of South Carolina. That was called last night on ESPN. Monday Night Football wrapping up week 1 of the NFL season as the Vikings marked a comeback over your Chicago Bears. I really thought, because the Vikings were doing nothing on offense. Like, people were already saying, like, man, this J.J. McCarthy guy, he ain't working. This ain't going to work out. You know, I also learned Carson Wentz was apparently his backup. I did not know this.
Yeah.
They're like, man, Carson Wentz, get him in there. Maybe he can spark something else. But they finally got things clicking in the second half as McCarthy started to figure it out. Caleb Williams apparently forgot what he was doing, and the wheels kind of fell off for the Bears.
Yeah, after the first couple drives, Caleb Williams kind of turned into Joe Milton for the middle portion of that game and started overthrowing everybody. It was crazy. And then J.J. McCarthy, who is from Chicago or outside of it, like everyone says he's from. I grew up a Bears fan nonetheless. Finds a way to turn things around and go steal a win there at Soldier Field. It's the most Bears loss of all time, really. Monday Night Football, this hope, all this aspiration, the Ben Johnson era, and how bad the Lions looked on Sunday. It's like, oh, the Lions are missing something. Will it appear in Chicago? Oh, here we go. And it's the same old letdown as every single Bears game.
That was something interesting. Real quick, by the way, watching that Green Bay Detroit game over the weekend, it's like, man, both sides of the ball did look very lost without Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn as the coordinators for the Lions. And was it last year or the year before where Dan Campbell talked about, man, that was our window, that was our opportunity, and we missed it? And you're like, phew, maybe he was right about that.
Yeah, it was last season, and that again certainly added to my optimism going into week 1 for Da Bears, right? Like you would think, like Caleb Williams and restocked offense. They got a couple offensive linemen and everything, and it just was not the case. Like Caleb was still running for his life, and same old Bears, I guess. And I saw a tweet that was like, oh, we were treated to, a Sunday night, awesome game between Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. And then, you flip on Monday night and you've got Caleb Williams overthrowing everybody, and J.J. McCarthy, getting sacked and seeing ghosts, if you will, for a big portion of that game until the second half.
Yeah, people are like, we got maybe game of the year on Sunday night in week number 1. And then it's like, well, and at least last night's game was like entertaining throughout the entire thing. Now, I do think it was interesting that the Bears kicker was not able to get it out of the end zone on that last kickoff because the Vikings were able to return it to where they went under the 2-minute warning, to where the Bears wouldn't have had an extra timeout there, and were able to further salt the way the game after that, which, like, especially now kicking off for the 35-yard line, it should not be hard to kick the ball at the back of the end zone. They're kicking it short now because it's more advantageous to let them return it and short their field position. But, like, if you really want to kick it out of the back of the end zone, most NFL kickers should be able to do that now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, added to the list of just little things that just didn't go right for the Bears, in typical Bears fashion, too. I mean, do you fix that? No, I don't know. Like, maybe get a new kicker? I don't know.
I don't think you try and get a new kicker for that
necessarily.
Specific reason.
Yeah, but Cairo Santos, he's been all right. He was decent last night. Only missed like 3-4 kicks in his time in Chicago, but I don't know. Like, I would like a more consistent kicker too, considering the whole doink situation we went through with the last couple guys. Like,
was that Cody Parkey?
Cody Parkey against the Eagles. Yeah, not fun at all. But again, more Bears losses, losing in Bears fashion. Like, it's always going to happen with this franchise.
It is a very long season. I think a lot of people are interested to see how Ben Johnson does as a head coach, because I think you look at a situation like Miami right now with Mike McDaniel, right, where it's like Mike McDaniel's this offensive genius, and they had some success early on in Miami, but when it comes to, like, culture, when it comes to actually, like, running an organization, some guys can be great offensive or defensive minds, but not be great head coaches. And again, it's only one game for Ben Johnson, so we're not going to truly know yet, but I think Mike McDaniel's the perfect example of a guy that, man, when he's on the whiteboard and when he's scheming things up, he's great. But being a head coach, it's not working out anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's been the case with, most or the last couple of head coaches too in Chicago, at least Matt Nagy and Matt Eberflus, both guys not capable of being head coaches. So sure. I figured, Ben Johnson was going to get a little, a game managed by Kevin O'Connell. Because, again, it's his first game as a head coach. But from an X's and O's standpoint, I think, the Bears had the advantage. Again, there were still play designs from Ben Johnson that, were really good and were, I guess, advanced and whatnot and still, gave the Bears the edge. But, again, the execution wasn't there. And that just comes down to head coaching and again, just getting, hitting every detail, if you will, as a head coach. Yeah,
again, long season, a lot of football to be played. By the way, Thursday night, pretty fun game between the Commanders and the Packers. Yeah. So that'll be fun to kick off week number 2. By the way, Aaron Rodgers also looked pretty darn good in his Steelers debut and a pretty spirited game with his old team, the Jets.
Looks a lot better in black and gold, I tell you what, Tyler.
It does fit him a little bit better.
Yeah, it does. It does. And it was a very Aaron Rodgers game to get it done, do what he did, throw 4 touchdowns against the Jets, too. Like, it's an old team, and he gets to talk all the smack he wants now, as he said in his post-game presser, which I love or hate Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. That's what you got to do to say whatever you want, I guess.
He gives you things to talk about. There's no doubt about that. So let's look at your week 1 slate from the NFL. Again, coming up at the top of the hour, we're going to hear from Coach Beamer as he gives some final thoughts on the SC State win over the weekend, updates the injuries, which there's quite a few of them to talk about, as well as starts looking ahead to Vanderbilt. So that is coming up next to start the 2 o'clock or the 1 o'clock hour as the halftime show presented by the Men's Clinic of South Carolina rolls along on your Tuesday. He's Joe Machika. I'm Tyler Head. Cale Wilson producing on the other side of the glass here on The Game. All right, welcome back in. Halftime show presented by the Men's Clinic of South Carolina. Tyler Head, Joe Machika, Kit Wilson hanging out with you on your Tuesday here on the game, watching the podium as Coach Beamer will be heading up there in just a second to talk all things Gamecock football, including the injury updates, as, again, we had quite a few guys get nicked up over the weekend against SC State. I know in his Sunday teleconference, he said that most of those guys were trending towards playing coming up this weekend, but we'll get a little more concrete on that. Also, I believe I saw the other day that Traven Robertson did return home, so we'll get an update on him, I guess, and if he's going to be back on the sidelines this upcoming weekend, which would be great.
Would be huge to have him back on the sidelines. Certainly provide a spark to the defensive tackle room in front seven.
Here he is. Let's go to Coach Beamer.
A ton of boats in Gamecock Park before the game. All boats that were made or that are made here in South Carolina as well. Boats that you can buy on Saturday as well. So always a fun weekend when that takes place. And like I said, that'll be in Gamecock Park. So I was out there visiting with those people. Still haven't been able to talk my wife into letting us buy a boat. She determined that a new rug in the living room was more important than a boat this year. And when I come home at night and there's piles of Amazon boxes for things that have been ordered that I did not order on my front porch, that's why we don't have a boat yet, but maybe one day. But I do appreciate those people being out here as well. I love you, babe. I'm kind of joking as well. Looking back at last week, I know I said it already, but want to say it again, just thanks to our fans. Looking back, I mean, what an amazing environment on Saturday night against South Carolina State. To sit through that weather delay, the student section, the cockpit was unreal. Didn't see those videos right after the game of how they spent the weather delay down there in the student section. That was awesome. So thanks to them and all the other fans that were there throughout to come out of the locker room for pregame warm-ups to a packed stadium was awesome. And I know our players really, really, really appreciated it on Saturday night. And we'll need them again this Saturday as well. I got a really good Vanderbilt team coming in here, certainly the best Vanderbilt team that we've played in my time as the head coach. They're improved from last year, brought back 8 starters on defense. They've been in this system now for a while. They've got really good players on defense. Obviously, Pavia at quarterback makes them go. He brought back all of his top weapons. They went out in the portal and got a couple of receivers that have added an element to their offense. They seem to be more explosive in the passing game than they were last year. And 3 new offensive linemen that have come in from the other schools as well. So they've made their team better. They were already a good team that has added to it and has gotten better since last year, coming off a great win at Virginia Tech on Saturday night. They're really good on special teams. They always are year in, year out. They've got multiple dangerous returners. They've got a guy that returned a kickoff for a touchdown last year against Tennessee to open the game. They were about one game-saving tackle or touchdown-saving tackle away against us from last year. Last year, returning a kickoff that we made a tackle on, or that one about popped out of there. So we've got a big challenge from a special team standpoint, and ton of respect for Clark Lee and the job that he's done there. They're tough, they're physical, they're well coached. It's evident when you watch tape with the challenge that they will be. But our guys are excited. They were in a hostile environment, meaning Vanderbilt, last Saturday night in Blacksburg, Virginia, against Virginia Tech, and they handled it well. But I need to challenge our fans to make sure that Williams-Brice on Saturday night is even more hostile than what they faced in Blacksburg last Saturday night. We need them as well, but should be a beautiful night for football. Primetime SEC Network game, so looking forward to having those guys here, and will be a fun night in Columbia, and looking forward to competing against a really good Vanderbilt team as well. So there's one. On the injury front, we're trending in the right direction. Obviously, it's an SEC game, so we'll have to release an injury update as the week goes, and we'll do that then. So I'm not going to talk about injuries today other than just to say we're trending in the right direction, and we'll release the report like we do every week for SEC games when the time comes. Questions? Oh, wow. Is that why he wasn't here last weekend? I thought he skipped out and didn't wait for the weather delay to finish. It's just, where was the concert?
Pasadena.
Wow. Rose Bowl? Holy smokes.
Loyalty, all that kind of
Wow. Okay.
Shane, after breaking down the first two games, specifically with the run game, is there one glaring issue that says that's the reason why that the run game hadn't really been able to get on track?
I wouldn't say there's one glaring issue. I think it's a host of things, David. We don't seek comfort around here by making excuses, but Virginia Tech game, it's a good defense, and that's a tough preparation because you didn't quite know what to expect. South Carolina State, we're starting a true freshman. We had bad field position. So those are things that I don't want to, completely just push aside and say that they weren't a factor, because those are factors. Having said that, we have to overcome that. And I wouldn't say there's one glaring thing. We've been close. We haven't been consistent enough. Yeah, sometimes it's different positions. It may be a guy getting beat, which is going to happen at times. And, this week, hopefully we'll start the same 5 on the offensive line health-wise, and we weren't able to do that from week 1 to week 2, but confident that we'll be better this week. And today in practice, we got off to a great start. Did you do anything else in California, or just went all the way out there for that? Really? One of the coolest things about the Rose Bowl, and I've been there twice for the Rose Bowl, and then when I was at Oklahoma, we played UCLA in there, but in the locker room, they have pictures all around the locker room of all the concerts that have come through there, and you start thinking about all the people that have performed in the Rose Bowl. You're like, holy smokes, as well. So that's pretty cool right there as well.
Something that you say a lot to describe your own players is, when the lights come on, they meet the moment. Pavia is one of those people. What goes into stopping him, especially someone who kind of eats big moments for breakfast?
Yeah, he's a stud. You watch his tape. I mean, I've got so much respect for him. I got a chance to visit with him a little bit in Atlanta at SEC Media Day because we were there at the same time, and enjoyed visiting with him and enjoy watching him play. He's such a competitor, and I mean, there's plays from the Virginia Tech game. He does it all. Lulu is probably the biggest thing. He loves the moment. He loves competing. I mean, he's got a play against Virginia Tech where he's sitting in the pocket on 3rd down and delivering a throw down the field. He's got a play against Virginia Tech where he's got one-on-one coverage on the outside, and he throws it up and he hits the receiver in stride on a deep ball for a touchdown. He's got a play against Virginia Tech where he scrambles and rolls to the right and then comes all the way back across to the far sideline and hits his running back out in the flat on a scramble situation. He's got to play against Virginia Tech where he runs a quarterback draw for 20 yards. He's got to play for against Virginia Tech where he runs the option and he pitches the ball to his option guy, and then he's the lead blocker, and he goes downfield and he tries to block the defensive back. I mean, he's fun to watch, and I've got a ton of respect for him. It's going to take all 11 on defense to control him on Saturday night. All of us flying to the ball. Starts up front, but we've got to do a great job on the perimeter without a doubt. And then our offense, for sure. I mean, we've got to stay on the field. I mean, Virginia Tech had 6 plays in the 3rd quarter the other night. 6. They went 3 and out, and then they didn't see the ball again until the 4th quarter. That's how they want to play football. So in order to, control Pavia, we've got to do our part on offense too to make sure that we're staying on the field and sustaining drives.
Hey, Coach. Jalen Tart, 107.5 The Game. Glad to be here.
Glad to have you here.
Thank you. What has been the message to your team from Monday going into the week starting SEC play?
Monday meaning yesterday? Not much. I mean, Monday's our off day, so we come in on Sundays. We play on Saturday. We had a quick turnaround Sunday, so we were back in here for meetings and practice on Sunday. And the message then was we need to be better all 3 phases. I mean, win or lose, we come in here on Sundays and we watch 10 to 15 plays of the night before and show the good and the bad. And there's good and bad in every win and loss. And there was plenty of good Saturday night, and there was plenty of not so good Saturday night. So we watched that, and I would hope that I didn't have to make it clear. I think they already knew that Saturday night wasn't up to our standard, whether it be offensively or whether it be how we finished the game in some ways on defense. And then we went out Sunday night. I thought we had a great practice, and our guys knew that it was time for us to, take another step and get better this week, because we've got a big challenge coming in here on Saturday night. And I told them after the game in the locker room Saturday night, I knew the result of the Virginia Tech game because it was freaking 1 o'clock in the morning or whatever it was here. And I told them that, that we're playing we open up SEC play and we got a team rolling in here that just ran off, I think, 34 straight points against Virginia Tech and rushed for 260 something yards against them to get their attention pretty quick, that they needed to go home. They needed to go to bed. They needed to get their rest, and let's get back in here on Sunday and get ready to work. And that's what we've done. Big win for your Bills, Jack.
I was going nuts, Shane. You should have seen it. It's crazy. On communication and the offensive line, Boaz, Case, and they were in here earlier just kind of talking about how it was tough to hear some of the calls on Saturday. Now, obviously, that wasn't the most packed out Williams-Brice Stadium as what it could be on Saturday. Does that worry you at all that when Saturday and when you guys go to like LSU, all these hostile environments, that it may be tougher for these guys to hear the calls? And how do you kind of address that? I know you guys are doing it in practice, but how do you fix that moving forward?
Yeah, no, it's concerning. You're right. We're going to be in a lot more louder environments for our offense when we're on the field than what we were on Saturday night. So, yeah, it's certainly, concerning. It's not necessarily overblown. I talked about it, it's a little overblown in my opinion. There was one play that two words that sounded similar that, to me, there's not a reason to get them mixed up, but we got them mixed up. So certainly I think it starts with just everyone being louder, Lenoris talking louder, Boaz talking louder as the center, making calls, and then us as coaches looking at, okay, if there's things that could be confusing, which I don't think there are. I mean, every offense in America has a lot of terminology and words that may sound alike, but we've certainly got to look at it and make sure that we're operating efficiently as an offense and defense too, from a communication standpoint, because we got the same thing. We got a lot of words on defense that maybe sound the same, and it sure as heck's going to be loud, and we don't need one guy to think he's doing one thing and another guy doing another. But it's the same calls we've had for multiple years now that I've been the head coach, and don't think it's an issue, but certainly we don't want to bury our head in the sand and look the other way either.
Hey, Shane, what's your message to the guys who are going to be going through the SEC wars for the first time? And as you get ready to kick off SEC play, does the intensity level go up automatically? And what role do the veterans have as far as getting everyone in line, and what does that do to how they react on the practice field, in meeting rooms, and in conversation amongst themselves? Yeah, message is that it ramps up another level this week, that the non-conference games are over, and the SEC is it's a different animal. It is. The teams in this league, I think you can look at our record across the country in non-conference games this year, and I know it's the best of any conference out there, and you look at what this conference has done already against other conferences as far as the matchups with other leagues. It's a bear, and making sure our guys understand that it's a long season. You got to take care of your bodies. You freshmen that just got here that had a 10-game regular season in high school, and you might be done by Halloween. We're just getting started, and we start up this week, but we got 7 more SEC games after this one. And then I don't have to say a whole lot, Rick. Our guys know, our leaders have made it very clear that it's SEC play, and there's just a different feel and a different intensity. It is. I mean, it's just, I hate to, you want to say you treat them all the same, and you do, but everybody knows when it's an SEC game. And when you're playing a really talented SEC team that we know what they did last season, even after we beat them, they went to LSU, I think, the next week, and that was a dogfight down in Baton Rouge. They're tied up with Tennessee at halftime, the last game of the regular season. The bowl game, they won in pretty solid fashion against Georgia Tech, for sure. So we know we've got a big challenge, and certainly they understand that based on the way our team meeting was this morning at 8 a.m. Just the energy in there just felt different. Being on the practice field today, it felt different. And as a coach, you wish it didn't. You wish every Tuesday was the same. But certainly the level of intensity ramps up when conference play starts.
saw late last week that Travian Robertson is back home, but what's the latest you can share with him and his potential return back to the team? And then also with that, with Jordan Dove, how have you seen things gone there with him?
Yeah, it was good to get Travian home. I know his family was excited to have him home. I know he was excited to get out of the hospital. He's been able to Zoom into some meetings. We always, Jody Camillus has a very entertaining, I guess is the word, Friday night meetings at the hotel before games, and he wanted to be a part of that, so he Zooms in on Friday night, so he's a part of that meeting, and the players are able to say hello to him. I was texting with him yesterday and talked to Clayton. He was able to Zoom in and be a part of the defensive staff meetings yesterday when our staff was putting together the initial game plan. So he's involved from that standpoint and getting closer to when he physically can, return. I know he's eager to get back at it, and we were all excited to see him go home at the end of last week without a doubt. And I think Dove's done a great job. He, like I said, he's got experience. He's been around the program for a while. He's been involved with those defensive tackles for a while. He's doing a nice job. And then, as I mentioned before, Jameel Walker's in there and has really lended a helping hand and has helped that, along with all the coaching staff on the defensive side of the ball.
How have you, I think last year we had a lot of the same conversations about the offense isn't getting off to the start, but what happened after that, Ole Miss game into Alabama and Oklahoma last year that you guys can kind of maybe take in this year?
I think every year's different. When I look at last year, it was the amount of football that Lenoris played. He played against Old Dominion. That was his first start ever. He didn't play the whole game against Kentucky. He didn't play the whole game against LSU. He didn't play it all against Akron. And then the first time he played a game was Ole Miss, and none of us were good enough that day, starting with me. But then we went to Tuscaloosa the next week, and you saw we had an opportunity to win that game at the end, and we just continued to get better. So last year, I think the biggest thing was just his experience as a quarterback and playing some pretty dang good teams early in the season. But it would be too easy, Jordan, to sit there and say, well, last year we say we started off slow. We hung. I think we scored 30-plus points against Kentucky in Game 2, and then we were rolling pretty good offensively against LSU in Game 3. But certainly he got better and got experience as the year went, and confident that our offense will do the same as well. And again, it's early. I mean, the clock is ticking, don't get me wrong, but we're not as far off as people, may think either. And played a lot of new players in Game 1, started a guy that was playing his first college game ever the other night in Game 2. And, it hasn't been perfect. It needs to be better. There's no question about it. But our guys had a really good day today, and we need to just continue to just keep our head down and work and improve. And when it clicks, it's really going to be good.
Probably going to get tired of talking about your offense, but sticking with that.
I am.
Sticking with that theme, what is it? Because you don't seem to be too concerned. You're like, we're going to get it together. When the struggles do happen through the first 2 weeks, what is the process like during the week with Lenoris and the offense? Is it getting back to the basics, or what's that process like so that they can be the well-oiled machine that you believe they can be?
Yeah, it's just going back to work. I mean, every game, it's you learn from it. There's good, there's bad. There's things we need to correct. There's things that we need to coach better. There's things that schematically probably weren't great ideas in that game, whatever it may be. You always look at the previous game and then how we can improve and be better. And it's no different. There's whatever y'all are feeling right now and whatever the narrative is on the outside, it's not that in here, guys. Our guys are confident and know how close we are, and it hasn't been good enough. I'm not saying that at all, and we have to coach better. We have to play better, not just the offensive line, the receivers, the running backs, the tight ends, the offensive line, the quarterback, everyone. We all have to play better, starting with me. But, it's offensive football. And 10 guys can do everything right, and one guy can be a little bit off, and it's a 2-yard gain. Every article or TV hit that y'all do, it ain't going to be perfect, and there's going to be mistakes that are made. And our guys have made some mistakes, and that's why we coach, is to correct it and get better and keep improving. And we know we need to be a lot better this week, because this is certainly the best defense we've played all season. And if we're inconsistent and we're getting beat more often than not, it's going to be a long night. But at the same time, we also know we're close, and we finished 4th in the SEC in rushing last year. And everybody, it'd be easy to say, well, you had Rocket Sanders. Okay, well, we got Rasul Faison and Oscar Attaway and Jawarren Howe and Bradley Dunn and Isaiah Augustave and Matthew Fuller and whoever else as well. And we bring back the quarterback, and we got a lot of new faces, and they're young, and they're going to continue to get better, and we're working really, really hard to be better than what we were as well. But I think sometimes people forget maybe what we did in 2024 running the football, and we're not that far off from doing that again this year too.
You alluded earlier to this being the best Vanderbilt team you've coached against, and last year was a pretty transformative year for them. But when you watch them on tape, what's something that stands out that they probably do better this year in the first 2 games than they did last season?
Explosive passes and with their offense. I think there's more of, and I don't know what their philosophy was last year, but it seems like they're even more aggressive at throwing the ball down the field and being willing to take shots, where if Pavia lines up and he sees one-on-one coverage on the outside, he's throwing it. And those receivers have the ability to go get it. And then you look at the tight end, Stowers, number 9. I mean, he's a weapon, and certainly a guy that we need to be aware of. But that's what I would say. They're a year older. They look even more confident than what they did last season, and they should. They all played a lot of football last season and won a lot of games. But that's the biggest thing that jumps out to me, is just the ability to make big plays in the passing game on the outside. And they had good receivers, don't get me wrong, but this year they're a year older. They've added a couple guys to it, and they seem even more willing to take those shots down the field.
Hey, Coach, you mentioned a lot before this season about the depth you have on this team and compared to years past. With the amount of injuries that have ramped up in the first 2 weeks, what are you telling those guys before they go out there, and how has that depth helped?
At which position? Anywhere? How's the depth helped overall?
How's the depth helped overall, and what are you telling those guys when they have to go out there and quick change?
Yeah, the depth has certainly helped. I think you're seeing it on special teams when you're able to play a lot of people, starters that are on special teams like DQ Smith, but, guys that aren't starters that are playing on special teams, because, you've got depth. We've got good young players as well. And when I look at it, we all just talk about, being ready when your number's called, and everybody's got a job to do, whether it's you're the starting right guard on the kickoff return team, or you're the starting right guard on the offensive line. You've got a job to do, and then everyone has a backup, and everybody needs to be ready. And it goes back, I think, just to the way we practice as well. I mean, we do a lot of good on good, and a lot of trying to just develop our younger players throughout the season as well, so you can get them ready. When we do, kickoff versus kickoff return, there may be a scout team kickoff, but they're guys that we're trying to get ready to play on Saturday, or they might already be playing on Saturdays, and they're getting better that way. And when they get in the games on Saturdays, it's that they've been there, in the sense that they've been working in practice for those moments.
Kind of sticking with special teams, obviously a lot of good has come from special teams in the first 2 weeks. What has been clicking from an execution standpoint with special teams, but also as you're going into SEC play, what do you feel like you need to fine tune?
Certainly our return game's been clicking. Vicari's back there with a lot of confidence right now, but I've been pleased overall. We've punted the ball well. I thought Mason, I didn't mention that the other night, but Mason did a really good job of, flipping field position when we were backed up and we didn't get a first down offense, so we had to punt. He did a nice job of punting and flipping field position. William, that was a great kick that he made before the half on the 2-minute drive to get points before the half. Our kickoff return team with Nick back there, I feel like has been good. Disappointing penalty that we had the other night. So I like where we are right now, but But at the same time, we know the challenge really steps up this week. These guys are good on special teams. They always have been. They've got dangerous returners. They're aggressive with what they do from coverage units, whether it be fake punts in their past or fake field goals, and they know what they're doing. And they put a lot of pressure on the opponent with their schemes and you being able to adjust to what they're doing, but then still try and stay aggressive. So we've got a big challenge this week, but that's life in the SEC, and our guys are excited about it.
You mentioned Pavia being willing to throw it up in those one-on-one situations, and I'm sure they saw that in the Virginia Tech tape from y'all's game. Is there anything you guys can do beyond just one-on-ones and get on good, like you said, or is it just kind of
play the ball better? It'd be one thing if Hale, if we had receivers running 5 yards past our defensive backs and we were just beat, then I'd really be concerned. Then I'd be going in there to Clayton talking about we need to call some different coverages where we don't put our defensive backs in those positions. But just like on the offensive line, sometimes guys are going to get beat. And it happened against Virginia Tech more than we wanted, for sure. But when you play one-on-one a lot like we do, man coverage, you're going to have those competitive catches, 50-50 balls. So in a lot of those instances, and even the one that the touchdown pass the other night that South Carolina State had, I mean, we're in position. We just got to do a better job of playing the ball when it's in the air and playing the technique that we teach when you're in phase with the receiver and you've got a chance to play the ball, just playing it with the proper techniques. We've obviously got to coach that better, and we will. And then there's certainly things. I mean, when you're down Brandon Cisse and Judge Collier the other night, we want to be able to, I don't want to say give those DBs an opportunity to breathe, but to breathe sometimes where it's not always going to be press man up in your face man coverage. We can mix up the coverages, which I thought Clayton did a good job of the other night as well, mixing in the coverages a little bit where they're not always, playing man coverage. But it's, why you come here, and it's how we play football around here, is tough and aggressive on defense. Jackson.
Yes.
Good to see you, Jackson.
Sorry. So obviously South Carolina has a long-standing streak against Vanderbilt. I'm sure everybody knows. Is that something that's in the back of everyone's mind in the facility, or is there more of like a we don't talk about the streak type of thing?
I don't know if anybody knows. I don't talk about it. Don't think about it. I didn't bring it up with the team. I don't know if they know. It's this year has nothing to do with those previous years. I haven't been around here for every year that we've played Vanderbilt, but I'd be hard-pressed to believe there's a better Vanderbilt team that we've played during that streak than the one we're getting ready to play on Saturday night. They're good guys. They're really good. They're going to be a handle for a challenge for a lot of teams this year.
Coach, obviously with Vicari and the punt return team, I know there was the challenge to score in 3 straight games. Would you be surprised, though, if Vanderbilt just was aiming not to punt to him, and how do you think they are going to handle him returning?
Knowing what I know about Clark Lee and the way they play football, they're excited for the challenge, excited for the opportunity. They'll do a great job in protection and kick the ball to Vicari and say, we're going to go down there and let's see, how good you guys are. That's just their mentality. That's how they play football. It's evident on tape. And I don't know, again, what their strategy is. Certainly when you've got a guy that, as a coach, when you're playing an opponent that's returned, 3 punts for touchdowns in 2 games, you've got to be smart about what you're doing. But they've got good specialists, good snappers, good punters, good coverage units, and I know they're excited about the challenge, and we are too, having to go face their returners as well, who are really dynamic and dangerous back there also.
Everyone kind of just looks at Dylan on that defensive front, but already 11 tackles for loss through 2 games. What has impressed you about everyone else in that group and making sure they're getting to the quarterback?
They've all just elevated their games, and they knew. Obviously, Dylan's coming back. We lost Kyle Kennard, and there's a great opportunity for the other guys. We've got good players, and they've been around our program for a while. Brian Thomas, JT Gear, Desmond, those guys are doing a nice job. Damon Clowney came in and did some nice things the other night. So got good players that have elevated their games, and then I think that Clayton and our defensive staff have done a really good job of designing things, knowing that teams are going to start every week game planning. How do we not let number 6 wreck our offense, and staying ahead of the curve and not letting teams do that. There's going to be times where they take Dylan away. Yes. Well, there's now an opportunity for 10 other guys to go make their impact on the game. And then you guys have watched us closely. We've moved Dylan around. He's been in different places. He's not always in the same spot. So we can continue to put him in situations where teams have to adjust to where he is and what we're doing.
That was my thing. What has been the message to your defense to remain consistent in their performance throughout the season so far?
Yeah, just keep getting better. Every week's different. It's a good start, but that's what it is. It's a start. There's a lot that we need to be better at on defense for sure. And, our guys know it. It's a good start. Young guys have played and have continued to get better each week, and they'll need to continue to do that. For sure, but like the start. But again, it's just a start, and we know we've got the biggest challenge defensively that we have faced this season rolling in here on Saturday night. 2 weeks in a row, we're missing Phil. I see, huh? I did see he was catching strays at Clemson today from my counterpart in the upstate also, but hopefully we'll get him back soon. Y'all have a good weekend.
All right, there's Coach Beamer, weekly Tuesday press conference. We'll come back, react to some of the stuff that he had to say as the halftime show presented by the Men's Clinic of South Carolina rolls along here near Tuesday on the Game. All right, welcome back in. It is the halftime show presented by the Men's Clinic of South Carolina. It's all right, Joe Machika, Kay Wilson hanging out with you on your Tuesday here on the game. You just heard Coach Beamer's weekly press conference as went over some of the things from Saturday night against SC State and started to look ahead to Vanderbilt coming up this weekend. A couple of things worth noting, I felt like, from the press conference. He did not give us any injury update, actually. He did say, we have to put out the injury report later on this week, so we'll find out then. He did say in his, again, Sunday presser that a lot of the guys, most of the guys, if not all of them, that were banged up are trending towards playing this weekend. So there's nobody, at least the new injuries that we've had these past couple weeks, there's nobody that seemed to be a definite out right now, which is good. My question becomes, okay, if Judge Collier is playing, if JT Gear is playing, what percent are they at? You know what I mean?
Right.
Because, you can try the guy out there when he's at 85%. One, he could be more susceptible to injury, and two, he may not be as productive as you would be at 100.
Yeah, absolutely, Tyler. In that defensive backfield, you're certainly going to need it. And Jaquel Holman, you hopefully, he's as healthy as possible. Can't lose anybody at that linebacker position. But again, it is, as you mentioned, it is an SEC week, so you will get an injury report. I don't know what that injury report. I mean, I'm expecting these guys to be questionable.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is everybody plays with the questionable thing, where it's like, well, I have a feeling that guy's probably out, but because the conference requires you to put something out now. But if you feel like there's a greater than 0% chance a guy could play, you can put it as questionable. And then everybody's like, well, maybe we'll play, maybe we won't play. And I would say Beamer's more honest about it than Lane Kiffin
I was going to allude to the Lane Kiffin thing where 7 or 8 guys are questionable and they're, which just means they're bound to, go down on the field whenever we need a timeout kind of thing.
Get shot by the sniper.
Right, exactly. Cramping, questionable for muscle cramps and dehydration, I guess, which is crazy.
Yeah, so we'll find that out later on in the week. Also good to hear Traven Robertson is home from the hospital. You may have seen some reports about that the other day, and it sounds like he's being as involved as he can be, zooming into meetings and stuff like that. Obviously, they want to get him back on the sidelines. I'm sure, and we don't know the full extent of his injuries and situation like that. Given the nature of what the accident was, I imagine he's probably banged up pretty good, considering the lengthy hospital stay. So, getting back on the sidelines may be a little bit more of a process than just, hey, he's out of the hospital, he'll be back this upcoming weekend. So when that happens, it'll be great, but it could take some time, certainly.
Yeah, absolutely. He's still around the program, which is big. His message certainly getting to the guys still, which is awesome. And, I saw, a team walked in with wearing T-shirts of their position coaches. I'm guessing T-Rob had something to do with that. Hopefully he gets back soon and everything, but nice little gesture from the team there, obviously wearing the shirts with their position coaches on it. Cool designs too. Yeah. I made a joke on Twitter too. I don't know if the coaches won the week in the weight room or something. I could see Mike Furry, carrying a lot of Mike Furry, Sean Elliott, carrying a lot of weight there too. So I don't know, nice little gesture there. But hopefully get T-Rob back as soon as possible.
Well, what coach would push the hardest to have their face on a T-shirt?
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, Mike Furry's loud. Sean Elliott's also another loud coach, right? So I think there would be some pushing there. I don't know. I could see it being out of competition. That from it's spawning out of for sure. The guy's losing a bet or something like that.
But Torian Gray, I feel like somebody would push for that.
Most definitely. Hey, if you guys get beat by the offense this week, if wide receivers are beating you guys left and right, I deserve to be on a T-shirt, something like that. I don't know. I don't other than there aren't a whole lot of, I guess, louder coaches on this staff outside of the Sean Elliott, the Mike Furries, if you will. But, Joe DeCamillis, I could see that happening too. Maybe a little game with the kick, special teams, keep special teams motivated.
I feel like we don't know enough about Joe DeCamillis.
I know.
We only get occasional pressers from him, and he's not as open as Pete Limbo was. Right. So I feel like there's still a slight bit of mystery to him.
Yeah, absolutely. As you would want in your special teams coordinator too. A little bit of weirdness, a little bit of, unknownness to you. He's been around the world and back, in the NFL. So seeing a lot of football, Joe DeCamillis, and obviously, helping write the Beamer Ball special teams MO here with this team pretty quickly.
He also noted on Vanderbilt, and again, this looks like one of the best Vanderbilt teams we've seen in a very, very long time, certainly in the Beamer era. Coming into this game. And again, I think we're all naturally inclined when we look at SEC schedules, just automatically chalk Vanderbilt up to a win. And for a long time, it's been that way. But this year feels different. And again, what they did to Virginia Tech over the weekend, a team that you played in week number 1 and didn't dominate to the same degree, I feel like this isn't a game that anybody's going to be overlooking. I think everybody's aware of what kind of physical 4-quarter type of game this could be. And look, if you don't bring your best, especially on offense, you could lose this one.
Yeah, most definitely, Tyler. Offense has to be really, really consistent. Can't have the kind of performance that you did Saturday night against SC State. Defensively, I think, you match up well with Vandy's offense. First and foremost, stop the run, as we mentioned a little bit earlier on in the show. Vandy, had, I think, Tyler, you said 199 yards of rushing in the second half.
Second half alone.
Yeah, in the second half alone, which is pretty impressive. So you got to be disciplined, be on your P's and Q's defensively. But I think if this defense plays any semblance of what it has these first 2 weeks, I think you should be in a good spot. I mean, it's been lethal. They've had the touchdown streak going and everything. Or they were able to hold, opponents without a touchdown until late in that SC State game. So, yeah, it was big. I mean, this defense can carry things, and, we'll have to see, if this offense can find some consistency to win this game.
Well, the first game of conference play always kind of sets the tone for how the rest of it is going to go more often than not. And last year, you went out there and handled what ended up being a very bad Kentucky team, but beat them the way you were supposed to. And for the most part, outside of the Ole Miss game, you were at least competitive in all games, even the ones that you lost to LSU and Alabama. And hopefully that's the case this upcoming weekend where, your performance is indicative of what the rest of your conference slate's going to look like.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, it's not as much of a, pushover. In Kentucky, good team. You have to be on your P's and Q's with any, SEC team. But I think Vanderbilt, certainly one of the more skilled teams in the SEC this year. And the way that Clark Lea's kind of developed that program, Diego Pavia, again, playing good football. And again, 34 points unanswered in the second half, against Virginia Tech should tell you that, Clark Lea's running a tight ship over there, and, they're disciplined, very, ready to go, ready to play football, very about what they are, and certainly a team that knows their identity.
So we'll get back more into what Coach Beam had to say at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. We'll come back and wrap up hour number 2 of the halftime show. Let's check in on Nico Iamaleava and see how his new home of UCLA is treating him compared to Joey Aguilar, who's taken over the reins of the Tennessee offense. That's coming up next as a wrap-up hour number 2. It is the halftime show presented by the Men's Clinic of South Carolina. Tyler Head, Joe Machica, and Kale Wilson on your Tuesday on the Game. Welcome back in. Halftime show presented by the Men's Clinic of South Carolina. Tyra Joe Machika, Kale Wilson hanging out with you on your Tuesday here on The Game. Again, we'll get back more into what Coach Beamer had to say coming up at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. I will remind you once again, as special teams has gotten off to a red-hot start. If you've been wondering where the Loyola Lisa Special Teams touchdown contest has been, it's back, and we're going to be paying out that money for those first 3 punt return touchdowns later on this week. So go to 1075thegame.com and find out how you can enter to win that, and we'll be announcing it coming up on Friday. One of the more interesting stories of the college football offseason was back in the spring when the Nico fallout happened at Tennessee. Again, he was seemingly asking for more money. If you ask his camp, they just weren't happy with the offense that was around him going into his second year as a starter at Tennessee. He abandons the program, or he does not show up for practice the day before the spring game. They basically kick him off the team at that point. I really wish their spring game would have been televised because I would have been tuned into that. But he pretty quickly ends up at UCLA making less money than he would have made in his second year as a starter at Tennessee. But according to his camp, hey, it's where we wanted to be. We think it's a better situation. Have you checked in on Nico as of late through how these first 2 weeks have gone?
Not as much of checking in on Nico as I have been paying more attention to the other side of the trade, I guess, if you will, Joey Aguilar at Tennessee, who has, jumped from UCLA in light of Nico over to Tennessee, who's been balling out for the Vols.
Yeah, he absolutely has. And if you've been looking at Nico's side of things, his team is 0-2 right now. They've played Utah, where they got beat pretty thoroughly, where he only completed 50% of his passes and got sacked 4 times. He looked a little better last week, but they still were able, or failed to mount a comeback against UNLV, where, again, his numbers were okay. 70% passes, 255 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. So he's not exactly lighting the scoreboard up as of right now, and UNLV is a lesser opponent compared to what he's going to be facing in the Big Ten on a week-in, week-out basis. This is such an interesting phenomenon because I feel like most people are rooting for this guy to fail, right? Because of the way and it wasn't necessarily him, it was his camp went about this whole situation with him leaving Tennessee and stuff like that. And, Josh Heupel earned a lot of credit from people for putting his foot down, saying, hey, nobody's bigger than the power T here, and, we can do this without you. And, again, it's worked out pretty well so far with Joey Aguilar. And I'm not so much hate watching Nico. I'm just intrigued to see how all this works out. But right now, it's not going well.
Yeah, Tyler, I'm with you. Obviously you wish the best for Nico and whatever, because you never really want to hate on a kid for, trying to do what's best for himself. But again, not finding the same success that Joey Aguilar has been having. And, maybe it's one of those where, you have an under-recruited guy, one of the cases where, you have an under-recruited guy finally get his chance on a big stage like Tennessee. And not to say that UCLA wasn't, but certainly not as big of a stage as Tennessee and Knoxville and the SEC like that. But, Aguilar just, bursting onto the scene meanwhile, Nico, not necessarily as comfortable. And I don't know if this is, because we did see the bright spots in year 1, and everyone was certainly excited for year 2 for Nico in Knoxville. But, I don't know if anyone necessarily expected this as much of a downturn in year 2.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. That's definitely something that we're going to have to continue to follow. But credit to Aguilar, man, because he's come in and definitely set the world on fire, in his first couple weeks. And, yeah, they played, East Tennessee State this weekend, so I don't put as much stuff into that necessarily. But what he was able to do against Syracuse in week number 1, a Syracuse team that was pretty good last year, and I expect to be, pretty solid this year as well, that definitely, made a statement for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And you look at Aguilar, too. I mean, he's been over 3,000 yards in both seasons before he got to Tennessee. So I expect him to continue to improve. This weekend against Georgia is going to be a big litmus test. We've talked about that game a lot on this program already today, but it's going to be a big tilt, Tyler. I'm excited for it. We'll really get to see, who's pretending and who's not, in the SEC. And I honestly think both teams are really, really, really good. And, there's potential for them to see each other at the end of the road here, too.
Yeah, it's going to be the college game day game of the week. That game will kick off at 3:30 on ABC. And, we kind of this does not necessarily separate or does not make you top dog in the SEC right away, but it'll be one of the biggest wins of the early season for whichever side wins. And, for Georgia, it'd kind of be status quo of, hey, they're, looked at as one of the best teams in the SEC. But for Tennessee, who hasn't beaten Georgia in a decade since their Hail Mary back in 2016, it would be a pretty defining win for that program that has finally gotten over the Alabama hump, beating them 2 out of the last 3 years. But Georgia's still been an issue for them. And last year, Nico came into Sanford and they didn't do that great of a job, and Georgia won that game. So, this would be a huge, huge win for Josh Heupel if he can pull that off Saturday.
Yeah, most definitely. And then on the other side, you've got Georgia trying to regain momentum, right? You've got Gunnar Stockton. We were talking about how all offseason no one's talking about Georgia. And, for me at least, I think that's exactly where Kirby wants to be. And this is the type of game where Kirby, and Georgia would, burst onto the scene and be like, oh, wait, hold on. Georgia's, exactly where they were. And sleeping giant and Gunnar Stockton driving his old pickup truck. We think that's awesome. I think, the kid is dripping Georgia quarterback, I think, with the old pickup and just the mannerisms being from way out in the sticks and everything. Everything seems to be lining up for Georgia this year. The stars are starting to align. I think they got to get a big win in Tennessee to, maybe, it's got to be, a touchdown or two for people to be like, whoa, here they are.
Sure.
But I still think it's going to be a close game. Both teams, obviously, uber talented.
So, Tennessee pretty thrilled with how Joey Aguilar's played so far. And UCLA, it's not off to the hottest start for Nico, and we'll see if that improves. But if you need something to watch late at night, because that's typically when UCLA is playing, you can see how the Nico experiment's going on out there.
Big Ten after dark.
That's right. It's what it's become now.
Right. I know it feels weird, but I'm glad they still have the late kicks. You need something to watch between the hours of 10 and midnight, if you will.
You absolutely do. We'll get more into what Coach Beamer had to say in his presser a little bit earlier on. Coming up in hour number 3, it is the halftime show presented by the Men's Clinic of South Carolina here on The Game. Welcome back in. Hour number 3. It is the halftime show presented by the Men's Clinic of South Carolina. Tyler Head, Joe Machika, Kale Wilson hanging out with you on your Tuesday on the game. Again, right about an hour ago, we heard from Coach Beamer as he, gave his thoughts on what happened on Saturday and started looking ahead to Vanderbilt. One thing that you and I both commented on when we heard it a little while ago was what he had to say about offensive line communication. And this will be cut number 6, Kale. I won't lie to you. This does concern me a little bit. Here's what Coach Beamer had to say in reference to how his O-line was communicating Saturday night over at Williams-Brice Stadium.
Yeah, no, it's concerning. You're right. We're going to be in a lot more louder environments for our offense when we're on the field than what we were on Saturday night. So, yeah, it's certainly, concerning. It's not necessarily overblown. I talked about it, it's a little overblown in my opinion. There was one play that, two words that sounded similar that, to me, there's not a reason to get them mixed up, but we got them mixed up. So certainly, I think it starts with just everyone being louder, Lenoris talking louder, Boaz talking louder as the center, making calls, and then us as coaches looking at, okay, if there's things that could be confusing, which I don't think there are. I mean, every offense in America has a lot of terminology and words that may sound alike, but we've certainly got to look at it and make sure that we're operating efficiently as an offense and defense too, from a communication standpoint, because we got the same thing. We got a lot of words on defense that maybe sound the same, and it sure as heck's going to be loud, and we don't need one guy to think he's doing one thing and another guy doing another. But it's the same calls we've had for multiple years now that I've been the head coach, and don't think it's an issue, but certainly we don't want to bury our head in the sand and look the other way either.
I think when you look at how the offensive line played on Saturday night, hearing now they had communication issues, that would back up what we saw. Again, that's really concerning because that was a home game.
Right.
Willie B was not completely packed out. The crowd is supposed to be the quietest when you're on offense.
Yeah.
So when you do go to Baton Rouge, when you do go to Ole Miss, A&M, like, whoo, buddy. If you hadn't figured those things out by then, you're in trouble.
I was going to say, that's not really a good issue that is to have leak out, right?
Yeah.
Especially at this point in the year. I don't know. I guess in response to this, I'd like to see Lenore Sellers do some Peyton Manning, like where you're flapping the arms, tell your own.
Tell your nothing else, right?
Right. Tell your own crowd to, be quiet. Like, I get it. There's energy in the building. It's a big drive and stuff like that.
But like at the same time, I don't think it's on the faults of the crowd.
No, absolutely
It's on you for not communicating well enough. And like, Sellers is a soft-spoken kind of guy.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's given up and given the impassioned locker room speech, but man, we need you to yell. Like, this Saturday, I hope I can hear it from the stands, right? If I'm in Williams-Brice Stadium, I want to be able to hear you and what you're communicating with your offensive line to make sure it's loud enough.
Yeah, most definitely. And, you should be able to hear it, first couple, 3, 4, 5 rows at the very least. But, yeah, again, it's just a communication thing. I think, the fan base should be relieved. It's that, right? And the fact that it's just the volume of their communication, not necessarily, a capability thing or ability thing, right? So I think that's good news. You hope that they can change it up. I know it's somewhat hard to change up a whole call within the middle of the week, but again, if they sound similar, like you should be able to, find something that doesn't sound like any of your other calls and stick it on there and be good with it. So I don't know. It could be a lingering issue, but I think if they can find a way to fix it, especially at home too, just be louder. Yeah. They can right the ship pretty quickly.
You definitely need to figure this out before you start going on the road 2 weeks from now against Missouri. And Missouri's not the most raucous environment in the SEC, but it's going to be louder when you're on offense than it was the other night. You know what I mean? Because that fan base will be trying to affect you. So you got to figure that out this week and get that all taken care of before Vanderbilt this upcoming weekend. Now, my thing with the offensive line, and again, I hate that it's been such a consistent issue for at least my entire time here, and certainly, Beamer's entire tenure, is I hope continuity helps, right? And as Beamer alluded to multiple times in that press conference, you were starting a true freshman at left guard in Shed Surratt. You know what I mean? That's always going to have some issues because, again, you're taking a level up, playing college football for the first time. You don't expect that guy to go out there and be an All-American right out the gate. You need help around him, which you got a guy in Josiah Thompson in his second year and a Boaz Stanley next to him who has played a lot of college football that, those guys in a way, probably have to pick up the slack a little bit, which, you know, you want the workload to be distributed across the offensive line evenly, but I think everybody understands when you have a freshman like, hey, may need to lean over, help this guy a little bit as he comes along.
Yeah, absolutely, Tyler. And as is the case, I guess, with the first 2 weeks of the season, right, you're still going to be playing Yahtzee with some position groups, right? And you're not going to have, you know, your starters locked in at every single spot, and bumps and bruises happen and stuff like that. But when you have that revolving door of different guys coming in and you know, injuries and stuff like that, it's going to be hard to, you know, get communication on track. Like, there's a certain comfortability level that you have with a guy next to you. And when that guy comes in the game, like, you know, if he wasn't repping out beforehand, you know, like there's going to be, I guess, a gap, or you're not going to feel as comfortable. You're going to feel like you're going to need to, you know, go out of your way to make sure communication's established and, you know, be on your P's and Q's, which again doesn't allow comfortability and again forces the game to not slow down.
And when you're having communication issues as well, I think that also explains the pre-snap penalties that you had. You had 4 false starts in the game. One of them was an illegal snap, but still the same thing. Like, those are kind of things, especially at home, that should not be happening, because you should have the clearest communication of any games that you're going to play, but that does kind of check out as to why that happened. And again, those things are inexcusable, right? Those are things that shouldn't be happening, things you definitely need to clean up, because you're already struggling enough on offense. You don't need to put yourself 5 yards further behind the 8 ball, you know, at the start of drives, in the middle of drives, or whatever.
Right, absolutely, Tyler. And this is one of the things that, you know, I want to see from 16, from Lenoris, to really step up and you know, put this issue to bed, right? Like, it starts with the quarterback communicating and everything. Like, you know, be the leader in that room to make sure that this ship gets righted and the communication issue is squashed before Vanderbilt, because you're going to need it. It's going to be a raucous environment. It's going to be a lot more people in the stands, or a lot more than last week at least. There's not going to be, knock on wood here, there's not going to be a weather delay, or as we know of yet, right? But so, you know, it's going to be wall to wall. It's your first SEC, you know, opponent of the year, and this fan base is certainly ready for it. So squash the communication issue this week, so that way it doesn't leak into, you know, the rest of the year.
And as Beamer alluded to, you're taking on the best opponent you've seen so far. Again, Virginia Tech was a Power 4 team, not trending towards being a great Power 4 team. SC State, as hard as they played, and credit to them, it's still an FCS opponent. Like, this Vanderbilt team, and look, I like I said about Mississippi State earlier, I don't expect this team to be in the mix for the, you know, conference championship or college football playoff, but if you told me that Vanderbilt could end up going like 8-4 this year and finishing like 6th in the standings, I'd believe that, which is a lot better than a lot of Vanderbilt teams have been in years past. So you're going to have your work cut out for you this year, and, you know, as he alluded to in his press conference as well, you've got a very special quarterback on the other side that can make you pay. Now, again, you rest in a lot of confidence that your defense is going to be able to do their job, but as I brought up the trend earlier, the offense has scored only 17 points in 4 consecutive games for South Carolina. You need more than that to beat Vanderbilt, I feel like.
Yeah, most definitely, Tyler. You're going to need to score more than 17, and you're going to need your best effort against this Vanderbilt team. I think they're one of the better teams on your schedule at this point, like, especially with the way the rest of the SEC is kind of panned out. You know, they're not ranked coming into this one, right?
They are not.
No, again, so unranked coming into this one, but still, you know what Pavia and this team is capable of doing. Obviously, beat up on Virginia Tech last week, 34 unanswered points. It's not something to shake a stick at. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. It's not your daddy's Vanderbilt, as we're seeing, you know, with a lot of teams in the SEC, and not your daddy's Alabama, but certainly not your daddy's Vandy, right?
Yeah.
This is a new program under Clark Lee.
Well, and I think all of the next handful of opponents look a lot tougher than maybe you thought going into the year. Now, Vanderbilt, I think we had a pretty good idea because of what they did last year and all they returned and all that kind of stuff. So they're probably about as challenging as you thought they were going to be. But, like, man, Missouri, who looked great against Kansas in their comeback over the weekend, maybe looks tougher than you thought. And then Kentucky, again, they looked awful in week 1 in a win against Toledo, but they gave Ole Miss all they could handle on Saturday out there in Lexington. So even that doesn't look like maybe the cakewalk that people thought it was going to be.
Right, absolutely. And again, these are games where, you know, you have to play disciplined, right? You're the better football team if everything goes right, but, you know, you have to you know, get on your P's and Q's, right? You can't let the little things slip, because that is how a team like Kentucky or Missouri beat you, right? It's just by them, running the football and doing the little things right where, you overlook that, and then next thing you know, you're chasing a lead in the second half and you can't recover. So these are the teams that, you got to watch out for, really got to be disciplined and take care of business and really play your style of football if you want to come away with a win.
Yeah, so again, that's what we're looking forward to this upcoming weekend, 7:45 kick. Which you can listen to right here on the game pregame coverage starting at 2:30 Saturday afternoon with Gamecocks Game Day with myself and Terry Ford over at Jay's Corner at the corner of Rosewood and Bluff there, just around the corner from the stadium. We'll dive back into some more general college football stuff coming up next. What the heck is Oklahoma State going to do about Mike Gundy? They've got quite the dilemma on their hands. We'll dive into that coming up next. It is the halftime show presented by the Men's Clinic of South Carolina. It's our Joe Machika, Cale Wilson on your Tuesday here in another game. All right, welcome back in. Halftime show presented by the Men's Clinic of South Carolina. Tyler Head, Joe Machika, Kale Wilson, along with you here on your Tuesday on the game. Joe, what is your opinion of Mike Gundy?
I think he's awesome. He's a dying breed in college football, and I think it's unfortunate the way that he's kind of going up in smoke and at OK State.
He is one of the most interesting personalities the sport's ever seen.
Yes.
In an era where we accuse a lot of coaches of being vanilla, being very boring, very basic, and not telling us anything, he's the exact opposite. He was lifting his shirt in his presser last week, showing us his stomach and nipples, because of course he was. That's just Mike Gundy. He's always entertaining, and look, he's a good football coach too. He's had a lot of success in his time at Oklahoma State. I believe 8 10-win seasons. Big 12 championships, big bowl games. They never quite got into that level of the national championship or college ball playoff, but they've always kind of been flirting just below that line. But the past couple years, or past year and a half now, things haven't gone well. Last year, 3-9, ended their 18-year bowl streak. And this season's obviously gotten off to a rough start by getting just demolished by Oregon this past weekend, 69-3, in a game that Dan Lanning and his players took personally, right? And Mike Gundy wasn't necessarily taking shots at Oregon. He was just more saying, hey, here's the difference between where our program is and where theirs is. I think it was more of softening the blow for his own fan base because, he's not dumb. He probably is like, this is going to be ugly this weekend. I don't want people to be shocked by it kind of thing. And again, when you watch how they played, you're not surprised with how thorough of a beatdown that was. I think Oregon could have put up 100 points on them if they truly wanted to. But it is crazy to see how far things have fallen in such a short time. And here's Mike Gundy over the weekend talking about the message to his fans after that embarrassment on Saturday.
Well, my message to the fans is to stay with us. I mean, that's what we do. It's in our alma mater. It's loyal and true. The one thing I can say is I understand they get frustrated. Fans get frustrated. People get frustrated. I don't get frustrated, but I don't like it. Okay, so there's different ways to handle adversity. But people outside the program get frustrated. I get that. I understand. It's just part of competitive athletics. The one thing I can say is this: they'll work hard, and 2 weeks from now they're going to come out and play hard. That part I'm fairly sure, and we would love for them to come out and support their team, and we'll try to do our part. But there's no doubt that that group in there is disappointed in what happened today. I guarantee you that.
So here's the dilemma for Mike Gundy, because what he said last week was true. They don't have the resources. They don't have the NIL and all that kind of stuff that a lot of these other programs do. And I think it's made that much worse when, a program within your own conference in Texas Tech is taking the NIL world by storm by spending perhaps more than a lot of programs, if not all of them, going into this upcoming season. So it's a case of, okay, is there a possible way to get Gundy the resources he needs? Or is it just like, well, his coaching style doesn't fit this era, let's move on from him and bring somebody else in, though you don't know if somebody else can be able to be nearly as successful as he was.
Right, absolutely, Tyler. I think he's so old style. It's getting to the question, maybe you do bring somebody else in. It feels very Jay Wright almost to me, where he just kind of it kind of gives a crap about recruiting and kind of cares about everything else, but he's just frustrated with himself about how the game's going, how the landscape of college football is going and everything, and how I'm sure how he hasn't done his due diligence to keep Oklahoma State where it needs to be, and those frustrations are valid. A lot of coaches share the same ones, but it's no reason to kind of just let the Oklahoma State kind of fade into nothingness, right? From a national standpoint. So I don't know. He's going nowhere fast, taking the program nowhere fast. So I think they might have to move on, as much as I love Mike Gundy.
So his current deal, they would owe him $15 million at the end of this year if they were to fire him. And for a school that obviously is struggling from the financial standpoint when it comes to NIL, right, would they be able to scrounge that up? Like, I know we think about coach firings where money's just a number, right? And like, oh, yeah, they can find that under the couch somewhere. But that's not always the case. And some programs are better equipped to do that than others. I have no doubt that Florida will be able to scrounge up Billy Napier's buyout because they pretty much did it a year ago and didn't have to use it. But like, I don't know if Oklahoma State's going to be able to do that same kind of thing. They may be in a situation where they have to keep hanging on to him because they don't really have any other choice unless he just decides to retire, which I don't think is going to happen. Right. But again, when you look at the NIL era, it's been a steady progression downward for Oklahoma State. Now, they still had a couple good seasons a few years ago, but last year was a hard drop off, and this year's not looking a whole lot better.
Yeah, absolutely. And it stinks, like, when you're losing in the NIL era, it's going to be really, really, really hard to raise funds. And as somebody as stubborn and I guess as old style as Mike Gundy, like, if things aren't going exactly his way, like, it's going to be hard to, again, raise the funds that you need to compete in today's day and age. And, you know, I also, going back to your point about Oregon and Dan Lanning, like, I don't think Gundy was necessarily poking the bear at Lanning and Oregon, but they certainly took it that way. I mean, they were running trick plays and reverses, and, I mean, it was ridiculous. Like, that game could have very easily just, been 42-3, and they could have run the ball out as we've seen, many times. But Dan Lanning kept going.
Every good coach uses whatever they can as bulletin board material. Right? Like every coach has to have that Michael Jordan mindset where you almost make up things of like, oh, hey, what was it in The Last Dance where he said that guy didn't say hi to him at dinner? And they're like, that happened. He's like, no, I made it up, but it motivated me for that next game. Like those kind of things, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, Dan Lanning, because Gundy was talking about the Oregon program, and he was able to make that, hey, he's talking about us, talking about our family here. Let's go out there and show him, which, my God, watching just the highlights of that game, it didn't look like Oklahoma State belonged on the same field as Oregon. Like, it was that one-sided. So if I'm an Oklahoma State fan, I don't have a lot of optimism of what's coming next.
No, Dan Lanning did a really good job of getting Mike Gundy's point across, right? If you will, and softening or making the blow extra hard, if you will. I don't know if Gundy was able to soften it at all, but they emptied the bag, and it was a good selling point too for Dan Lanning. Like, I'm sure he was able to flip that and turn it around to the boosters and be like, oh no, like he was talking about how bad, like, we're going to show you exactly what you're paying for.
Well, and I almost wonder how the response to that is from a financial standpoint, where everybody's like, my God, we looked that bad. Okay, yeah, we need to pony up some funds to make this better. But is there still that belief that Gundy is the right guy to do it, I think is the biggest question here. And Oklahoma State's in such a unique situation because, again, there's never been a more successful coach than Mike Gundy in the history of Oklahoma State football. Like, he is Oklahoma State football at the end of the day, and that's not typically somebody you just cut bait with in the middle of the season. Like, you give them opportunities, and, I kind of equated it to, like, Georgia with Mark Richt. Because, again, he was there for 15 years. They averaged 9 wins a year and had really good teams. The last year he was there, they won 10 games, but they just couldn't get to that championship level, which is what Georgia was trying to do. So they had the, like, he's fired, but we're also like shaking hands on the way out type of thing. So I almost kind of wonder if like that would be Gundy's fate. We're like, hey, we don't want to fire you. We don't really want you back. Like, can we make this look better than it really is?
Yeah, absolutely. I would think that would be the fate for Gundy, right? He's played quarterback at the school. Again, Oklahoma State is really holding on to the one guy that would know that place inside and out. And I think, like, as you do in college football, like, it's really easy to bring in an outsider and have him be like, all right, put on this culture and be fine. And sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. Look at Billy Napier in Florida. Like, not really about the culture, just more about, the blue-bloodedness of Florida and everything, and look how that's going. So I think you have to hold on to it as much as you can in college football nowadays. And, is Gundy about the culture nowadays? Like, has he lost the locker room yet? Like, that's another question, too. It's like, is he, just as, like, disgruntled with the fans as he is, with the boosters and everything else, too?
My thing here is if you did move on from Mike Gundy and you went out and hired God knows who, how attractive is this job, right? Because every coach that goes to especially a Power 4 school, your first question to be asked is, hey, what's our resource situation? How's our NIL? Because you're going to have to compete with everybody else if you want to, build a good roster and stuff like that. And if Mike Gundy's not able to drum up enough support with that kind of stuff? What makes you think that you, somebody that's not been in this program before, is going to be able to do better than that? It may become an unattractive type of job where, like, I know people look at like the Glenn Schumans and stuff, which is Georgia's, defensive coordinator, and guys like that are as like hey, here's the next hotshot coordinators that are going to have their opportunities to be head coaches. But I don't know if I would take that job if I were them.
No, I don't necessarily know if you want it from a new head coach standpoint. If Oklahoma State's going to revitalize things, they're going to bring in somebody who's done it before, right? Somebody who's kind of seen it and needs like a facelift, if you will, like maybe a Gus Malzahn or something. Like, and even then,
I don't think Gus wants to be a head coach again. I think he's content with calling plays.
Right, exactly, and he's having pretty good success at it too. But I don't know, like, so I think the next direction for Oklahoma State football is going the established route. But then you hope that guy can turn it around, and I don't know. I think the right guy can turn that program around. It's just going to be a little bit because and if Gundy, this could be him leaving too. Like I'm sure the fan base is tired of him. I guess running his mouth and nothing happening because of it.
Maybe
he is Mike Gundy.
Sure,
and brought a lot to that program. Everything that is Oklahoma State football at this point. But yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how it all ends. Like, is he going to get run out of town, or is it going to be the administration being like, we got to win some football games, and he just being like, no.
Again, I think in a lot of cases it's very easy to look at and say, oh, well, they're just going to fire the guy and it's going to be over and done with. But this one's different. This one's a little more complicated than that, and I don't know how Oklahoma State plays it because, again, there's no guaranteed success on either side of the coin, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you knew for sure, hey, if we just fire this guy and bring somebody else new in, we can reset everything and we'll be fine going forward. There's no guarantee on that. Like, I'm intrigued to see how this plays out because I don't know which way to lean towards this.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you, Tyler. I mean, personally, like, I want Mike Gundy to be the coach at Oklahoma State forever.
He's great for the sport,
right?
From
really
a content perspective,
right? Absolutely. It's not many coaches or head coaches in college football that still have a mullet.
Yeah.
Like, so very Oklahoma State, very southern, right? Like,
by the way, have you seen the theories on that being a wig?
That's crazy. No, I've not heard the theories of that being a wig. Like, I'm sure are some.
I've stumbled across that recently, and like I don't believe it necessarily, but I can see where people may draw that conclusion because it almost looks too perfect, right?
Right. Yeah. And I mean, I get it. Like, it's fashion, I guess. To my it's very Mike Gundy. Like, they're very recognizable by his mullet, if you will, and a signature of his. But yeah, I don't know. I hope he's at Oklahoma State for a while. Good for the sport, as you mentioned, and just a character. We need more characters in college football nowadays. Even though there always will be, but the more the better.
We'll see. It's definitely rough times out there in Stillwater as of right now. We'll hit some headlines from the NFL's first full week coming up next as we continue on with hour number 3. It is the Halftime Show presented by the Men's Clinic for South Carolina here in your Tuesday on the Game. Welcome back in. It is the halftime show presented by the Men's Clinic of South Carolina. Tyler Head, Joe Machika, Cale Wilson hanging out with you on your Tuesday here on The Game. Getting back into some NFL stuff. Again, the Vikings mount their comeback and beat the Bears last night on Monday Night Football to wrap up week number 1. The Bills have an incredible comeback in the last couple minutes to beat the Ravens. And John Harbaugh continues this reputation of blowing a lot of fourth quarter leads. I've now seen the graphic, the thing that people make where they have all the scoreboards of certain games, like, hey, they had this lead with 2 minutes to go, they lost this game, and it's starting to pile up. John Harbaugh, which again, he's been coaching for a very, very long time. I guess he's now the longest tenured coach in the NFL now that
Most
Belichick is gone. So again, that makes sense that he would have a lot of those scenarios. But again, the freshest one is certainly significant with with Sunday night and again not being able to run the clock off a lot. Derrick Henry fumbling the football and just kind of collapsing in those last couple minutes offensively and defensively.
Yeah, I mean, what a football game it was Sunday night. I mean, you had two of the best quarterbacks in the league, Josh Allen, LaMarvelous Jackson, going at it. Really good treat there on Sunday night. We were witness to a scoregami too, of all things.
They still haven't tweeted about. Have you seen that?
Right, yeah.
I don't know what happened.
Account.
Which they tweeted about last night's game,
right?
Which wasn't a scoregami, but people are like, hey, you missed the one scoregami of opening weekend. What's wrong?
Right. Yeah, I don't know if somewhere in their records they don't have it or something like that. So
it's just like a bot, right?
Right. Yeah, I think it is just a bot. So maybe there is a 41-40 somewhere in that.
Well, there's
records.
There's no other record of it, but still they would typically, no matter what, at the end of a game, they say, hey, here's final score. If it's not a scoregami, it's happened X number of times. Last time was this date and between these two teams.
Yeah.
Like, we got nothing.
No, yeah, I know. I don't know what's up with it, but yeah, a big scoregami there. And yeah, I don't know. Big game on Sunday night. Really fun to watch for sure. Big eventful weekend in the NFL.
You almost wonder, like, man, we still got 17 more weeks of this in the regular season, plus playoffs. Is there going to be any game that's better than that? Because that might have been game of the year right off the jump.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you, Tyler. Probably not. Like, I don't know. We might get a freaky, Monday or Thursday night game that goes really deep. But I don't know. The way that the schedule's set up, and those are two of the best teams in the league.
They are.
I expect that to happen. Those type of games to happen in the playoffs.
Well, and we know that Baltimore and the Ravens will inevitably play each other again in the playoffs to see who the right to lose to the Chiefs this year is going to be, because that's just what happens.
Yeah, most definitely. Every year, Tyler, it seems like, and the Chiefs had a good, not great showing down there in Brazil, losing to the Chargers, but I mean, they were still the Chiefs. They're going to get everyone back from suspension or whatever the heck. I mean, Rashee Rice is suspended. They've got a couple guys hurt, but once Mahomes starts to get some more weapons around him, they're going to be the same old Chiefs, and we'll also be tired of hearing about them.
Well, last year they had the ball bounce their way a lot in those tight games they kept playing. That luck to me only lasts so long. And look, I think the Chargers are going to be really, really good this year. So there's no shame in losing that game by any means. But I'm interested to see how good the Chiefs look coming off of a disappointing year last year, quote unquote.
Yeah, absolutely, Tyler. It's going to be, we'll have to see, again, the Chiefs. I still think it's the Chiefs of old, right? Like, it's still Andy Reid, it's still Patrick Mahomes, it's still Travis Kelce. So I'm not going to, put the cart before the horse. But again, I think, there's still, this might be the year for Buffalo. Like, I mean, it's the year that no one's talking about, oh, is this the year for him, right? Like,
well, because it's almost become like a joke now.
True.
We've been saying this for like the past 5 years, and they haven't gotten over the hump of, winning the championship and getting the Super Bowl yet.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think too, like there's the element of you need that almost too. It's like, oh, is this going to be their year? Like you look at, Rory McIlroy and the Masters, like everyone was like, it's like, all right, when's he going to do it? When's he going to do it? And as soon as the, I guess talk kind of died down or if you will, he did it. So I don't know, maybe it's the Bills' year, maybe it's the Ravens. who knows? I don't know. The Bengals were another, interesting team. A lot of, people were like, all right, we're ready to have the Bengals back. They didn't look great.
They still won. It was the Browns.
Win. Right, yeah, got the win, but didn't look great. I mean, Joe Burrow was running for his life, and granted, Browns still have Myles Garrett, and there were a couple of those design blitzes. And everything that Cleveland is known for and whatnot. But I don't know. There's a lot to take from this week, but certainly the best game of the weekend was on Sunday night. And as we alluded to, or as I mentioned earlier in the show, I saw a tweet that was like, we were, treated to a heck of a football game and 2 awesome quarterbacks Sunday night. And then we get to Monday night and we see J.J. McCarthy seeing ghosts on blitzes. And then we also see Caleb Williams turning into Joe Milton. It's crazy.
Yeah. One game that I was particularly excited about on Sunday was Lions and Packers.
Yep.
Again, another NFC North showdown there. Packers looked good, looked strong, and they're a lot of people's trendy pick to win the Super Bowl now, especially that they have Micah Parsons. Lions, man, didn't look great. Again, you lost your coordinators in Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn to head coaching jobs. There in Chicago and with the Jets. And, sometimes it is those coordinators that make those teams as special as they are. And you looked at what Ben Johnson had done with Jared Goff these past couple of years. Remember, he was thought of as damaged goods when the Lions got him because they obviously traded the deal with the Rams that sent Stafford to the Rams where they won the Super Bowl. And everybody in Lions country is like, oh, man, we got Jared Goff. This guy's been since he's been in the league. But Ben Johnson's helped revitalize him and make him last couple of years into one of the better quarterbacks in the league. And it's just a one-game sample size. But you almost kind of wonder, like, man, how successful can he be without Ben Johnson now?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we saw a little bit of that. It certainly led to my optimism for the Bears last night. As I watched, the Packers and the Lions play, it's like, well, this Lions team looks gutted, right? Of just they were gutted of their 2 coordinators, Ben Johnson and their DC, but they look like a different team almost. There wasn't the same, kind of flying around, same kind of swagger that a team would normally have when they know they have the advantage in the X's and O's, and you just didn't see that. And granted, all credit to the Packers, too. I don't think Jordan Love looked that good or as good as people thought. But, this defense is something to be reckoned with. Even with, Parsons playing, kind of banged up, kind of hurt, he's still drawing half the attention of the offensive line and, allowing the guys next to him to get to the quarterback at a ridiculous rate. So it'll be interesting. I think Dan Campbell should be able to write it. I don't know if they're going to have the X's and O's advantage as much as they did as last year, but if anyone's going to rewrite the energy, it's going to be Dan Campbell.
Every team has windows, right? And you have some organizations like the Chiefs whose window stays open for a very long time that can lead them into multiple championships and multiple Super Bowls. I think, and we alluded to this earlier, where Dan Campbell talked about it, you looked at what the Lions did last year. Because the year before, when they finally won a playoff game, it was the cute story of the NFL. And like, man, this team that's been a lovable loser for a long time finally broke through and did something they hadn't done in a very, very long time. Good for them. And then last year to back it up and be legitimately like the best team in the NFC, you thought, hey, this is the year they could really make a run of the Super Bowl. And then to get bounced, in the divisional round? It's like, oh, yikes. And as Campbell said afterwards, that could have been our window. And you look at the week 1 performance, it's like, hey, maybe he was right. Now, again, there's a lot of football left to be played, and they can turn it around. But, you really look at last year as such a wasted opportunity with how good that team was, knowing that Ben Johnson was likely going to be gone after this year, taking a coordinator job or taking a head coaching job. Maybe that was their window closing.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see, Tyler. I mean, I think there is some aspect of this window closing, and I mean that's the nature of pro sports too. As much as you were rooting for the Lions and them being awful, certainly as I was growing up, not winning a game that one season, and being able to go back to where they are now, it's certainly a 180 or a 360, if you will. But yeah, I don't know. It's we'll have to see what happens. I think Dan Campbell's the guy to get this the energy. It feels like almost Kalen DeBoer at Alabama without all the previous success, right?
Sure.
Like where you were, different coaches, stuff like that. Like you're kind of sitting at the point where you could either go, skyrocketing, right, and be better than you were before, or you're going to take a big dip. And as we're seeing the Lions taking a big dip, we'll have to see how far it goes for them.
By the way, how old were you during that 2008-16 season?
8 years old, Tyler.
Okay, you're not as young as I thought. I was 12.
Right, yeah. So that's what, that 0-13 season, I mean, I had friends that were Lions fans, or we didn't, I guess, know they were Lions fans during that season, right? Kind of closeted, if you will. Like everyone was just, everyone around the Midwest was, anti-Lions, or hey, look at the Lions, look how bad they are. They were kind of the butt end of the joke for a while.
Sure.
And now not so much. Dan Campbell is certainly fighting to keep relevancy alive there in Detroit.
Again, a lot of football will be played, but some observations for week number 1 in the NFL season. We'll come back. We'll wrap up the hour. We might be able to crown Hater of the Year for one specific Missouri fan. We'll dive into that coming up next. It is the Halftime Show presented by the Men's Clinic for South Carolina here on The Game. All right, welcome back in. It is the halftime show presented by the Men's Clinic of South Carolina. Tyler Head, Joe Machika, Kale Wilson wrapping up the day before we hand things over to Jay and Terry for the post-game show. I know you've been waiting to talk about this.
All day, Tyler.
I think we might be able to crown Hater of the Year after only 2 weeks of college football, as on Saturday, the border war was reignited between Kansas and Missouri for the first time in football since 2011, which was the last year that Missouri was a member of the Big 12 Conference. They met in Como, and Missouri was able to mount the comeback win against Kansas. Well, during one of the media timeouts, they had a kicking competition where a fan was allowed to attempt a 45-yard field goal for a shot at $25,000. I've never seen a kicking competition that far back.
Right.
A lot of times you'll have people like extra point, maybe 20 or 30 yards, like
30,
because
35.
that in and of itself was hard enough. The chances of your average person kicking a 45-yard field goal that a lot of college kickers can't make, it's like next to zero, right? Like you're almost saying there's no way this is going to happen. They may as well put the pot up to $1 million because I'd very safely guarantee not many, if anybody, would be able to make that out of the stands.
Yeah, very little people are going to make a 45-yard field goal, Tyler. So I've been waiting to talk about this because of what the guy did in reaction of it. This guy knew exactly what he was getting into, but
he did. So his name was Carter R.A. or something like that. But as he's lining up for the kick, he lifts his shirt to reveal that he had painted FKU on his chest, and instead of kicking at the upright, he turns and kicks at Kansas's sidelines as like a, hey, I don't like you type of thing, and basically wastes his opportunity to make that money. So there's a follow-up story on kansascity.com where he's quoted as saying, I was like, okay, no one's making that kick ever. So when I went back into the bedroom, I told my wife, Laura, I was like, I'm not kicking it towards the end zone, into the end. I'm going to kick it directly at the Kansas bench. And I just really wanted to send a message. The message was, I hate you more or less. And the state and the team disgust me, and a lot of Missouri fans and a lot of Missouri fans, and that meant more to me than any type of money prize at the end. So he basically gave up his opportunity at a lot of money just to spite KU.
Right. Tyler, this is what college football is all about to me, right? This guy is an amputee, number 2.
Yep.
Like that.
He was on the Olympic wheelchair basketball team years ago.
Yeah, so there are layers and layers and layers to this story, but at the very root of it, it is just good old-fashioned hate, right? Like reigniting a rivalry between Missouri and Kansas, which I think needs to be around for a while. Missouri's got, like, Missouri and Arkansas and Missouri and Kansas are 2 really fun rivalries that they need to play every year, up there in Missouri. But yeah, so I don't know. I think it's what college football is all about, right? Showing spite. Kansas certainly didn't see it coming. Like in the video, you see like players like looking over. It's like, who the heck is this guy? Like, what is this guy? Who does this guy think he is? And this guy is walking towards them, shirt up, like not backing down at all. And yeah, just it's what college football really is all about, like fandom and hatred towards another school, all done in I guess a playful, fun matter. Like, this guy's awesome, Tyler.
So if you were lining up for a kick at Williams-Brice Stadium for, let me up the pot, let me say $100,000. If I said you could make, I'll make it easier, a 30-yard field goal, but you saw Dabo Swinney and Clemson on the other sideline, would you intentionally blow your opportunity at $100,000 just to emphasize how much you don't like them?
Yeah, probably, Tyler.
You would give that up?
30 yards is still deep, dude. Like, I don't know how strong you think my leg is, but I'm not making a 30-yard. 25, sure, maybe. Like, but
so okay, where's your line? If 25 is makeable and 30 isn't?
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. Like, you got to give me a little bit more makeable field goal, and I don't know. $100,000 is a lot of money too.
I'm not going to put you. I'm not going to put you at the extra point line.
Right.
I'll say
absolutely.
That much.
No, and I can make an extra point. I'm almost positive I can make an extra point. But again, 25, 27, 28. I don't know. 30 yards is a little daunting. Like, you got to carry a decent amount of yardage there.
So you've seen from the Pat McAfee kicking competition, there's been a lot of people, and I forget how long that field goal is. It is super long, but the average person has been able to make some of these kicks that you wouldn't have thought they'd be able to. So, like, again, I'm making it reasonable at 30 yards, but you would still blow that for a chance to kick the ball at Dabo Swinney?
Yeah, I don't know. Dabo's a little different too. I'd say you chalk up maybe like a Tennessee or a Florida or a Georgia, different SEC. You know, I don't know, a coach that has been spiting, South Carolina. Yeah, I think you may be, because then you go down as a legend forever, right? Like,
okay.
That guy's that clip is gonna be replayed every time Missouri plays Kansas. I feel like, and so he's gonna go down as a legend, standing for his his school, and doing it in such a legendary fashion. I don't. Nobody can really. I mean, that guy will never have to pay for a drink in Como again.
He may have to specify who he is, and then he won't have to pay for it. But because you can't really see his face.
Maybe
in the video.
tattoo FKU on your chest,
or at least have the T-shirt like, "Hey, I was the guy that did the thing against KU."
Right.
Then maybe you wouldn't have to pay for drinks anymore.
Still, at the very least, the guy is a legend, and will go down in SEC lore too. We need more guys like him.
It is why we love college football, this beautifully weird sport that we all love so much. That'll do it for the halftime show. Coming up next, post-game show with Jay and Terry on your Tuesday on the Game. Time ahead for the mortgage guru, Jacob Crowder, and First Palmetto Bank. Jacob Crowder is the mortgage guru, and if you're looking for a one, he has you covered. He has helped so many 107.5 Game listeners and can help you too. And we at the Game personally recommend him. Owned and operated right here in the Midlands, Jacob has local decision makers, which means quick and precise processing and underwriting. If you're looking to make a move, give Jacob a call at 803-719-1005 or email him at jcrowder@firstpalmetto.com. Interest rates have stabilized, as well as local housing markets, and now is a good time to buy a house as any. Jacob and First Palmetto Bank have products to help home buyers, and if you're considering building a home, they have no-nonsense construction loans that fit your needs. Give Jacob a call, again at 803-719-1005. His MLS number is 198432. First Palmetto Bank is a member of FDIC and an equal housing lender.
All right, it's 3 o'clock on a Tuesday afternoon. Welcome aboard the post-game show alongside Cale Wilson. I'm Jay Phillips. Hey, unmute him.
No, it's
Cale.
good.
There we go. Now we got him. Ryan Brewer in the house for Brews Day. I think Terry Ford is here.
I saw him.
I heard him. I didn't see him. I heard him speaking with you. I was too busy playing Avengers Pinball.
Yeah, he's here.
Okay.
Then he just left.
Yeah, and he just.
I think he forgot what he was doing.
Yeah, I don't know if he just figured that was maybe that was the gig for the day.
Yeah, we had a quick meeting, quick powwow about the show, and then he said, "All right, see you next Tuesday."
All right. Well, that's good. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Good to see you. Yeah. How you feeling?
I feel good. I mean, it's I don't know. You want to go right into it?
Well, I don't know if that could be a personal question. That could be a Gamecock football question.
My
knees,
how your family's ankles. What do you want to talk about?
Well, we were talking about your weightlifting ventures and how you're basically prepared to feel nothing, literally, as you attempt to lift more weight. So, in that respect, are you feeling anything?
Yes, I have some feeling. Not a lot in my left arm, but I have some feeling.
That's good.
So
all right.
I'm working on that. So it's just some tingling. going down together, some nerve damaging.
Shane spoke today. We'll get into that. Elijah's going to join us a little bit later on, and we'll get more of his take on some of the player comments today as well. I know Tyler is working on some of that sound for us, too, as if Tyler doesn't do enough already. We need to get Tyler like a big, I don't know, something. Case of beer. Some pizzas.
He's got pinball out there, man.
Yeah. Well, unless we give him the pinball machine.
It's there. It's free to use.
so
you know what?
I'm thinking that's not enough.
Right. Well, it's
Tyler, you go make all the copies you want, man. That's what we should do. Just whatever you need.
Free copies.
Yeah. Just start.
It used to be a huge deal. It might still be here. I don't know if it is here.
Depending on the employee. Yeah. Okay. Depending on the employee, it's a deal. Now let's jump in.
Notary.
Huh?
You know? You have a notary in the building? Free notary?
I think we have a notary somewhere up there. All right, look. 2-0 is 2-0.
It is.
And it was really interesting that yesterday, across much of this radio station, it felt like Carolina
we got our ass kicked.
Had
what
lost.
I was hearing.
Yeah,
to be honest with you.
Well, there were some. There were, to be fair, there were some. Don't overdo it. It's fine. Everything is going to, and there was some of that. But I would say the let's call it 60-40 towards. I'm really nervous. I'm really scared. I'm 8 straight in conference.
That's about what I heard. I heard 90% of that.
Okay,
from bouncing in and out of the truck and stuff like that. But here's the deal. Coming into this, what were our question marks? Defense lost a ton.
Yep.
Special teams lost everyone.
Everybody.
And the O-line.
Yep.
And some running backs because who lost.
Yeah, what's going on? Yeah.
But one of those question marks haven't been answered. The other two have played fairly well.
Yes.
And has led up some big plays here and there. I said number 0 for South Carolina State. He's good.
But they've contained,
bend but don't break type stuff.
That's fine. I'm here for that. I'm here for that.
The other one is playing phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like you say, you don't hear about the snappers. You don't hear about the punters doing great. The kickers, no one's talking about them. That's usually a good thing.
Right.
Punt return's done okay.
He's no Ryan Brewer.
Can we get into that real quick? This is ridiculous.
Yes,
3 in a row.
It is.
And the one just having the knowledge, which I call the Ed Reed rule.
Okay, I like that.
When I was at Baltimore,
Terry will like that as well.
Yeah, when I was at Baltimore, I knew the rule ish.
Yeah,
but I wasn't. And this is weird. I wasn't brave enough to. Maybe because I didn't want to get yelled at by Coach Holtz to exploit the rule.
Right.
I've seen multiple people touch the ball and pull away, and I was like, what do I? And I was like, no, I'm gonna get yelled at.
Yeah.
Type deal. But Ed Reed, when we were there, he said, if anyone touches that ball and doesn't down it, I'm coming in hot. And if I don't come in hot, you better come in hot, and we can get whatever you want. So I don't care if you kick the ball out of the daggone end zone.
Yeah.
He says, we'll get the ball right back there.
Right.
I was like, oh yeah, this is gonna be. And how many times you've seen Ed Reed do that?
Right.
Just come in from behind and just take off. So the fact that Swain knows that and then to score on it is awesome. Like that was like the highlight. I was like, I'm done.
You're right.
I'm done with this. That was the best thing I've seen.
I
in so
ask
long.
you, with a smile on my face, I ask you a serious question. Are you more proud of his individual efforts, or are you more proud of how, on all 3 touchdowns, the guys in front of him have created these massive Mack truck drive-through lanes for him to run behind?
Yes. Blocking's been phenomenal. I'll give him that. And a part of it's the setup. It's the last 2, catch the ball, the guy's right on him, puts his one arm down on the ground, and that usually makes everyone lose their lane because they think he's down. They all take off towards the ball, and all of a sudden it's like, uh-oh, he's up.
Right.
Lanes are compromised, so now the right return's on, and it's just the blocking there is they didn't have to block anybody but the kicker.
Right.
And I felt bad for that guy.
He got trucked one time.
Yeah, so I mean,
that was actually, I was like, ooh.
And then the other one is the same
You think he's
deal.
okay? He seemed okay.
I think he was all right. I don't know. Probably not.
I don't think Ryan's worried
Yeah,
about
I'm
it.
not worried. I didn't lose a
you
ounce
hate
of sleep
everybody.
about
Yeah,
it.
we already talked about you hate everybody.
But then, then the one having the knowledge to go grab the ball after being touched, the same deal. The ball was touched. You had, 3-4 guys standing around it.
Yeah.
Everyone else is going there to, go, hey, high five. Uh-oh, here he comes.
Right.
So, the blocking was great, but they didn't really have to block anybody in this game.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
So, so I'm happy with what they're doing. They're not getting, caught flags or anything stupid that way, especially the first one he had in the first game. But I'm more happy with what he did on that second return of this game. I'm telling you, when he did that, I was like, holy crap.
Yeah.
I'm so like that.
That's the
you don't
football
see that.
IQ
The
stuff.
IQ just went up. And then hearing the interview about it with him, there I was like, this dude gets it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was funny with the interview. He's like, I knew it didn't matter. First thing he said, he goes, I knew it didn't matter if it would happen because it's going to be ours.
That's Terry Ford, by the way. Welcome aboard.
Hey, what's that?
Good to see you. How are you?
Yeah, figure I'd drop in and say, hey,
Yeah,
see what's
nice.
going on.
It's good. It's
Hey,
good.
what the heck?
Where's Kale? Did you kick Kale out or?
Yeah, Kale had to go home.
All right.
Kale's mom came to pick him up.
As
child labor laws have kicked in.
Yeah, can only stay here for so long.
Well, it's funny because I've known Kale's mom for like 30-something years.
I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah. So,
and we hired him anyway.
I know, right? No, listen, he wanted to work here, and despite knowing me, I think that's really the way to look at it.
Yeah, when Jay went, I know him. I go, well, skip that guy.
Yeah. But anyway, and did you send Tyler home yet?
Yeah, Tyler's gone.
All right, good.
Tyler was flying out of here, man.
Ryan and I did have a good idea where Ryan said Tyler could like just for yucks go play some pinball, and I was like, why don't we give him the pinball machine?
Might as well at this point.
I mean, that's what he needs. But then we told him he could make all the copies he wanted.
That's nice of you.
Yeah,
you're a hell of a man.
We're just making these kind of decisions here. All right, so on a scale of, I'll just go ahead and get this out of the way so that we can build upon it throughout the rest of the Brews Day hour here. Okay. Scale of 1 to 10, 8 straight conference games coming. Your level of confidence in what this team is supposed to be is
7.
Okay.
And it really comes down to just can they keep growing from this? Can they learn from them? Where they are. I'm happy we're at 2-0. If anyone's not happy with that, something's wrong.
Right, yeah, right.
I understand the whole we're not being able to get a push on the line right now in these 2 games. We had some missed assignments, which is fixable. We got some guys just getting beat, which is that the player or is that just again steps or whatever? But it goes down to it's not one person. Even the running backs made some mistakes blocking tight ends. So it's not one. So I think it's fixable. I think it's something here that when you look at tape and you watch it, and it's some of these guys really. I don't know if they say that Monday off. So today
they practice
really, really scared going into the film room.
Right.
They're like to see the coach, especially if Sean's in there, if Elliott's in there with them, I'd be like, oh crap, I might get headbutt coming in this thing. So it's like I'm sure they're really nervous, going in there. And it's. That's part of it. It's crazy to think about though. Like there's a lot of times, I don't have motivating things can be anything. I've said this before. It's like you fail. Are you motivated for don't want to fail? Are you motivated because you want to win? You're pushing yourself to this, or sometimes it's I don't want coach to yell at me about that play I just had. If you have a bad play, had bad drop. If you have anything going on, a wrong route. But can you imagine being an O lineman having multiple plays and having to go in that room and watch film? Like sometimes you're like, all right, I got to button this crap up, not just because for my teammates, because I'm sick of getting yelled at.
Now, what's the worst yelling at you ever got?
You
In
know
a
the
film?
answer to that is New Mexico State. I dropped the pass. It was just a.
You never talk about that.
Yeah, it was just a hitch route, and I turned my head before I caught it, and I dropped it, and we won the game. But I think Skip and Lou decided it was time to make a. This wasn't even in receiver / running back room. This was in team meeting with both. Just he wanted to make a point. I think it was because it was me or whatever, and
Probably.
decided to on a 5 to seemed like forever minute tirade about me just dropping that, how little things matter and you got to do this, got to do that, and just cussing me out left. And I'm like, oh man, I don't want to do that again. Let's not go through this again. So
Did you ever drop another pass?
No, I did not. I dropped a punt. Didn't lose it, but I dropped the punt.
Yeah.
And the crazy thing is, when that went through my head, I was like, "Oh shoot, I'm gonna be
Here comes
film study."
Yeah.
But I got it back.
Terry and I did say yesterday it is not at all unreasonable to believe that Vicari Swain should return 3 punts for touchdowns this weekend. Is that fair?
They will not kick to him this weekend.
See, Shane.
And do you think they pulled him out just so they could try to get some more offensive stats here, try to get some work in offense so he wouldn't?
They said he was had a little something.
Yeah, it's a little something is, hey, I don't want you to score again.
Well, maybe. I don't know. I feel like you may as well look, dance with who brung you, right?
On the bench, he looked fine. He was smiling.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, or just, hey, you're good. Let's say it's kind of like when I was a kid, man, and Jim Carlin would sit George in certain games after halftime because George already had like 150.
Mm-hmm.
And he'd be like, you know what, you're done.
Yeah. Have a seat, Bob.
Yeah.
Well,
I need one more carry.
Well, the thing about this game too is you want your offense to actually run offense. If you look at like the sheet, the drive sheet, when Swain does that, 'cause it's back-to-back returns, right? Offense didn't come on the field for God knows how many minutes because
Yeah, maybe that was it, right?
Yeah, it's like we
the
gotta get
offense needs to. This is a game for reps.
I think that's it.
You may be right.
Didn't do anything in the first half, right? So then you get the 2 punt returns and the defensive score. And it's like we gotta get some kind of reps.
Yeah.
Yeah, the time of possession was sickening for South Carolina State.
What we did in the first half is not good on film. And
Right.
we're not for confidence going into this game. So we got to get something for confidence.
Yeah, it's bad on film. All right, it's Bruise Day here. Lots more to do with Ryan. Again, Shane has spoken. Tyler has been working hard behind the scenes on some of that sound. We'll have that for you throughout the afternoon. Some players speaking today as well. Elijah's going to join us coming up in the 4. We'll come back on the other side. Got a start bench drop for you today. And I'm going to ask Ryan the somewhat rhetorical question that Terry and I bandied about yesterday when it comes to one particular facet of the Gamecock
Hey, Ryan,
offense.
we really did banty about.
Yeah, I believe it. It's just.
Oh, you got a better word?
That one just doesn't sound
go to break, but
disgust.
Have you
Yes,
ever in your
please.
life looked at your friends and went, "Let's banty about this, fellas"?
Yeah, that just.
I don't know. Probably. I don't know. No, I guess.
I kind of want to smack you right there.
I talk for a living. At some point, you got to use different words. Ask Shane. Shane's on as well count.
I don't think Ryan Brewer ever bandied about in his entire life.
No, but that as well count is funny, by the way.
Yeah.
He missed one this morning or today.
He had
because he goes, "That's one." I was like,
Yeah,
no,
that's
you
one.
already had one.
Yeah, and then he had like 5 more, I think.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's all right.
You get stuck.
let's go banty
I
about.
do that kind of thing.
No, common language. I want to, small syllable words, and just everyone understands what I'm saying.
We'll come
Most
back
of the
and
time.
we'll bandy about other words.
About with y'all.
Yeah, that's right. That's what
I hate myself for saying that.
But it worked. I guess I got to turn the microphone on. It helps a lot. Welcome back into the post-game show. We are indeed built by U.S. Brick, thanks to Mikey Johnson and the crew. Their brand new experience center right down near the baseball stadium. Yeah, brand new, man. Yesterday.
Awesome.
Yeah. Mikey's awesome. And the whole team. Looking forward to being down there a few times in these coming weeks and months. Jay, Terry, Ryan Brewer in the house for Brews Day. And for those of you who may be brand new to the program, brand new to Columbia, Ryan Brewer is a former Gamecock running back, wide receiver, punt returner, kick returner, special teams gunner, team captain, husband, father, soccer coach, business owner, and amateur weightlifter who doesn't care if he has feeling in his body.
Yeah.
And hates everybody.
Sacrifice.
That's right.
Hates everybody when on a field or court of competition.
Once you cross the line.
Yeah,
everybody. His team, other team,
the matter.
Yeah.
Refs.
Just see red when you cross the line. That's all it is.
That's right.
I don't see what the problem is there.
Do we need to do the start bench drop thing?
Oh.
Do you want to do that, or that's up to you?
No, I
mean,
need to
you're
do
the
that.
guys that got all the buttons. I have
Tell you what, why don't you just talk to
Well, the
Brewer
thing is,
about, ask
I'll let
Brewer
her-
how much he benched this week. Do something.
inside baseball. I have a computer monitor here next to. I have 3. But I have one computer monitor that shows me everything going on, like behind the scenes on how to run the radio station. And I have 0 control over it. Like I can't do anything. I can look at this.
That's not a touch screen.
Nope. And it's probably smart, but there are certain times and it might be good. So I can see, where things are and what's going on, but I can't actually.
It's crazy. You actually have no control whatsoever. The show.
I can. All I can do is my microphone. That's
you can't though. You can be muted in a heartbeat.
I could.
So
Yeah,
you
and
have
if
no
they
control.
mute me over there,
you can't do anything.
Then I'm just sitting here.
But to be fair, there's a reason why we don't let Jay.
Oh, it's not just Jay. That's anybody on this side of the glass.
It is.
Trust me.
The fact is, you are in charge, and that's scary.
That's scary. I
That's
should
what I'm
not
saying.
be in charge of this.
Terry was about to admit that actually everybody else has some kind of code they can type in that gives them access.
Well, no, I'm only over here by necessity. Trust me, I should not be over here.
No, not at all.
All right, let's do this.
Brewer's like, oh no, you shouldn't be over there whatsoever. There's no reason for this.
Pump it in there, baby. Start, bench, drop. Sponsored by Carolina Honda Powerhouse, your local Honda Power Sports Superstore with great deals on Honda ATVs. Right now, get a free winch and mount with the purchase of any in-stock 2025 Honda Rancher or Foreman ATV. Hurry in while supplies last. CarolinaHonda.com.
All right, it is start bench drop time here. We found out. By the way, I have some confusion. This is going to lead. This is why I got into this today.
Okay.
Now, I saw an email that you sent everybody that was forwarded to you because we're the flagship station of the University of South Carolina Athletics Department.
Exactly, right.
And so you get all those technical emails with all kinds of satellite coordinates and blah, 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 and things that make my head hurt.
Mine too.
And one of them said that next week's game in Como is going to be at either 4 or 4:30.
Oh, the network pregame starts at 4 or 4:30. That's what it means. The kickoff is okay. I know you don't.
So it's not 4 or 4:30 kickoff.
No, it's the network pregame starts then.
But I was under the impression, based on the schedule that I saw earlier, that this was a flex of 4 or 4:30. Did that get changed?
No, it's a flex still, but it's going to be either 7 or 7:30 kickoff because the network pregame starts 3 hours before kickoff.
Yeah, I knew that much.
Our local
do the math.
pregame starts 5 hours.
I did some of that back in the day.
I know you're off in Asheville doing something during all this, but yeah.
I don't even know if he watches the games anymore.
No, I do. I watch.
No, what he does, he comes back and watches them the morning.
I do that too.
The next morning.
Well, sometimes there have been games where I'm like, you know what, I'm not watching that game. I'm just not.
I'll come watch it later.
Yeah, if I need to, I'll get the highlight package.
We all know which games those are.
Yeah,
it's okay.
I did watch the Clemson game again.
Okay, so you were confused.
Well, I was under the impression looking at my at the app the other day because I was talking to our fantastic new engineer Randy about a couple of things, and I looked at the game for Missouri, and it said flex between 3:30 and 4:30, and that was on the ESPN app.
Yeah.
So did they get it wrong?
Possibly, because the game is
they
still.
probably listen to here and Terry and like, hey,
somebody in Bristol
said 4:30.
Somebody in the ESPN went, hold on for a minute.
Well, anyway, that got me to today's start bench drop.
Okay.
All right. So this is very simple.
Bench 4:30.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to give you.
Drop 4:15.
Yeah,
Start
so
7,
start.
7:30.
So in I guess this would be chronological, not alphabetical order.
Okay.
Chronological order. The noon window.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're just going to call it the noon window because that could be 12:30.
The nooner.
All right, the midday
Mm-hmm.
or 3:30 is what I put on my thing here chronologically, or the night window.
Is this
So-
what you would prefer as a fan?
Yes. Well, sure, and Ryan can do it in one of
As a
two
player.
ways. You know, I mean. But yeah, primarily what you the fan
Mm-hmm.
would prefer, be it the games you attend or the games you watch.
I mentioned Brewer, the player. What did you like better?
Night games.
Night game?
All day, every day.
Mm-hmm.
Now, see, I kind of, you know what?
Hated noon games.
See, I thought you would, honest to God, I thought you might say noon, if only because you were so ready to play that you didn't want to sit around.
That's a great point, but no, you're wrong. The and
I thought
really,
I knew you.
And really, it comes down because we practice at night. We practiced it, and so my body was used to playing
Okay.
there.
Okay.
That and the atmosphere is so much more fun to play in a night game.
Well, that I agree with.
And really, I mean, that's no matter what I say, like, oh, you know, play the best you can, da 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 da. The crowd can amp you up. I'd say 5-10% more of what you think you can do. It gets you going, and it's like anything. You know, you start going, you get in a groove. Momentum's a real thing, and but you can feel the energy from the crowd, and it can make you play that much harder, better. You know, and just if it's positive energy, negative energy
Right.
too. You go to a away place and you shut them up. No, that's even gets
That's
you
a
going.
beautiful-
That's a beautiful thing.
You know, honestly, playing a game at night was always cool.
Yeah.
It's just what the light playing under the lights, no matter what sport it was always cool. Better than playing during the day. Just to me, I always like playing like under the lights. Plus, too, you can make an excuse you lost a ball in the lights if something happens.
No, stadium in the dome. We went over that. Yes, the lights are usually okay for catching a punt, maybe baseball. I don't know what we're talking about, but noon games, man, I was a sleeper. I love to sleep. So, you know, if we had a night game, I mean, most of us we'd get up, eat breakfast, we'd go right back to bed. I didn't even want to watch football at that time. That's again one of those things you're right about.
Right.
If I'm watching someone else play, like I'm starting to get into the game. I was like, all right, I got to calm down.
Right.
You know, I'm just turning the TV off. I'm going to go rest and whatever until coach's meetings. We may have too many meetings though, like watching film and doing things sitting down.
I don't like meetings,
and I don't like that
Meetings.
either. I just let me.
And you have pre-meetings, and then you have like wrap-up
Pre-meeting,
meetings.
and just no.
There's a great
never
follow on Twitter called Meeting Boy, and that's all it is every day. And he just it's got the most absurd stuff. It's great.
Well, different people like even exercise. Some dudes will go to the gym now 5:30 in the morning pumping weight. Oh, I want to do it 5:30 in the morning and just go to sleep. But some people can like work out at midnight. So
well,
it
that's where
depends.
I'm a nooner. You know, I like to get because it's half the day. I want to try to get a quick workout in just to get your momentum going back into the rest of the day. Because I don't get a little break, get tired sitting there, whatever. So
sure.
But these guys practice in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if I think there's really something to it. Your body gets used to doing that every day, all day.
Right.
And I think I don't know what the science is behind it. If you look at the
I don't trust science.
Where the actual numbers are with these guys, the records and all that stuff. But I would imagine their bodies are more ready to play around noon.
I just go with my gut.
Yeah, and the gut looks like it's working.
Thank you. I do what I can. It's a good life, man. Yeah, it's a good life.
All right, really quick. All right, South Carolina, Missouri, flex 3:30, 4:30, or 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern start.
Oh, okay. So I was half right.
You're in the ballpark. You actually.
I was half right.
Kind of, sort of.
I'm gonna. No, I like my way better. I was half.
You like your way better.
Yeah, I was half right because I'm a glasses half full type. I'm not a believer in half empty because I think empty is still empty. So I'm just gonna say I have a half full.
Half full.
Yeah.
All right. We'll go with that, man.
We'll bandy
I'm
that
intrigued to see what the fans say about this.
It is interesting.
I don't know if I'd change my opinion from a player to a fan on a time.
So
on
you're
the starts
gonna-
either. I
do
think
you
I
wanna-
still like night games, it's predicated on who else is playing that day too.
Yeah, it's true.
If I want to watch something else and I can, I'm happy because we're playing the 3:30 whatever game because I can at night there's going to be X, Y, and Z playing.
I would say too. I'm not going to give mine yet, but I would say that then this may provide lots of insight into where I'm going to take it. I have changed over time.
Have you?
You can't stay up that late.
That's what it is. As you get older, man, those night games.
Yeah, if there's going to be a rain and lightning delay, though, I'd rather not.
All right, more on Bruise Day. I'll come back with that question that I want to ask Ryan about the Gamecock offense and where things stand going into conference play. Plenty more to do with Brew on this Bruise Day edition of the postgame show. Well, no matter what time a game may start, you can watch it better if you're not there, of course, because that's the best way to watch a game, right, when you're in the ballpark. But sometimes you can't be at the ballpark for a variety of reasons. And Integrated Media is ready to make your viewing experience the best it can possibly be. If you have a great home theater set up already, but you're ready for the next level of today's equipment, really some of it even like almost tomorrow's equipment, yeah, they can do that for you. You're building, you're remodeling, work with your contractor and Integrated Media to get it done right the first time. Maybe you're just moving and you have cool stuff. You're like, man, I don't know if I should be moving this by myself and putting it back up by myself. Call Integrated Media. They can do that for you. You might even have a video doorbell you're afraid to put in by yourself because you want to do it wrong. They can do that for you too. Whatever you want in home theater, home technology, they're the best. 803-948-8327, no matter what you're doing when it comes to today's home technology. Nobody's better than Integrated Media. All right, welcome back in. Post-game show rolling on this Brews Day edition of the program. Jay Phillips, Terry Ford, a former Gamecock and great friend of the show, Ryan Brewer with us. All right, let's jump back in talking about this ball club ahead of Vandy. I threw this out yesterday. This is not my opinion of what is, but I thought about this on Saturday night. Could part of what's going on with the offense be that as Mike Shula and Lenora Sellers continue to have him progress as a pocket passer, that he is not running as much, and I think we know that to be the case. But because of how successful he is as a runner, follow my logic here. Because of how successful he is as a runner, there are times when he makes a big play and feels better about himself.
Yes.
And then he may go on the next play and be able to pass. Not that he can't pass otherwise, but there's a greater level of confidence in him because of what he has just done to help the team, where he might in these first couple of games feel like, I haven't been running as much and maybe I'm not helping the team and I need to help the team by throwing.
What do you mean by running as much? Like design run plays, or are you talking about the
both?
Loggins' best play that he had last year was the pocket pass. Oh, crap, here comes a guy. Like, oh, got to shed that guy. Oh, here comes another. I got to shed that guy.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to make 12 more people miss, and now I feel really good about myself.
It's both.
That was still a drop back, 5-step drop, and then we had a Olay block or a missed assignment or something, and he just became Superman. Those are the best plays we had last year.
But, so
sometimes I'm like, hey, let's design it. But let them know this guy's coming in.
Well, and that's kind of what Terry said yesterday.
Everyone run. You run deep, you run short, and after you start scrambling, once Lenora starts scrambling, you switch. Now you go deep, you go short, you cross whatever side he's on, and we're playing playground rules.
And I'm not here to even suggest that they are holding him back, if you will.
I think they're trying to teach.
Yes,
and which is a good thing.
Yes.
But I think you're on.
But you see my point about
I know
the
your
confidence.
point. Yeah. So hey, this is what we're trying to teach. This is what you need to do to progress to the next level. I get that. I think the biggest issue we had in this game was we were backed up, and even the Virginia Tech game backed up a lot. Safety obviously, but there's some other we're backed up, and it's hard to scramble when you don't have the room to even instead of 5-step drop, all of a sudden becomes a 7 to 8. I can spin out. He likes to go spin backwards. People are learning that. And then get out of that. We don't want that to happen. I love it. I think it's awesome to watch. Don't get me wrong, but we want the pocket to be protected, and then he can hit that 45-yard post route that he missed earlier. But he's thinking in his head, I got to get moving because these guys are missing blocks. Once this gets shored up, and I think it will, I think there's still going to be sacks. That's going to happen.
It's football.
Our receivers there's plays, if you keep going, you look back at the first two games, and it's like, man, there were some throws that were missed, but I think you start getting antsy. Rattler had the same thing. Early on, he started looking down, trying to figure out, all right, whose feet am I going to step on? Because he wasn't scrambling. He was a step up in the pocket trying to find them. And it's just, you got to have that confidence of your O-line, and they're going to protect you to hit these passes. I don't think design runs haven't looked great either, though. Again,
one touchdown.
We do a stretch play to the left in this game, and we have our left tackles pass blocking.
Yeah,
I mean that's makes him bounce 5 yards wider, and he gets nothing on it. And that can't happen. So those are missed assignments that you're like, oh, that's fixable, but he could mess up again. But it should be easy fixes. So I don't like him on design runs too much, unless the power and the goal line stuff like that, because he's so big.
Yeah.
But the best plays again were him. Let's just break everyone have a chance, and I'm gonna break every tackle.
Well, and where, because I've asked, again, is that a hair thin line that he's trying to walk up to but not cross? But sometimes you got to cross it and just go. And again, this is an opinion question now, but as conference play begins, will there be discussion this week? Do you think of, hey, if you feel like you just need to go, just go. Has he learned enough about? Because you think about Alabama.
I don't know if they're having that conversation as much as. Hey, I'm not telling you not to scramble. I'm telling you that if you do your steps right, this reads here. You don't need to be scrambling right away.
Right.
Now,
and he got better about that.
And he's stepping up. It's just finding the right thing. If it's a 3-step drop, it's a quick game. It's got to be a quick game.
Right.
Now you can't go. That's when if it's 3 not there, now you go. The problem we're having 3 steps, and now we're trying to read. Well, those routes are gone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So we got that's the thing where I think mentally, but he's from every game we've seen, when he has a big play or he has a good throw, for how non-emotional, how non-talkative he is, he's a super momentum guy. Like when he has a big play, another one's coming, and another one's coming.
And that's where I'm coming. That's where I'm coming at it from.
That's why I'm saying, hey, I'm gonna let this guy unblocked, but you're gonna know it, and just truck him or make him miss, and then all of a sudden, all right, now we're good to go.
Yeah, that's what you said yesterday. You're gonna know it.
Yeah, and all of a sudden it's a momentum thing. You get lathered up, and he's ready to go play, and all of a sudden he's making 3 and 4 and 5 plays, and before you know, he's taking over a game.
Well, it's part of, like I always said, I wanted to be on kickoff team first, not return man. I wanted to be on the kickoff so I could run down and hit somebody, and then it's like, all right, now I'm playing football.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and because you have those nerves, and if you're starting 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, they're not gone.
Right.
Like it's almost he's got to find that big play, that one play, then all of a sudden you're like, oh, he's on. You know, it's just everyone's built different like that, and they have to have that one key to get them going.
And the thing, like watching him play these 2 games, he is, to his credit, trying to stay in the pocket and go through progressions and trying to play from the pocket out, right? He really is. You can see it almost. You can smell his brain cooking as he's watching this stuff. Let me ask you, obviously it takes reps, and you just have to get your rhythm. And like you say, maybe one big play is all it's going to take. But at what point, when you're thinking so much about trying to get something right that you're working on, is it you don't want to go
You're not
away?
playing.
Exactly.
That's the whole thing. If you're thinking too much, you're not playing, right? I mean, we say this about every position. I think that's what's going on with the O-line. There's too many times they're like, all right, here's a play. They're calling down the line, whatever they're changing. We're saying we have some miscommunications. That doesn't matter. But if you're thinking too much about your steps and this and that, and not just the feel of the game, that's when you get beat. When you start knowing the plays, just like the back of your hand, you're gonna, it's football so much easier. Everything slows down, and you're like, oh man, this game's easy. So I think he's been there. Obviously, we saw it last year.
Yeah.
He's gonna get it there too. But everyone around him has to get there, and that's the biggest thing for the quarterback. Can be, again, a Heisman hopeful.
Yep.
But last 2 games doesn't look great because of what's around them right now, and they all got to pick it up.
On that note, is the game, in your opinion, slowing down for Nick Harbor? And what did you think of how Donovan Murph looked the other night?
So first game, I think so, but he's not getting a lot of looks right now. That's
no catches the other night. Had the one miss that he was wide open.
So is the game slowing down for him? I don't know. I mean, the ball's not thrown to him enough to know. He had the reverse. What was that?
Had reverse. 12-yard run. Yeah,
which I like that, and that's one I would say, hey, quarterback, you get a little block from me right there. It'd been nice, He
kind of led the way.
I mean, a little bit more, and he would have got a little bit further.
You would say, dude, you're 250 pounds. Hit somebody for me.
I mean, that guy doesn't want to get by you. Just at least run towards him. Scare him a little, scream at him, do something.
Scream at him.
Hey man, a little pat on the butt. Hey, a little nice block there would have been good. But I don't know if you say game's slowing down for any of them yet until they get more reps, get more time, doing it. Harbor looked great. They looked in the first game. The one drop, but everything else, the route running looked good, all that. But this one, I can't go back and watch how he ran a route if the ball's not thrown to him, because usually the camera's not going that way.
That's fair.
So, I don't know the answer to that one.
And you like Murph?
Yeah. I mean, I think we're. Yeah, I mean,
that's fair. It's good. Limited sample. I get
limited sample size, and I think this game's going to be huge for all of them.
Yeah, and it's good to see Dre Jacobs get involved. So, but they haven't thrown the ball a lot.
No,
to be honest with you.
Well, we didn't have any. We had
when you don't have the ball.
The beginning of the first half, we're punting, and then punt return for a touchdown, punt return touchdown, defense touchdown. Yeah, and let's give you, 2 more series, 3 more series, maybe, and then let's put the other guys in.
We'll wrap it up with Ryan on the other side. Again, today's start, bench, drop, kickoff times in college football. You like the noon window? You like the midday window, the 3:30-ish?
Mm-hmm.
You like the 7, the night games? Start, bench, drop, those kickoff times. You're listening to the postgame show. All right, welcome back in. Jay, Terry, Ryan hanging out for a few more minutes. Terry will open the vault in just a second, I promise. Before that, though, we always want to remind you and thank our sponsor for the Brews Day segment because it's very convenient.
I'll be honest with you. How awesome is the sponsor of this hour to put that kind of money to? Because Ryan's not cheap.
No.
We can't afford to pay him.
No.
So thank God our sponsor ponies up the dough.
That's right. And that sponsor is Ryan Brewer and Ryan Brewer Fence.
It's crazy how sometimes you got to find a way to juggle the money around and put it in your own pocket. Sure. Yeah.
Sure. It's a shell game.
It's an NIL shell game is what it is right now. Yeah, so I'm sponsoring this segment so I can be on the air. Isn't that kind of like self-serving?
Yes.
It's right there.
You can say whatever you want to, man. You got like a minute to say whatever you want.
Terry's got all the controllers back there.
Almost anything you want.
Yeah. Go to ryanbrewer.net for any of your fencing needs, commercial to residential. Like I said, my team been doing this for over 20 years now, and I have a great team out there busting their butts every day to put up a beautiful fence, secure your yard, your home, your pool, your business, from temporary fence on to anything your heart desires. So ornamental fence, wood fence, vinyl, all that stuff. We can do it all. ryanbrewer.net.
And not to rush our lives away, but the metal shop, it's holidays are coming up.
Holidays are coming up. Yeah, I still have a lot of welcome home gear. Actually, with my daughter playing at Winthrop now, we're going to start we got a Winthrop line going on.
Nice.
Which is going to do some NIL stuff for not just my daughter, but for the soccer team itself there. So
look at you.
Just got those made, and I'm going to start getting those on.
How much NIL money did you make?
None.
That you can talk about.
That I can talk about.
Exactly.
Is it over with now? I mean, is it?
I don't.
The statute of limitations.
RyanBrewer.net.
Yeah, RyanBrewer.net. Check us out on Instagram. Check our motivational moments that we put up almost every day. That my Miss Ann writes a little moment every day to try to get us all pumped up for the day.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah,
tomorrow's will be that we hate everyone.
Ryan Brewer.
Once you cross the line.
Tell me that's not motivational.
Once you cross the line.
That's right. All right, Tara.
Real quick.
Yeah.
1979, this day, U.S. Open, John McEnroe wins the U.S. Open championship. And Tracy Austin at age 16 wins the women's side of the U.S. Open. But I love McEnroe. When I was a little Terry Ford, I loved McEnroe.
I did too. He was awesome.
He was phenomenal.
Yeah. It wasn't even close.
I mean, the best one ever I was watching, shows you how little I had a life as a young kid. I had a tennis match. Remember ESPN would just show anything to have content?
Sure.
Well, they were showing like a tennis match between John McEnroe and Jimmy Connors, because Connors was the original McEnroe, remember? And then McEnroe went hold my beer.
Yeah.
Well, McEnroe's fighting with the chair ump, and Connors is standing there watching him. And McEnroe's just going and going and going. So Connors steps into the stand, sitting next to the woman, starts eating her popcorn, watching McEnroe as McEnroe's screaming and yelling. Phenomenal. Yeah. I love McEnroe,
man.
He was good.
I'm serious.
He was my guy.
Entertainment.
Yeah,
yes,
still is. It's great. Yeah, he is. He's great. I mean, his commentary, he's mellowed.
Yeah, I like when he criticizes other guys for yelling at the chair ump. I'm like, really, dude?
Yeah.
Really?
You know he's smiling when he says that.
Oh, he has to. So there's your vault.
Yeah, good stuff. I'm a fan.
Me too.
Good stuff. All right, so conference play, and not only that, 8 straight. Got a couple of off weeks in between, but
it's time to strap up, boys.
And only a 5.5-point favorite. Not that matters.
This team is probably the best Vandy team in a long time.
Yep.
And that's really because of their quarterback. I mean, probably he's the borderline.
And Eli Stowers is probably the best tight end in the conference.
I don't care about that.
Okay.
I'm talking about the quarterback. Because it all depends on him.
Yeah.
It's his confidence / the cockiness that he has. He's a guy same like Lenoris. If he gets going, it's trouble. What happened last year is we smacked him in the face so many times, and it was like, uh-oh. And he lost that. He lost that swagger out there, and the whole team lost it. It comes down to the defense can do the same thing, similar to, which is going to be tougher. He's throwing the ball downfield. He looks really good right now. That's our shot. I still think we're going in the lights. We're playing Gamecock football under Willie B. It's time to strap up and show that what we're really made of. And I think really coming into this, the positive of maybe the doubters of because of what's going on. We're 2-0, and people are like, "Oh, the sky is falling." It just
it's a nice problem around
here. It's a problem. Like I said, it's great, but it's a locker room thing. Say, hey, let's prove everybody wrong type deal. I mean, find some kind of chip. Find something that makes you say, I want to shut everybody up and show how good we are. And this is a perfect game to do it. Vanderbilt's not supposed to beat you.
Right.
They're not. But this is a heck of a good Vanderbilt team.
How much do you, and I got about 30 seconds, how much do you take from how dominant Vandy was against Virginia Tech relative to how Carolina?
Oh, man, this is the most I've heard of the transitive property since ninth grade geometry. I do take a lot into it, though. I was like, I mean, you have to compare. You got to look at it and say, this and that. And they did this because it wasn't like it was 4 weeks apart. This was consecutive games.
1 week.
And you're looking at, you're going, man, that was what they did in the second half was tough.
Yeah.
And again, you can't go in there and say, well, we're playing Vanderbilt, we're going to win this game. You can look at that game alone and go, boys, we got to bring everything we have and then some.
Yeah. RyanBrewer.net, Ryan at 21 Brewer to follow him individually on Twitter. And again, get ahead of the holiday rush, some of the stuff from the metal shop, or just get a new fence.
Yeah, let's do it.
There you go. Good
Appreciate
stuff.
it. Go
All right,
Gamecocks.
appreciate you as always. All right, coming up next hour, more start bench dropping. And we're start bench dropping kickoff times. The noon window, the midday window, the night window. Which one do you prefer? And Elijah will join us coming up in a little bit. Give us more on what the Gamecock players had to say. Hour 2 of the postgame show is next.
Quick check on the traffic. A lot of construction early on. Like always, I-126 between Hugie and I-26. Also, I-26 between Bush River Road and Old Sandy Run Road. I-20 and 26 between exit 64 and 65 on Broad River Road. And Blink Bonnie Road between Belfield Road and Ridgetop Lane. Bridge is blocked because of construction.
3 o'clock here on this Tuesday afternoon. Welcome back in. Post-game show rolling on. Alongside Terry Ford, I'm Jay Phillips. Thanks, as always, to our good friend Ryan Brewer for hanging out on Brews Day. Elijah Campbell is a good friend of the show. He used to be on this show. He's now on the morning show. But he was also down covering the players today, and he will give us the latest.
He's like, Tara, can I do the morning show?
I know. Well,
really weird.
I didn't mean to do that one thing. It happens.
Totally by accident.
Yeah. I get it, though. Now you're here. Again.
For now.
Nobody else. Nobody else.
Hey.
Taking one for the team.
Yeah, I got to do what I got to do.
Good for you.
Sometimes, heavy wears the...
Heavy is the head that wears the crown?
The PD title. Heavy is the PD title.
Well, I've seen your hat, so it's not that heavy.
It's not that bad.
I've seen the hat. It's not a heavy hat. Anyway,
oh, man.
Gamecocks remain 5.5-point favorites on Saturday night, over under 48.5, and the FPI gives Carolina a 65% chance to win this game. Everything is trending in the right direction.
Yeah. Look, we need to talk about games because they're played and we discuss them. It's kind of what we do, right? I mean, it's the job. And just to talk about that game on Saturday, the offense was obviously very underwhelming. Special teams, really good. Defense was good. Offense left a lot to be desired, and we all know that offense got to get a lot better if you want to win games in the SEC, right? But put that aside for a second. You are better on paper than Vanderbilt. Yeah. You should, if you come and play the way you should play, the scoreboard should be greater than on your side than Vanderbilt's. It's just, that's just the truth.
Well, if both teams play up to their potential,
you're better. You're just better, and you should win the game.
Yes.
Problem is, we all know if your offense comes out and plays the way it did on Saturday, it's going to make it very difficult for you to win the game.
Well, and that's why I keep coming back, and that'll probably be my sort of theme of the week, and I don't always do one of these, but, sometimes I feel that way. And about Lenoris, and I we talked to Ryan about that last hour. For those of you who missed it, I asked him if he was following my logic. And again, I'm not saying this is what's happening to the offense, but it does feel to me like Lenoris, the lack of big plays from Lenoris, especially on the ground, could be impacting how he feels about what's going on. And again, just that almost in a way, I don't want to equate it like Ryan has told us about tailbacks. Like, you might not want to be that guy that splits time. I want to get going. And then by carry 10, carry 12, man, I'm feeling good.
Now you're lathered up, right.
And Lenoris is different as a quarterback, obviously, but when he's making plays, when he's moving the offense, when he's moving the chains, whatever you want to say, keeping the ball, he's feeling better about himself, and they haven't done that yet. And again, I totally get, as Ryan pointed out too, I totally get what's happening in terms of, hey, go through those reads, find that pass, have that internal clock going off. And I just wonder, to Ryan's point, like, you can't say they've said you can't run. They're not doing that to him.
No.
But just, hey, really do all you can not to. And how much does that change?
It feels like it's in their mind the last resort is to take off. Your first resort is progression 1, progression 2, progression 3, and then, take off. Or here comes the rush, get the hell out of the pocket.
And we talk about so much, Terry, how the winning touchdown in Clemson was kind of that microcosm. Yeah. Because, again, you see he went through the reads, but it was 3rd and long, and everybody was covered. But they weren't rushing him because they needed to contain. They just couldn't stop him.
You can't stop him. And here's the interesting part. The offensive line for what we're talking about, last year, Lennar Sellers was pressured on like 44% of his dropbacks. It's down to under 30% this year. So, right, you know what's funny? The lack of pass rush isn't helping because he can't take off.
Right.
How weird is that?
Right.
So he's going through his reads. He's getting time to throw, and it's just not working. That's why I said, and look, Ryan is correct. Most of those big plays were, here comes the pass rush. Lenoris makes 11 guys miss and then takes off for a big run. Not a lot of that was the scripted or designed run. But my point is, if you just put design runs in this game plan, now he's not thinking. You know what he's doing? He's running.
Right.
And I think right now, because he's trying to go through progressions and he's trying to read the field, he's thinking a lot. And he's not just reacting. Like Ryan said, if you're thinking, you're not playing. And I just believe he's and all this is coming from a positive space, Jay. I mean,
Yes.
this isn't like, oh my God, I can't believe you're making him do this.
Yeah.
It makes total sense. But what it's done, he's thinking so hard about progressions and going through and reading the field that he's not just playing and reacting, he's thinking. Until he can get this thing down to where he's not thinking and he's just going through progressions and running and just doing everything naturally, give him some design runs during the game so he can just do the thing that he does really well, which is take off and use his legs.
Yeah.
Now, once he gets everything down, then maybe you can pull that back and say, okay, you got your rhythm, you got it going on. We don't need to do that as much. But I think you can't go away from what he does so special, and that's use his legs to affect the game. We've even seen it a little bit this year. The Virginia Tech game, that first drive, on the design run for a touchdown. Right. The design runs in the fourth quarter to keep the clock moving and keep the chains going.
And the other night, he should have. I know he probably feels he should have scored on the play down low where I forget who was blocking for him, and the state defender made a good enough little move and just got enough in the way, and you could tell Lenoir's was like, man.
I got to score on
because
that,
he got it churning real quick, and then it just didn't quite materialize.
And so I guess that's what I'm saying. I'm saying for right now, because it feels like when he's dropping back to throw, he is so locked into going through those progressions, and he is getting better pass protection this year than he got last year. Those plays aren't magically happening right now. So put some design runs in the old game plan to, let him take a snap from center in the shotgun and look up and read the field real quick and see if he can do something with his legs. And what that does, now the defense has got to defend it.
Right.
And that opens up the run game for other guys. Because if you're now if the quarterback can kill you in the run game, now you got to account for that guy, right? So that's less to account for on the running backs. So,
Well, and I say this somewhat in jest because this isn't pushing back on you. This is me just saying what the smart aleck that I am. I'm with you on design runs, but there's a part of me that's also going, hey, Lenoir, dude, if you don't like it after that second read, just go, man.
Well, I'll be honest
it's
with you.
okay. Just go.
You know what? If he does it, runs for a touchdown,
or
what's
a first down, or whatever.
A big play.
Yeah, I mean, I again, because that's who he is, and I know he's working on who he is. I know he's progressing. We use that word a lot, whether it's going through the progressions or the progression of his career or his the arc of him being a quarterback and someone who wants. Because part of what Mike Shula is doing, even though winning is the most important, part of what Mike Shula is doing, part of what Dowell Loggins was doing, both with such large NFL experience, is teaching him how to be a quarterback at the next level too. You've got to put this level first, and they are. And that's kind of where I'm coming from, Terry. Is like, you know what, dude? I get it. But this is college football, and. You see those other 21 players on the field? Most of the time, you're better than all of them.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you this, because I'm trying to run through my head right now. I haven't seen any RPO game from this team this year on offense.
Yeah.
Have you? I'm asking you because I haven't seen it. Look,
there could be some that are there that we don't always know are there. I don't know.
Because I think that really, with a guy like Lenoir. And again, we're talking about the college game now. And you're right. This is also part of this is, a lot of the stuff he's doing now, he needs to do on the next level.
Yeah.
And I agree. But he's not on the next level yet.
No, that's where I just fall back a little bit on.
And then how much
you're not defying your coaches.
No,
if you're winning the game.
And I'm thinking too, right? Like the Clemson run, right? You had that check down in the near the sideline. No,
this isn't Major League. Nice catch, Hayes. Don't ever bleep and do it again. Right. They'll be like, hey, nice run, Lenoir. You can do it again.
You can do it all
it's
you
fine.
want.
It's cool.
Because with the RPO game, again, now you're bringing in all these run pass option elements, and now you're really making him a multifaceted threat, right? So, I think about that too. I mean, hell, Lamar runs them in Baltimore. They run RPOs. So my thing is this. Make your offense as hard to defend as humanly possible. Make the defense make bad decisions. Stress the defense. Confuse the defense. Do things to the defense where the defense, they walk off the field going, we can't stop these cats.
Right.
And right now, we're not really seeing that. And maybe we'll see it starting this Saturday. I don't know, man. But I just feel like that's one of the things is I don't feel like defenses are being like stressed and harassed to the level that they should be with this offense with a guy like Lenore Sellers at the controls.
I think it changes a little bit this weekend, whatever it might be, whether it is part of the plan or whether it is the spontaneity that makes him who he is or a blend of the two.
And let's be fair. The things we don't know because we're not there when they're game planning it, we're not in the huddle. Maybe those things have been there and just the execution has not allowed us to see things.
Right.
Is that fair?
I think that's for it. That could be it too. Yeah.
I mean, that could be a fair thing there. And there's a couple plays you go back to Saturday, and we do this whenever you're clunky. Well, that screen pass to Faison looked like that would have been a big gainer if it doesn't get batted down, right?
Yes.
Or the little option. Well, the one time when they did put Lenoris on the edge with the ball in his hand to make a decision, he went to pitch to Faison. To Brown, to Jerry Brown. And the pitch wasn't good, and Brown had to turn. It was only a 2-yard gain because the ball, Brown kind of fumbled it a little bit because the pitch wasn't great.
Right.
But if those plays are executed correctly, they might be bigger plays. Not to say they'd be touchdowns, but they would have got you better field position if nothing else. So there were some plays on the field that if execution was better, we would have seen more production.
Yeah.
So,
or again, even Lenoris missing Nick Harbor on one of those. I mean,
that one too, right there, I missed him.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's one thing we're talking about the offensive line. And yes, that's the number one thing is the offensive line's got to get better in the run game. But two, clean up some execution things.
And I think that's what we're and yes, and I think that's a point, and that's a point that Ryan was making last hour as well. The things that are most concerning or that could be better are things that you can fix and control. In other words, this isn't, we don't have enough good people to do that, or this, we're not talented enough. No, you are, but for whatever reasons, it hasn't all clicked and gelled. Not that it should after 2 weeks.
Right.
But I know the other night, again, the other night left a lot to be desired because I think a lot of people that went to that ballpark or watched on television or listened to us here on the radio felt like you're going to score 50-something points.
I thought they'd get close to 50.
And that you'd score all 50-something
It would be
offensively.
offense. It wouldn't be special teams and
that
defense.
you wouldn't score
scoring.
21 others, and only 17 on offense.
Well, like we said yesterday, the score, if you just looked at the score, 38-10, South Carolina kind of handled business.
Nice. Yeah.
But if you watched it, you're saying this is not the sustainable model to win games. You can't look at your defensive special teams. You guys got 3 touchdowns today? Yeah. Can you help us out?
Right.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, you'll take the 3 touchdowns, but the offense should have scored 5.
Yeah.
That's what people are. And I get it.
So do I.
I get it. I don't think that's the wrong way to feel.
And we all came.
I think they feel that way.
Sure they do. And Shane's even said, we can't think we're going to win games like this moving forward in the SEC. So Shane knows.
Shane spoke today. We'll have more from him in a bit. Players spoke today. Our own Elijah Campbell was down there. Jalen Tart was down there, too. He got a couple questions in.
You're here, Jalen Tart. Here, good. I'm Jalen Tart from 175 The Game, baby.
Shane was like, how you doing? Good to see you. Glad you're here.
Mm-hmm. And then you got Elijah going, you guys had a cheesecake?
Yeah, where's Emily's cookies? But Elijah will join us on the other side with some of his thoughts from what he heard today ahead of the conference opener. You're listening to the postgame show. Once again, I want to welcome aboard U.S. Brick. Mikey Johnson and his team are the best at what they do. They've been making bricks here in Columbia for nearly 100 years. They've also got plants in Alabama, Tennessee, and Indiana at U.S. Brick. And they got a little hot take for you, letting you know that vinyl belongs on records, not on your home. Pick Brick, the original set it and forget it siding, the longest winning streak in history, 9,000 years and counting. That's right, Bricks getting the job done. That's why builders continue to use and respect it. Your neighbors notice it, and why the buildings that matter are built with brick. Head over to U.S. Brick's brand new exterior design center at 300 UG Street, right near Founders Park, and explore all the premium materials from brick to natural stone, fire pits, outdoor kitchens, and pergolas. They've got everything that you need, Monday through Friday, or you can call to book a time that works best for you. That's our friends at U.S. Brick. Nineteen minutes after 4 o'clock. Sorry. Yeah, it's 4 o'clock. Man, I was about to say 5 o'clock, and I'm just going to rush our lives away. I don't want to do that. Enjoy every moment you have, kids. Alongside Terry Ford, I'm Jay Phillips. And we always enjoy moments with our good friend Elijah Campbell. Elijah came and played the Wild Card Showdown with us on Friday over at Columbia Craft. Maybe he'll do that again this week. I don't know. We'll have to see, but it was nice to.
They still have beer at Columbia Craft this Friday?
They do.
Then I think he'll be there.
Oh, unless Elijah drank it all. I don't know. I had to leave.
I'll tell you what, I'm not going to lie to you. He had both hands full. The table was starting to fill up the table. Yeah, I think I did see a sign, we're out of beer.
Yeah, that's good. Maybe it was just a warning to him. Like they're lying to him, you know. Hey, buddy, you need to leave. Mr. Campbell, how are you? You didn't drink all the beer, did you?
I was told I drank all of it. Doesn't mean there is all of it, then. It could be the old pump fake to make me stop doing it, even though.
That's what you were told on Saturday after you were there on Friday?
Well, at SEC Media Days in Dallas 2 years ago, they banned him from the convenience store.
Oh, wow.
They're like, dude, we only have a couple of 40s left.
Wow.
You can't come in.
Nice. That's not even craft beer.
Enough of you.
I'm longer allowed to come in. And I said, this sign can't stop me because I can't read.
Beyond Shane Beamer congratulating our good friend David Cloninger for being at the Oasis concert at the Rose Bowl, what was the other highlight from what you gathered today from the coach as we start conference play in a few days?
Yeah, the two big things is that it seems like he's a firm believer this is the best Vanderbilt team he's coached, that they're better than last year, that the offense for Vanderbilt kind of more elevated, more complete than last year, obviously very complimentary of Diego Pavia. I mean, in terms of players in college football right now, I mean, he's not just one of the oldest, but he is one of the winningest, considering he has won at every level of college football he has played in. And I think the other thing, too, he addressed the offense a lot. And I got a question today, too, where the question led off with, I'm sure you're tired of talking about the offense. And he goes, yes. He is over talking about this offense, but I think he attributes it more than just the offensive line. He attributes some of it to receivers, to running backs, and to Ladoris, too. I think he's kind of grouped the offensive struggles from Saturday night against South Carolina State into a team effort category, and that the failures are more so as a result of the entirety of the offense, not opposed to just the offensive line.
You know what's interesting? You bring up Pavia and what Shane was saying. I looked at this today. Now, last year, there were a lot of dinking and dunking. Remember? Bubble screens, short, quick passes. Pavia got the ball out fast. This year, and he's only been sacked twice all year. Half of his throws this year, guys, are over 10 yards. He took 5 shots over 20 yards against Virginia Tech last week. And, I mean, again, he's completing a good amount. So, yes, to Shane's point, the big play is more in Vandy's offense this year, and they're taking more shots down the field this year than they did last year. And remember, in that game against Virginia Tech, South Carolina gave up some 50-50 balls down the field. Mm-hmm. So that's something I guess we should pay attention to, Elijah.
It is. And Vanderbilt does have some dudes on the outside. I figured last year the offense was just more of a result of Coach Beck's personal style of offensive coordinating. I mean, remember when they brought Pavia to campus, they not only brought him from New Mexico State, they brought his favorite weapon in tight end, Eli Stowers from New Mexico State. They brought in the coordinator, Beck, from New Mexico State. Oh, and they hired Jerry Kill, the head coach at New Mexico State, to be an offensive analyst. They brought the crew that won at New Mexico State, which is, again, a place that nobody won before until that crew got there. That was kind of what their secret to success was running that offense that is a lot of dinking and dunking. It's a lot of keeping the ball in front of the chains, but creating third and shorts, methodical drives. Remember, they held the ball for about 30 minutes of game time in the game against Alabama last year. 40 minutes, actually, not 30, 40 minutes of game time against Alabama. That was probably the most lopsided time of possession game I have seen in my life, but they used it to help them beat Alabama. That was kind of what their MO was last year. This year, they're using more of the outside playmakers. I mean, Junior Sherrill, guys, as a high schooler in Nashville, one of the better players in the entire state, but was kind of under-recruited, stays home at Vanderbilt, ends up becoming a number one option. That's the guy that stretches the field. He may be their most dynamic athlete on that team. Like, the guy can flat out run, right? I mean, Trent Dilfer probably should give some of his contract that he's got at UAB to Junior Sherrill because of what Junior did in high school at Lipscomb Academy. Dilfer probably owes him a little bit. But they're utilizing a lot more of those guys on the perimeter than they might have last year. And if that's the case, then this secondary for South Carolina is going to have their hands full, especially if there's no Judge Collier, which based off of how they have discussed Judge, I don't think they have him, right? They said it was a sprained knee on the broadcast against Virginia Tech. Shane said the week after that he thought it was going to be worse. And I think if you think it's going to be a lot worse, then you're probably just going to be without him for a couple of weeks. Maybe he comes back for Missouri. Either way, Cisse got hurt in the game against South Carolina State 6 snaps in. Jalen Kilgore didn't play because of the hamstring issue. You're pretty banged up in that secondary. You're going to have some dudes make some physical plays on the ball, because if Vanderbilt thought they could do that to Virginia Tech, and they've been doing that more this year, If all they got to do is turn on the tape of Virginia Tech and see what Donovan Green did and say, we can do that as well. Oh, yeah, and our quarterback's more accurate than Virginia Tech's is.
Our own Elijah Campbell with us here after Shane Beamer's press conference, Gamecocks and Commodores on Saturday night at 7:45. Shane mentioned today that there are a lot of things about the run game that he's maybe not concerned with, but that are adding up to not being productive. But he just said more than anything, not consistent. What more did you glean from some of the things that he said, what others are saying about trying to get that going? How much do people look at what's going on up front relative to what's happening behind?
Well, it sounds like communication is still the issue with the offensive line, because Cason Henry was asked that today too. And Cason chalked up almost all the issues of the offensive line to communication and said that there were some mixed signals when it came to just getting the play out, that there were a couple plays where some guys were doing something completely different because they just didn't communicate what the play was. He said there were issues with communication before the snap, and that is a little concerning considering you were playing that game at home, and it wasn't a completely full stadium because of that 2-hour, lightning delay that we had, that delayed kickoff until 9:21. If that's an issue right now, it's not going to get any easier because your stadium's going to be a little louder on Saturday. You have to go play at Death Valley in Baton Rouge on October 11th. You have to go play at Texas A&M. You have to go play at Ole Miss. You will play in raucous environments that won't be friendly to you. Communication is going to be a really, really big deal. And when Shane talked about the offensive line today, the question is kind of framed of, is the communication part something that you find concerning? He said it is concerning. So that's something they have to fix. Like, that's a non-negotiable. You have to be able to know what play you're running at the line of scrimmage, and then also be able to communicate in snap, too. I mean, Cason Henry had a really good detailed breakdown as to what they see when they're on the field. They call it RCE, recognize, communicate, execute, right? You have to recognize what the defense is doing at the line of scrimmage, too, because if you go back and watch that Virginia Tech game, guys, Virginia Tech had all their success whenever they're stunting and twisting at the line of scrimmage. Whenever the defensive line gets a little more creative with how they get to the quarterback, South Carolina had a hard time communicating that. They had a hard time picking that up. It's like a pick and roll in basketball. You got to be able to communicate and be able to get in front of somebody to protect your pocket. And if that doesn't get cleaned up, then we'll be talking about that issue a lot throughout the season. But it seems to me right now that communication on the offensive line is the one thing keeping them from improvement.
Well, here's the interesting part. 3 guys have been around. You got a new guy at center in Boaz Stanley, and you've been rotating at left guard. So is it the new guys, Elijah, that are having the problem? Because you got 3 holdovers who should know what's up.
Yeah, I mean, the main example that I think about when it comes to maybe an issue communicating was from the Virginia Tech game where Lenoris got sacked pretty deep in South Carolina territory, and it was a twist where Josiah Thompson and Marquis Anderson are on the play. Ben Bell pretty much slips in between the two of them after that action right there, and it seemed like there was a delay in picking him up, right? Like Josiah might have been a little late getting to him, and of course when you're a step late and that edge rusher gets to that right shoulder for the left tackle, he's got to step on you. The only way you can keep him from your quarterback is if you hold him. Right. So those are 2 guys right there. That was an example of that exact same thing happening. They didn't really elaborate on who was the perpetrator of getting the wrong play in terms of a syllable getting mixed up and somebody thinking one thing was said, but the other thing was actually said. So the other play ran while one player thinks it's that other play. But it was confirmed that was something that did happen on Saturday night. In terms of the who, not quite sure, but there have been a few examples of that happening in the first 2 games of the year so far where it has become detrimental to the offense.
He's Elijah Campbell, Preston, Jen, Elijah, every morning on the early game, 6 to 9. Make sure you tune in the morning. Never know what you're going to get. I don't know.
They don't even know.
_Campbell3 to follow along on Twitter. Thank you, sir.
Man.
Go have a beer. We'll see you tomorrow.
We was having one during the segment.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, sure.
Where's mine? All right, we'll come back with some start, bench, drop, and a little bit more from Shane. What's going on around college football? It's the postgame show. Palmetto Propane, ready to help make your life a whole lot more enjoyable, in a lot of cases, a whole lot easier. They have, of course, been in business since 1959 delivering propane, but for many, many years now, their hearth and patio home store showrooms have featured things like gas logs for the indoors, trade out that wood-burning fireplace for a gas fireplace. A lot less hassle over time, And I'm telling you, some of these gas logs today are so much better looking than some of the things you might have grown up with. Trust me on this. Plus, they sell premium brands of grills, including gas grills or the Big Green Egg. They've got all kinds of great fire features outside, like, again, whether it's lanterns, heaters to keep you nice and comfortable outdoors, Rinnai tankless water heaters. Stop in and see them real soon. You can log on to palmettopropane.com and find a location near you.
All right, good news. No accidents to report yet on the drive home in the Midlands. The bad news, we've got construction. I-126 between Hugie and I-26, like always. I-26 between Bush River Road and Old Sandy Run Road, like always. I-20 and 26 between exit 64 and 65 Broad River Road, like always. Blink Bonnie Road between Belfield Road and Ridgetop Lane, the bridge is blocked because there is bridge work being done, like always. We'll come back in here. Hear from Shane Beamer, spoke to the media today. We'll get Shane's thoughts on the postgame show coming back. Right now, 75 degrees, 0% chance of rain in the forecast. Postgame show coming back here on the game.
$25 minutes in front of 5 o'clock here on this Tuesday afternoon. Jay and Terry with you. Appreciate you being with us. Lots more to get to as we're halfway through the program. Some interesting stuff in the drive around the SEC coming up for you in about an hour's time. Right now, though, start bench drop is rolling on. Kickoff windows in college football. Which one you like? Start, bench, drop. The noon kick, the midday kick, the 3:30-ish.
I think you bring up something interesting.
Or the night game.
You know, usually the younger version of all of us love the night game. Because we'd start tailgating like the night before. And then we'd be up all night. And then we'd be out afterwards. And we'd be out till sometime the next day. And that was the younger version of us. But the older version of us is like, dude, I don't know if I can make it to halftime. Jeez. My idea of tailgating now is like, Funyuns and a sweet tea.
I will give 2 later.
All right.
One pre-parent. One post-parent / 17-year game day employee, if you will.
And that's the thing, too. Us, I've done pre- and post games pretty much my whole sports talk life. You did them for how many years?
17.
Yeah. You look at it from that angle, for me, a night game was death. Because I'm not going to get out of there till God knows what time, depending on what's happening. Overtime, oh my God, no. I mean, doing the night game as a member of the media, just selfishly, was always the one where I was like, oh.
The worst was the night game, the night road game.
Oh, yeah.
That was a loss. Because I was in this room
taking the
until
calls,
like
baby.
2 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
I remember one time, I forget what game it was now, but it was a bad loss.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember seeing Eric Hyman on Monday after the Saturday, and I was like, I just want you to know that I just took all of your slings out of those.
I'm in pain.
It's like
so sore.
I was sitting here. I didn't throw a pass. I didn't miss a tackle. I didn't do anything, man.
The best thing about that, and I get it. People
yeah, it's part of the job.
I'm like you. It's part of the job. We're not tarring the roof, but it's just the idea that when you do post game after a bad loss, if you say anything that a few people might take as you're taking up for somebody, or you're trying to suck up, or you're trying to put lipstick on something,
and a lot of it's hey.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
and I'd still be doing that. I mean, I've said before, I had one last shot with all my kids going to schools in different places. I was like, I can't do all this anymore. I'd still be doing it. And I mean, I get 17 years. I've said before, if you had told little Jay Phillips growing up in Columbia, South Carolina, going to watch George Rogers win the Heisman Trophy and all that kind of stuff, that hey, one day you're going to do 17 years of doing that in addition to just covering it every day.
Yeah.
I'd have been like, pfft.
Oh, I mean, I've never, like I said, I've been doing them forever. I do it now, do the pre here now. But yeah, I've never had a problem doing pre and post game stuff. I know guys in our business who hate it because they don't want to do it. I've always loved it.
That was fun. I enjoyed it.
I'll be honest, the post game after a bad loss, midnight, whatever it is, 11 o'clock, midnight, and people are well lubricated and angry.
I will also tell you, so I can think of, and I don't know that this is the one where I told Coach Hyman that it was the slings and arrows. Probably the worst one was post-game Kentucky 2010 after Carolina had beaten Alabama. And I always remind people, because that game was up in Lexington, that was the Ron Cooper game, I think, where Steve called Ron out. Marcus got hurt. And Carolina just, again, anytime Marcus went down, Carolina fell apart, at least in a game. Now, when he got hurt, Carolina found ways to continue on in 11 and 12.
That game,
but in the games, like I remember Marcus got hurt against Kentucky. Carolina was like, I don't know what to do. Marcus got hurt against FSU in the Peach Bowl that year. We don't know what to do. What's happening here? It was like, but that one was the worst. And about that, too, I always remind people, like, Carolina was up at halftime. Carolina was playing well in that game. And then, again, they just fell apart. It wasn't like the hangover. He wasn't, that was a hangover. It was like, nah, man, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. I promise you. But the best one I ever did, post-game at least, was when Carolina beat Missouri in 13.
Oh, that game. That game.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, and I remember, I remember telling Brent Johnson, I was like, can we go another hour?
Oh,
it was great.
That's the flip side.
It was great.
The best post games to do is after a big win.
It was so late, man. But
it's phenomenal.
But it was awesome.
I mean, you're right. You could go another 4 hours on those nights.
I was happy we were having
It's
so much
cool.
fun.
It's so cool. As an experience, I tell you what, honestly, as an experience, a night game at Willie B is a thing.
Yeah.
And dude, I've
definitely.
watched games all over this country.
Yeah.
A night game at Willie B is a true thing.
It is.
That pregame hype is so cool. And so if you're asking me just out of the fan experience, a night game at Willie B is just it's next level.
Yeah, it's fun. So you got one this weekend, 7:45. Start bench drops noon, 3:30, or 7, or just those windows. I got a couple. In fact, speaking of what we do for a living, our buddy John Whittle hit us and said, "Hang on, I'll get you John." He says, "As media, the right answer. I love that. The right answer is start noon, bench night." Drop 3:30. Interesting.
It's interesting you drop 3:30.
Interesting.
That is interesting. Yeah, for a media perspective, start noon. You get enough sleep.
Well, here's the thing. I don't disagree, except again when I was doing pregame, because we went I went to do my job,
right?
But at home games we sat in our seats, and we had 6 of them for everybody. So my family didn't like that. And I didn't mind, but. I had to, we go on the air at 9. I'm down there by 8:30, which means the family is up at like 6:30, packing the car, tailgate stuff, maybe all the food's
just
cooked.
for you.
Yeah. And there were times like
popular.
they were like, they're little kids, like, hey, Saturday morning, Dad. I'm like,
come on, Dad. We get up all week.
I get it.
I'll say this, John. I love you deeply, but when we're doing pregame 5 hours before kickoff, that's a 7 a.m.
Yeah, now see, and I will say, because I did the statewide, so there were others on this radio station that
did 7.
Did the even earlier. Heath did that for a lot of years.
You do, that 7 a.m. pregame kind of.
Yeah, basically Heath would say, like, what time did I get here? And I'm like,
yeah.
It'd make you do a climb.
So, John, I know where you're coming from, John, but from the perspective of this guy doing media, 7 a.m.
So hit me up on Twitter. We'll get some more, or on the Firehouse Subs text line 803-404-6100, and we'll have some more results for you throughout the afternoon. Do we have time to get to this one real quick?
Let's get cut 6 about the offensive line.
Well, this is what Lodgy was talking about a minute ago. Here's some of the things from Shane on the offense.
Yeah, no, it's concerning. You're right. We're going to be in a lot more louder environments for our offense when we're on the field than what we were on Saturday night. So, yeah, it's certainly, concerning. It's not necessarily overblown. I talked about it, it's a little overblown in my opinion. There was one play that two words that sounded similar that to me, there's not a reason to get them mixed up, but we got them mixed up. So certainly, I think it starts with just everyone being louder, Lenoris talking louder, Boaz talking louder as the center, making calls, and then us as coaches looking at, okay, if there's things that could be confusing, which I don't think there are. I mean, every offense in America has a lot of terminology and words that may sound alike, but we've certainly got to look at it and make sure that we're operating efficiently as an offense and defense too, from a communication standpoint, because we got the same thing. We got a lot of words on defense that maybe sound the same, and it sure as heck's going to be loud, and we don't need one guy to think he's doing one thing and another guy doing another. But it's the same calls we've had for multiple years now that I've been the head coach, and don't think it's an issue, but certainly we don't want to bury our head in the sand and look the other way either.
Is there a way for this week to almost be that proverbial game 1 to game 2? Instead, it's almost, you know what I'm saying? Like, can you do it again?
Yeah, maybe.
And like Shane said in post game, we better be ready.
They got to be.
So
yeah. And verbiage wise, I mean, do you simplify some things just so guys don't mix it up, or do you just go, look, guys, you got to get this?
Yeah, I think it's the latter. I think it's, hey, guys, this is what we do. Go do it. All right, we'll come back on the other side. A little J or nay, more start bench drop. It's the post game show. All right, welcome back in. Post-game show rolling along here. Coming up top of the hour, headlines of the day, including some Gamecock baseball news that you will want to hear. We'll have that for you. Do I have this on here, or am I just kind of winging this, Tara? I think I'm just
My
going to.
guess is you're just winging
I think
something.
I'm just going to wing it. The Lawyer Lisa Special Teams Contest is back.
Mm-hmm.
And even though it's week 3, you'll be like, oh, yeah. Yeah.
Now you come
You
back.
guys are going to do it after you've had 3 special teams touchdowns. Well, guess what?
That's right. We're going to.
You can now. They can enter now.
1075thegame.com.
All
You go
right.
there. You fill out the little form. You click on the little flippy thingy.
The clicky thingy.
You click on the flippy thingy that says Lawyer Lisa.
Yep.
It'll take you to a little form.
Yep.
Fill it out. Hit
Yep.
that big word, submit,
Yep.
and you're in.
And you're in.
And you can win
we're going to have 2 drawings.
Well, we're going to do one drawing of $200.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Because you get 100 a game.
Okay.
That's how it goes up to 1,200 tops.
I got you.
But since we've had both games have had, so we have $200 to give away.
Okay. So somebody
$200 on Friday.
Somebody retroactively
Yeah.
is going to win $200.
Because Lawyer Lisa will just go step it up to make sure people get paid.
Yeah, that's good.
$200 Friday, 7:30, early game.
Okay. So they need to be entered before that.
Yes, you
That
can't enter after that. After the drawing, you can enter after the
Well,
drawing.
you can. I mean, for this week's drawing,
this
you
week,
can enter
you wanna-
whenever you feel like it all
Exactly.
season long.
Sure. But if you
want to win this week, you have to enter
you have to enter
before the drawing.
the drawing.
I got it. Otherwise, they
Yeah, it just
be
starts
after
over.
the drawing.
Yeah, and then you get nothing yet until another special. The way it's going, they might score every week.
Well, I mean, I anticipate that.
You know the ironic part? We went through 2 years of no special teams touchdowns.
Yeah.
No. Last year was none. Year before we didn't go until the Vandy game at the end of the year.
Yeah, like game 10. I think
Yeah,
it was.
so it was a thing last couple of years.
Yeah.
That pot built, man.
Yeah.
Way Vicari Swain's going, the pot will never build.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, it's still something.
Oh, yeah.
I get it. All right. Is it?
You ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
You set?
As far
All
as you
right,
know.
man. I got you.
All right.
I got you here. Let's get this baby turned up. Let's rock and roll. Don't forget to spay and neuter your pets.
That's right.
All right, Jay or nay? The Vikings with a big fourth quarter comeback against the Bears last night. J.J. McCarthy struggled for 3 quarters, was money in the fourth quarter. J.J. McCarthy is now gotten over the hump and is ready to be a franchise quarterback in the NFL after that fourth quarter. Jay or nay?
I mean, it's overreaction week, right? That's what the NFL week one's all about.
I
Listen,
stole this from one of the overreaction
you know what,
things
Jay? He's on the way to the Hall of Fame.
today, man, I was laughing out loud watching that today.
Yeah, I mean, he's on the way to the Hall of Fame. I like him. I do. He was groomed by a terrific coach in college. And they've got a good
situation.
organization, a good setup. He learned last year. Yeah, sure, he's set up to be solid.
All the pieces are in place for him to be successful. But I'll say this: he was good in the fourth quarter. He struggled a lot the first 3 quarters.
Yeah, I mean,
so I'm on that slow your roll thing.
Yeah,
with this,
there's a lot of games. A lot of games.
A lot of games to go,
but,
man.
But they won.
That's what matters.
That's all. And on the road, so that's not easy.
Jernay, Caleb Williams, 10 of his first 11, struggled a bit in the second half. But it feels like Caleb Williams and the Bears offense in a better spot with Ben Johnson than they were without him. Jay or nay?
Yeah, Jay. Yeah. I thought they were going to win.
So did I.
I thought they were going to win. It was a good game. We had our 2 night games here this week have been good. Really, and you know what? The Dallas game was good. So all the night games have been good. Even all 4 of them, because there was a Friday night game too. Gee whiz. Yeah, Terry, the Bears are like the Jets, but different. So I don't know. It's hard, man, because they're the Bears, and they've never had a great quarterback.
Never.
They've still never had a great quarterback.
I mean, arguably their best quarterback statistically in a short span was Jay Cutler.
Yeah.
Smoke 'em Jay.
Yeah. Or didn't they have Sid Luckman?
He was like
a
the
Bear?
greatest of all time, like
Was he a Bear?
1940s.
Yeah.
Back when we were in high school.
Right. Hey.
He is the greatest quarterback in Bears history, is Sid Luckman.
Right.
In the 1940s.
Yeah, so
Think
that's
about
my
that for a
point.
minute. Think about that.
Yeah.
Jay or nay?
Yeah.
Georgia Tech, a big game this Saturday against Clemson. Georgia Tech could win the ACC. Jay or nay?
Boy, wow. Ugh. I wish you would ask me this next week. They're plus 3.5 at home. I mean, can they? You know, Jay, yeah. They're probably, I would look at them and say, on paper, they're the 4th best team in their conference.
Yeah, but that's probably fair.
If you win this weekend, then I think the game changes, man. They're 2-0. They feel good about themselves.
It's in your dojo, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there'll be more Clemson fans there, but
yeah.
But it's plus 3.5. I mean, why not? We'll see. All right. Headlines coming up. All right, the summer's winding down. In some people's minds, summer's already gone because we've passed Labor Day. But at Griffin Pools and Spas, you can always have some things going on. Listen, maybe it is a little too chilly to be out there swimming on a regular basis. But what about a hot tub, right? What if you had a spa or a hot tub to make you feel great all year long? Bullfrog Spas are sold at Griffin Pools and Spas. You can get in there and really see what they have them in the showroom. I mean, you can even sit in one. They'll let you. And doesn't always have water in it, but you can get in there and, I mean, you can imagine what it feels like with the water. Plus, with Bullfrog, you can customize every single seat so that everybody that's relaxing gets exactly what they want out of a water massage. Again, stop in and see them. Steps away from the Lake Murray Dam in Lexington. You can call them up for more information, 803-957-2121, and learn about all that they can do for you. Pools, spas, and more at griffinpoolsandspas.com.
A clear drive accident-wise right now through the Midlands as we roll into the 5 o'clock hour. But we do have construction. Like always, Blink Bonnie Road between Belfield Road and Ridgetop Lane. The bridge is blocked because of bridge work being done. I-20 between 20 and 26, exit 64 and 65 at Broad River Road, there every day. So is I-26, Bush River Road and Old Sandy Run Road between those exits, road construction. And maybe my personal favorite, I-126 between Hugie and I-26. Construction there as well. Weather in the 70s right now, 0% chance of any precipitation. We'll come back, get the 5 o'clock news, sponsored by our buds at Integrated Media. That's next here on the postgame show in Columbia, Florence, Myrtle Beach, and Charleston.
It is 5 o'clock news time here on a Tuesday. Welcome back in. It's also the final hour of the post-game show. Alongside Terry Ford, I'm Jay Phillips. Appreciate you being with us. Shane Beamer speaking today ahead of South Carolina's conference opener against the Vanderbilt Commodores Saturday night, 7:45. Gamecocks, as we speak, are 5.5-point favorites in this ball game, over-under of 48.5. And the ESPN computers give Carolina a 65% chance to win the game. We've already had a lot of discussion about some of the things going on. Had Ryan Brewer with us earlier for Brews Day here on a Tuesday during football season. You can catch that on our YouTube page. But Shane Beamer did, as I said, speak today ahead of the ball game. And in this Q&A, we got the answer here. Shane was asked, Coach, what's your message to your guys as the SEC season starts this weekend?
Not much. I mean, Mondays are off days, so we come in on Sundays. We play on Saturday. We had a quick turnaround Sunday, so we were back in here for meetings and practice on Sunday. And the message then was we need to be better, all three phases. I mean, win or lose, we come in here on Sundays and we watch, 10 to 15 plays of the night before and show the good and the bad. And there's good and bad in every win and loss. And there was plenty of good Saturday night, and there was plenty of not so good Saturday night. So we watched that, and I would hope that I didn't have to make it clear. I think they already knew that Saturday night wasn't up to our standard, whether it be offensively or whether it be how we finished the game in some ways on defense. And then we went out Sunday night. I thought we had a great practice, and our guys knew that it was time for us to, take another step and get better this week, because we've got a big challenge coming in here on Saturday night. And I told them after the game in the locker room Saturday night, I knew the result of the Virginia Tech game because it was freaking 1 o'clock in the morning or whatever it was here. And I told them that, that we're playing we open up SEC play, and we got a team rolling in here that just ran off, I think, 34 straight points against Virginia Tech and rushed for 260-something yards against them to get their attention pretty quick, that they needed to go home, they needed to go to bed, they needed to get their rest, and let's get back in here on Sunday and get ready to work. And that's what we've done.
Yeah, Vanderbilt, after being down 10-0 in the first quarter of that game, outscored the Hokies the rest of the way, 44-10, and again scored 34 unanswered points in the second half. That 34, by the way, they missed a PAT. They scored 5 touchdowns. You and I talked
Make that kicker run laps.
That's, I know, right? You and I talked last week, and we asked, would it be better for Carolina to have Virginia Tech or Vanderbilt win that game? And the consensus, I mean, I know you and I both said Virginia Tech. A lot of fans said Virginia Tech. We had Elijah, we had Langston. They said Virginia Tech. Didn't happen that way, Terry. Regardless of who won, though, you've got film on somebody you've seen, and now you can at least look. If Virginia Tech had won, then you would say, okay, here's what they did that we've seen, what they did to us, didn't do to us, or you can flip that script. So I don't know. I will still hold on to it. Probably would be better for Carolina if Virginia Tech had won the game. That's not a knock on Vanderbilt, by the way. But either way, it's an interesting and potentially positive coincidence that you have these two teams playing each other right after you saw one of them and right before you see the other.
And it's helpful from that standpoint of now you get to watch, tape of the team you open the season with play against a team you're going to play, and just see how Vandy handles some of the things that Virginia Tech presents compared to how you handle them. One thing for me that kind of why I wanted to see, Virginia Tech win is here's the other part of this. It's human nature to say this, whether it's true or not, fair or not. Well, the Virginia Tech win isn't as good as I thought now. Yeah. Man, Vanderbilt went to Blacksburg and dog walked them. So then you kind of take the air out of a Vanderbilt win or a Virginia Tech win that you went, we're playing a team, an ACC team in a power league that was everybody thinks could be better this year, and then all of a sudden you watch what Vandy did to him in the second half, and you go, "Oh, well, maybe our win's not going to be as good as I thought." So that's the residue of this, fair or not, right? But I think you make a good point that you get to see not only their upcoming opponent, but how'd your upcoming opponent deal with the team that you played too previously. So it's a nice little angle on the film.
And I wonder, again, I'm holding to believing Virginia Tech probably would have been better long-term for Carolina. That said, you may also, to kind of your point, but to flip it a little bit, well, hey, man, we beat Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech just beat them, so we're gonna pants Vandy.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
And now instead, it's like,
the hope is it's got your attention.
Yeah. So there's that part of it too. I don't know which one it'll be. We'll see on Saturday night.
Well, the combination of what here to take a point farther, the combination of what Vanderbilt did to Virginia Tech and how you played against South Carolina State, everybody's attention should be pretty high, right?
Yeah. I want to play something for you, if only so everybody can hear it. And just cut number 2 real quick, please. It's very short. This is the, I'm air quoting, injury report.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Let's get it.
On the injury front, we're trending in the right direction. Obviously, it's an SEC game, so we'll have to release an injury update as the week goes, and we'll do that then. So I'm not going to talk about injuries today other than just to say we're trending in the right direction, and we'll release the report like we do every week for SEC games when the time comes.
All right, so I know a lot of you wanted to hear about that because Saturday after the game, too many of them to mention, talk more about it on Sunday night. He talked more about it on Sunday night. Not as bad as they first thought once they got some guys in the training room, other than maybe Brady Hunt. Elijah joined us earlier today. Still some questions potentially about Judge Collier, maybe even Jalen Kilgore. We'll see. I believe the first participation report is due tomorrow night.
Yeah, and that's kind of what Shane was talking about, too. He's got to get a participation.
So you have to do that. I think all of them should be listed as doubtful.
There you go. Yeah, it's like the old Tom Brady.
Then go to probable. All right, no, then go to questionable on Thursday. Then probable on Friday.
Play the game with the injury report.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they'll. But Shane's not like that.
And by the way.
It's the Samuels Reynolds Law Firm Injury Report. When you're hurt at work or in an accident anywhere in South Carolina, Samuels Reynolds goes to work for you. The Samuels Reynolds Law Firm. True injuries, true lawyers. Call 779-4000.
Wow.
Get that in there.
That's you did good. Man.
Hey, you know what's interesting about the injury thing? Because we know why it's done in the NFL, right? We get it.
Yes.
But like Jalen Kilgore was not. No one had an idea that Jalen Kilgore wasn't going to play, right? No. Then all of a sudden, guess who's not playing?
Right.
Jalen Kilgore. Right. And then I was like, wow, okay. Never heard a peep about that, right?
Right.
And whenever these things happen in college, I think, man, the NFL, you try to sneak that around somebody,
they get fined.
Yeah, the fine police show up.
Yeah.
Take money from you.
You know what they should do in the NFL instead of fining them, though, is you will immediately start the game with 2 15-yard penalties.
Oh, make you sit at what, 1st and 45?
Yeah. Just right away. Just see what happens. Anyway, plenty more in our Gamecock Notebook from Coach Beamer's press conference. That'll be coming up for you in about 10 minutes or so. In the meantime, continuing our integrated media headlines of the day from Gamecock football to Gamecock baseball. And today, the Gamecocks and the SEC released the conference slate of baseball games. So it looks like this. I'll just go in order, not with dates. Although I'll tell you the first one, the conference play opens March 13. All right, March 13. They'll be at Florida, host Arkansas, at Georgia, host Texas, at Missouri, host Mississippi State, host Kentucky, at LSU, host Alabama, at Vanderbilt. Those are your 10 SEC series. Again, at Florida, host Arkansas, at Georgia, host Texas, at Missouri, Mississippi State, Kentucky, at LSU, host Alabama, at Vandy. So the home slate, Arkansas, Texas, State, UK, and Bammer.
Is this the part where one of us says, wow, that's a hard schedule?
Yeah, I mean, and even you got to go to Missouri. Which
it's such a weird game.
I remember Tommy telling me, and Derek has too. It's a weird atmosphere up there, and Tommy used to complain about the fact that when they had, like, when he was doing the color and Derek was on play-by-play, basically Tommy would have to kind of constantly look over Derek's shoulder because of the way the booth was set up.
Yeah,
there's sometimes like 300 people at the game.
They're not really into baseball.
They're into baseball in that state. They they have the St. Louis Cardinals and the Kansas City,
but not University of Missouri baseball. No, it's not pushing the needle like a Cardinal game.
Not like everybody. I mean, one series of most other schools in the SEC is like the season attendance for Missouri.
Yes, and too. When you play in all these ballparks in the SEC, like, you're at Mississippi State where they're crazy with the cowbells. You're at Vandy with that annoying dude who
the Whistler,
crazy glue his lip shut.
Yes.
And then you go to Missouri, it's like a library.
Right.
It's got to be so weird for these players.
And that's the only place.
Yeah.
It's the only place.
It's got to be bizarre.
So there you go. Gamecocks, by the way, will have fall ball games against Charlotte on November 2nd here. And then they'll go down to see Coach Holbrook's team in Charleston on November the 6th. So there you go. It says, by the way, too, in Kent Reichert's release that let's see, it says more SEC weekends could move to Thursday, Saturday due to television, and that those changes could be announced at a later date. So I suppose that the conference and the folks at Disney reserve the right.
Yes.
So
even in baseball,
there are dates on here now, and you can find out more details, obviously, at GamecocksOnline.com. Speaking of baseball, after the Braves got trucked a couple of times against the Mariners, they've now beaten the Chicago Cubs last night, 4-1.
Mm-hmm.
Yay!
You
know what I didn't celebrate last week, by the way, Tara? I blame you. You know what I didn't celebrate last week?
Did you not celebrate?
The Atlanta Braves are not going to lose 100 baseball games.
Look at that.
David Cloninger and I were talking about that a few weeks ago when he was on. That we had a magic number.
Yeah. Want to avoid 100 losses.
So the Braves are not. The Braves are at 65. Heck, they might win 70.
Now, if you avoid 100 losses, do you get a couple extra wins starting next season?
No.
So it really doesn't matter.
Well, it does matter. You don't want to lose 100 games.
But you get a better spot in the draft.
Losing 100 games, it's the baseball draft. Unless I'm getting one of the first 3 or 4 picks, does it really matter?
The baseball draft is so different, man. It is so different.
And look, I'm a guy. Listen, I'm the Braves. Now the Braves didn't draft Dansby. The Diamondbacks made a stupid trade.
Remember that trade?
Oh, it was like it was one of the Upton boys. And somebody else, right?
Yeah, it was
Dave Stewart was the GM in Phoenix back then.
It wasn't. Was it Justin Upton?
It was Justin or BJ. I can't remember.
It was Justin.
Yeah.
It was Justin.
And somebody else, like a pitcher. I can't even remember now.
The pitcher was a guy. Was that?
I can't remember.
Was that Miller? That wasn't part of the Miller trade, was it? Shelby Miller?
No, Shelby went to St. Louis.
Right. Shelby Miller went to St. Louis and flamed out had a really good first year or something, then flamed out.
Yeah, unlike Adam Wainwright, who went to St. Louis and thrived.
Yeah, just for 20 years.
Yeah, and the Braves are like, man, why'd we trade Adam Wainwright?
What did we do that for? Wasn't that the J.D. Drew deal?
J.D. was good for about a month.
Yeah, J.D. helped a little bit.
He was okay. Yeah, but I would have rather had Adam Wainwright's 15-year career.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But no Chipper Jones. Chipper Jones was also the number 1 pick in the draft.
Always say this. Just say thank God for Scott Boras.
Yeah.
That knocked Scott Van Poppel down in the draft because not doing Todd Van Poppel was going to be the first pick overall from Texas. Next great pitcher in the history of baseball.
Yep.
Braves went. We don't want to deal with Boras. Who do we like? Yeah. Chipper Jones. Larry.
Jackson.
I like Larry.
Yep. There you go. That's our integrated media headlines of the day. 803-948-8327 for all your home theater needs and so much more. Call our good friends at Integrated Media. Plenty more from Coach Beamer, what he had to say ahead of Vanderbilt. The Gamecock Notebook is next. All right, welcome back in. Gamecock Notebook time now on this Tuesday. Jay and Terry with you. Speaking of Gamecocks, real quick, Asia Wilson and the Aces go for their 15th straight tonight.
How about that, man?
And
they were scuffling for a bit. Now they're on
yeah,
a
she is. I mean, I already thought. Well, I know she's, and we all do. She's the best player on the planet right now.
Mm-hmm.
She's going for her 4th MVP award, and I saw earlier today that she is minus 400.
Really?
To win the MVP.
Is that good?
Yeah. In other words, if you don't know what that means, if you bet $400, you would win 100. If she were to
Think
be
about
the
that
MVP.
for a minute.
Yeah. So I mean that's it's safe, but you're not
Yeah.
going to do it, right? I mean, you're not going to do it. But anyway, they go for number 15, but she's on another level. She really is.
It's insane.
Yeah, she's on another level. So, good stuff. All right, Coach Beamer speaking today. We've already told you a little bit about some of the offensive issues. We've heard from that. I tell you, one of the things that is interesting is what's going on with the run game. And Shane was asking about that. Cut number 3, please, Terry Ford. Here is Coach Beamer today on how he is currently assessing that phase of the offense.
I wouldn't say there's one glaring issue. I think it's a host of things, David. We don't seek comfort around here by making excuses, but Virginia Tech game, it's a good defense, and that's a tough preparation because you didn't quite know what to expect. South Carolina State, we're starting a true freshman. We had bad field position. So those are things that I don't want to, completely just push aside and say that they weren't a factor, because those are factors. Having said that, we have to overcome that, and I wouldn't say there's one glaring thing. We've been close. We haven't been consistent enough. Yeah, sometimes it's in different positions. It may be a guy getting beat, which is going to happen at times. And this week, hopefully, we'll start the same 5 on the offensive line health-wise, and we weren't able to do that from week 1 to week 2. But confident that we'll be better this week. And today in practice, we got off to a great start.
Just to remind folks, because Shane mentioned this earlier, we played it earlier in the show, the communication issues, and our own Elijah Campbell was down at the player availability today as well, and he mentioned that Cason Henry, who is now, you would say, maybe the veteran presence on that offensive line, just considering his time in Columbia and how many starts he had last year, said, and I'm paraphrasing now from what Elijah told us, that Cason felt there was no question that the biggest issue they have is their communication that they know they can fix, and that he believes they will fix. And you just heard a little bit of that from Shane as well. So I think we talked about it with Ryan Brewer earlier too, for those who missed that. And it was Ryan's opinion as a former player that everything right now that, my word, is plaguing Carolina, and let's face it, they're 2-0, are fixable things. This is not, it's not a talent issue. Now there could be some injury things that sneak up on you later.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll get to that in a second when we talk about Diego Pavia, or at least when Shane talks about Diego Pavia, and then we will. But by and large, there's just things to clean up. And it goes back to something that Lenoris mentioned in postgame on Saturday, Terry. He said, we were cleaner than this. Now, that's not an excuse as to, then what's, there's something. Again, disconnect is too strong, but there's something missing. But if by and large it's communication, I feel a lot better about that than if you said, we just don't have a guy that can do X, Y, or Z.
Yeah. I mean, the engine, it's like this. The engine's working and you're driving okay, like in the city. But when you go on the interstate, it starts to like smoke a little bit and it kind of hesitates a little bit there, and you just kind of once you get up to a certain speed.
Right.
So, I mean, they've had some moments. They've been giving me that first drive, the big play to Harbor, Jacobs, that 35-yard touchdown there. There's been some moments. Problem is, it's the lack of consistency, or the word we love to use now, efficiency, is what you're missing.
Well, and your two tailbacks against Virginia Tech each had runs of over 20 yards.
Yeah.
Lenoris had a 15-yarder for a touchdown.
So you've had, like I said, you've had moments.
Yeah.
It's just you want to.
The Harbor play that wasn't should have been, but it was otherwise,
Yeah.
So again, that's something that's fixable, although I
Sure.
think it was a touchdown.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, the fixable for that's a fix the rule.
Right, yeah.
That's the fixable.
Because I read the rule, and it seems like by definition of the rule, he had a
It's
touchdown.
just a dopey
but
rule,
anyway,
man.
Anyway, we've done that one.
Mm-hmm.
Diego Pavia, like Lenore Sellers, a lot of attention last year. Diego is back for one more season. Shane Beamer asked today, how do you defend a kid like that?
Yeah, he's a stud. You watch his tape. I mean, I've got so much respect for him. I got a chance to visit with him a little bit in Atlanta at SEC Media Day because we were there at the same time and enjoyed visiting with him and enjoy watching him play. He's such a competitor and I mean, there's plays. From the Virginia Tech game. He does it all. Lulu is probably the biggest thing. He loves the moment. He loves competing. I mean, he's got a play against Virginia Tech where he's sitting in the pocket on third down and delivering a throw down the field. He's got a play against Virginia Tech where he's got one-on-one coverage on the outside and he throws it up and he hits the receiver in stride on a deep ball for a touchdown. He's got a play against Virginia Tech where he, scrambles and rolls to the right and then comes all the way back across to the far sideline and hits his running back out in the flat on a scramble situation. He's got to play against Virginia Tech where he runs a quarterback draw for 20 yards. He's got to play for against Virginia Tech where he runs the option and he pitches the ball to his option guy, and then he's the lead blocker and he goes downfield and he tries to block the defensive back. I mean, he's fun to watch, and I've got a ton of respect for him. It's going to take all 11 on defense to control him on Saturday night. All of us flying to the ball. Starts up front, but we've got to do a great job on the perimeter without a doubt. And then our offense, for sure. I mean, we've got to stay on the field. I mean, Virginia Tech had 6 plays in the third quarter the other night. 6. They went 3 and out, and then they didn't see the ball again until the fourth quarter. That's how they want to play football. So in order to, control Pavia, we've got to do our part on offense too to make sure that we're staying on the field and sustaining drives.
I remember reading that on Sunday.
I know. It's crazy.
And to hear Shane reiterate it like that it's I don't want to say it's mind-boggling, but it goes to show you that this Vanderbilt team is complete.
Yeah. Well, the thing about them is they ran for, I think, last 7 million yards in Blacksburg.
Well, they did run for over 200 in the second half, right?
And look, it's going to be an interesting battle that we haven't even brought up yet because it's only Tuesday. The Vanderbilt run game against the South Carolina run defense. South Carolina's run defense, if you look at Pro Football Focus grades, is top 15 in the country in run defense. The run defense grades for pretty much almost the entire defense is really good. Yeah. Linebackers are fast. They're stout up front defensively. The 3 guys rotating in the interior have been really good. Dylan Stewart has been, we talked about this. Are you going to become more complete in year 2? Dylan Stewart's making some plays in the run game. He didn't make his freshman year. They are very good versus the run so far 2 weeks in, and Vanderbilt's going to test them and see if they can run on them. That's going to be a nice little key to the game, is can Vandy establish anything on the ground against a really good run defense?
Vanderbilt in Blacksburg, y'all, 23 first downs. They were 5 of 7 on third down. They made their only fourth down try. They had 490 total yards and a pretty good balance, 262 on the ground, 228 through the air. Pavia was 14 of 20. They averaged 7.1 yards per carry. One interesting note, they committed 11 penalties for 77 yards. So that's
there you go.
That's a thing.
Yeah.
I'm not sitting here saying so, therefore.
Right.
But look, not trying to turn Vanderbilt into, the Alabama of 10 years ago here or anything like that. But pretending that this is the Vanderbilt of 10 years ago isn't going to suit you either. This is the best Vanderbilt team that's been in the Southeastern Conference since James Franklin's last year.
Yes.
And it got him a job, not just at some school, they got him a job at Penn State.
Penn State. The thing about Vanderbilt, the difference is this, is you just can't walk and throw your helmets on the field and beat them.
No.
They are going to fight you because the leader of that football team is a fighter in Pavia. That whole team has embraced the culture of Diego
Pavia. He's great
Pavia.
for college football.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm so glad he got to play again. Seriously.
Yeah, I mean, look, and the thing is, he was a perfect guy for Vanderbilt. You needed a guy to come in and say, I don't care about your history. I don't care about you being a doormat. You know what I care about right now? And right now, You know, we're going to do? We're going to bite people's kneecaps, like Dan Campbell. Diego Pavia brought them, which would be a fun little exercise to watch.
Sure.
Pavia
really,
brought
I
them
don't
an
know.
edge that they didn't have.
Right. Absolutely.
And now, can they sustain that edge after Diego Pavia leaves? I don't know, but I know this. You're going to have to earn it Saturday.
Yeah.
Now, it's again, we've said it. Is South Carolina better on paper? Absolutely. But you got to take the paper and run and play like that on the field, because if you bring your C or D game against these cats, they can beat you.
They're going
now.
to beat you. Yeah.
And so
And
that's
they
the
expect
biggest
to win.
difference.
That's the thing. Vandy comes in
Yep.
here expecting to win.
Well, that's what Diego Pavia is instilled ever since they beat Bama.
Yep.
They now think when they take the field, they can do that every time.
Drive around the SEC is next.
Not yet. Hold on. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
Well,
Wait
it
a
is
second.
officially next.
It is officially next. I'm just waiting for the computer to get ready to make it officially next. Now it's ready, Jay.
The drive around the SEC is next.
Still a good day when it comes to no accidents in the Midlands on the roads. We do have our typical construction spots, I-26 between Bush River Road and Old Sandy Run Road. Also, I-20 and 26 between exit 64 and 65 at Broad River. I-126 between Hugie and I-26, also long-term construction. And yes, the bridge is still being worked on and is blocked. Blink Bonnie Road between Belfield Road and Ridgetop Lane. Weather looks good. Temps in the 70s, no precipitation right now. We'll come back as we take a drive around the SEC on the post-game show with Jay and Terry here on The Game.
It is Drive Around the SEC time here on a Tuesday. Welcome back in. Jay and Terry with you. We'll start. It's not really news yet because we don't know, but we do know that Chris Lowe, longtime ESPN college football reporter, now plying his trade for On3, did put out this week, Terry, ahead of the Georgia-Tennessee game in Knoxville, that information he has gathered suggests that Georgia-Tennessee will not be a permanent matchup when the new SEC scheduling format gets underway next year. So,
which makes you more hopeful that maybe South Carolina and Georgia.
Yeah, because, again, we know Georgia's going to get Florida and Auburn, so it's really that third team. There has been speculation that it's Carolina, which to me makes the most sense, but maybe that's just me being subjective. I have seen Georgia, Kentucky floated out there a little bit. I just don't think it's going to be – I think it's going to be one of those two, and I certainly hope it's South Carolina. And I know some of you out there are like,
why do you want any of that Georgia smoke?
Yeah.
Right.
But it's Carolina's literally only border rival, if you will.
Yeah.
I mean,
and played a lot of times over the years.
if Chapel Hill or State ultimately join the Southeastern Conference, we have a different conversation. Clemson wouldn't count as a border rival should they ever join the Southeastern Conference. So you only got one.
Mm-hmm.
And again, Georgia doesn't see you as an equal border rival, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Just go beat them every once in a while.
Well, to make it a rivalry,
more than every once in a while.
Yeah, you just got to start beating them some.
Yeah,
that's all.
Which they were doing for a little bit.
Yep, they did. They were doing okay.
So
there for a minute.
Under coach Spurrier, they were.
Spurrier did a lot of good things.
Yeah,
there.
Yeah, they had some wins.
Mm-hmm.
Muschamp got one again. It's because Georgia decided to throw some forward passes they didn't need to throw. I was like, why are y'all throwing the ball? Just run it, man. They could have run all day, literally. They could have been like Army.
Every now and then, my man, you outsmart yourself.
Yeah, and then when Carolina, because in that game, remember they had the pick six over in Athens.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, why are they throwing? I remember when Auburn did it. Like, why are you throwing? When Carolina beat Auburn for the first time here, and it's like, why are you throwing the ball?
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen that run defense? I'm glad it's better now. As you just mentioned, now it's top 20 in the country.
Yeah, it's been excellent.
And as Shane mentioned, even the rush offense last year for Carolina was fourth in the country, or fourth in the conference, not the country.
Yep.
But anyway.
Run the ball a little bit, stop the run a little bit, and things are starting to look better for us.
So Chris Lowe, in one of his pieces this week, simply saying information he is gathering suggests that Georgia versus Tennessee would not be annual.
Okay, so if you're Georgia and you get Auburn and you get Florida, those teams have traditionally had some good pockets of success.
You'd rather, if you're Georgia, you'd rather have Kentucky.
Yes, I was getting ready to say you want
South
Kentucky.
Carolina.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, but you're going to get. I mean, Georgia, they're going to get Auburn and Florida. That's
right.
I mean, I everybody would be stunned if they didn't. So they will. They're going to get Auburn and they're going to get.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You got to have those two.
Yeah,
that's automatic.
Yeah. So, but I think they'd rather have Kentucky than Carolina.
I would agree with that. I think those two programs right now, the way they're trending.
Yeah.
If you're Georgia, you like to have.
So
we'll have Kentucky to balance it out a little bit.
To be serious for a second here, Florida has seen Brendan Bett apologize. He's the defensive tackle that spit on a USF player that allowed what was a second and long to become a first down 15 yards upfield. USF obviously went on down. They had a big play after that and then just methodically inched their way up to have the winning field goal on Saturday at the Swamp. He's issued a very, what I would say is a very sincere apology, Terry. That being said, what I don't agree with is Billy Napier saying that there will be internal discipline or something that that they'll handle it internally. Look, okay. However, this is egregious. Yeah. And I don't want to sound sanctimonious. We've all done stupid things, but this is egregious. And this comes just 48 hours-ish after an NFL player.
Jalen Carter.
And it's all, you can't say it was in his mind. I don't know. We talked with Langston in between. Langston has told the story before. Terry had never heard it. Langston did this when he was in the NFL, and it's something that I know Langston, because we talked about it privately before too. It is something that he deeply regrets.
And look, we had a little fun with it on Friday, but in all seriousness, if you do this, you need to be suspended.
Yes.
You need to miss games. This is something, if you did this to somebody in the real world, they might put you in an ambulance when it's over with by the beatdown you could take. Or, it's just, this is not acceptable.
A legal charge could certainly, it might be a misdemeanor, but a legal charge could certainly be brought against you. He needs to miss the next game.
He needs to miss
I don't want him kicked off the team. I've seen some of that on Twitter. Let's go kick him off the team. No, but suspend him for a game. And as it so happens, this is one of their most vital games. Look, they got the hardest schedule in the conference this year, but I don't care whatever the next game is. It doesn't matter. And this happens to be a trip to Baton Rouge that's next at a crucial time for Florida.
And that's why this is the deal. Now, if they were playing Florida School for Botany, he might get suspended, right? But Billy Napier's job's on the line. Let's just be fair here. Their season now all of a sudden has taken a very bizarre turn for the worse. So Billy Napier, what's it going to be? Jay's going to clean all the garbage cans on campus?
Yeah. I mean, yes, if you don't miss playing time, then there really is no punishment.
No.
But that's the only way you can affect these things, and that's why again we'll handle it internally. Well,
see, that's a cop out.
Okay, yeah, it is.
It's a cop out.
It's an absolute cop out. And okay, yeah, you're gonna make him puke. You're gonna run the steps. Right. Can't do that anymore. Like you said, you're gonna scrub garbage cans. This isn't the Army of the 1940s.
Exactly.
You're not gonna do that. I mean, what are you gonna do? You're not. Hey, buddy, you're not going to start.
Right. Ooh.
I mean, something like that. Or you're going to miss a series. But we'll, and then we'll just look for
Can I say this?
Should there be a conference rule?
I think so, because again, the conference. If you're going to let teams police this, and their teams are going to do it this way, the conference needs to step in and say, if you spit on someone, and let's just make it. Let's not try to sugarcoat it. The rule should be this: if you spit on somebody, you miss this amount of games. Done.
Yeah.
So that way, when this happens, we don't have this ridiculousness. And then here's the other thing, too. Billy Napier, this is why your team sometimes can be undisciplined, because this is how you're going to handle it. It's like anything. I remember being a youngin'. You gave me room to do dumb stuff. Guess what I'm going to do?
Dumb stuff.
Right. If you put the hammer down on me, guess what I'm not doing anymore?
Right.
So, Billy Napier, you're also opening the door for showing us why you've had some issues over the last so many years with your football team.
I personally, Billy Napier comes out. We have suspended Brendan for this game, in addition to internal discipline.
Then you got something.
And then make it a deterrent.
Well,
as best you can. Like, send a message.
Yes. Here's my thing of it, Jay. Spitting on someone is just not acceptable in life.
It's just not. Yeah.
And I know we laugh at this, but part of your job as a coach, obviously it's not high up on the list anymore. Aren't you trying to mold young men?
Yeah.
So what kind of message are you sending to this young man on your football team, this young adult, by saying, we're going to figure a way to wink discipline you because we need you on the field to play.
Yeah, that's if you don't miss something significant. And again, if it's not the whole game, a half, I don't know. There has to be some tangible missed game time.
Absolutely.
Because that's the only real thing you can do. Like, yeah, I'm with you. You're going to run the steps. You're going to scrub garbage cans. You're going to clean the toilets. No.
Oh, wow, that's really going to.
Well, none of that's going to happen.
No.
None of that's going to happen.
Right, exactly.
So, yeah, we'll see. That's the drive around the SEC. Start bench drop today. We'll wrap some of that up for you. Start bench drop kickoff times in college football. The noon window, the midday window, the 3:30, or the night game. Start bench drop those. Got a lot of you that have hit us. We will go over some of those, give you ours, and a little Jay versus the internet when the post-game show returns.
The Men's Clinic of South Carolina, just give them a call at 803-875-MENS if you're a guy and you're just going through a rough patch. And the rough patch has been going on for a while. Whether it's you're not sleeping like you used to, you can't find any, you lose stuff, your keys, you're flipping over couch cushions, you don't know where you put anything. You feel like crap at the gym, you feel like crap when you recover from exercise. You have just not the drive you used to in life. Pick something professional, personal, whatever it is. You just don't feel like yourself anymore. You're sitting around flipping out, and it could just be low T. You call 803-875-MENS. You set an appointment. You go in, tell Dr. Dan and the staff your story. If they think it's low T, they'll do some lab work. If it comes back low testosterone, they'll put you on a program specifically designed for you to get you back to feeling like you again. 803-875-MENS. Men's Clinic of South Carolina. Make the call. Feel better.
All right, welcome back in. Final few minutes of the program here on a Tuesday. Jay and Terry with you. Jay versus the Internet in just a second. We have Start Bench Drop today as well. A lot of you hitting us. I'll let Terry take care of the ones from the Firehouse Subs text line. Josh says, start the night game, bench the 3:30, drop the 12. Our house is always rocking once the sun goes down, he says. I like it. David has 2 home games, he says. Start the night game, bench the 3:30, drop the noon. Away games, though, he says, start the 3:30, bench noon, and drop night. David wants to go to bed.
David don't want to stay up too late.
Todd says start 3:30, bench the night game, cut the noon game. He says while the environment of a night game is unmatched, 3:30 gives plenty of time to tailgate and you don't get home at 2 a.m. It's the elite time slot.
Nice. Interesting.
Longhorn Troop says start 3:30, bench the night game, drop the nooner. There you go.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah,
not bad.
and we went through some other ones earlier, so I'll. But you got a few on the text line. Firehouse Subs text line.
Start 3:30, bench 7:30, drop the nooner.
Okay.
The 3:30 is almost like the compromise for folks in a lot of ways. It's not too late, not too early.
Well, it's in the middle.
Put you right in the middle. Start midday game. 4 p.m. games are the best. It gets dark while you're there, so you can enjoy the lights, but you're home at a decent time in the evening. Bench 7, 8 p.m. starts just makes for a long day. Drop the noon. No one wants to rush to a football game, and it's usually still hot at that time of day. And start night, can watch earlier window games while tailgating. Bench noon, even though Guinness is a breakfast drink. Drop afternoon window. It wrecks the whole day. I love that. Guinness is a breakfast drink.
Sure,
That's
why not?
Awesome.
Why not?
Fantastic.
It has toasted malt in there. The younger me, not the current me, the younger me would start the night game. Believe it or not, bench the noon game, and I'll tell you why. Because you could go to the game and then get back, and then you got like
the whole night.
The night to go, like watch more football and do what you're going to do.
That's not bad.
You know, and then I'd cut the old me, or the younger me, excuse me, would have cut the 3:30. Today, though, so here's my real answer: start the midday game. Because again, it is the perfect balance, man.
See, I'm like that.
I don't have to get up too early. I can have like a brunch tailgate or something. I can get work my way in. This one's tougher than you think. I'll bench the night game because the night game environment is still
so cool. Really is.
But I reluctantly drop the noon because I really don't mind getting home at like 5.
No, I get you. And you get up kind of early anyway, so you're all right.
I don't mind.
Yeah, I like that afternoon game now too. It's not too early. It's not too late. You don't have to get up because when I get the chance to sleep, I like to sleep. Yeah. But I'm not out. I'm not getting back till midnight, 1 o'clock or something. So yeah, I'm with you. I start that one. I would bench the night game because that experience is very cool, and I'm gonna drop the noon.
Yeah, and that's we're applying this mostly for those of us around here. At Williams-Brice. I mean, this could be for anybody. But,
All right, man.
There you go. All right, let's do it.
Let's get. Wait a minute. The sole purpose of all of this is some music. Come on.
That's right.
All right. Colorado Rockies have lost 8 of 10, sir. They're in L.A. to face the Dodgers. Herman Marquez takes the ball for the Rockies. He has almost a 6-run road ERA. Here's the question.
Yeah.
The Rockies on the money line put down 100, make 265 if they get a win.
The Dodgers are going to win.
Okay. Going Dodgers. The Cubs. The Yankees are at home. They're taking on Detroit. The Yankees lead the majors in home runs at your home ballpark. Almost like 1.5 a game. Casey Mize gives up a home run every 8 innings for the Tigers on the road. Yankees over under home runs 1.5.
Ooh, man. Under.
Texas is hosting Milwaukee. Jack Leiter, 3.09 home ERA. Milwaukee first in the majors in runs scored on the road. Over under runs given up by Jack Leiter tonight, 3 earned.
Over. It's in Dallas, you said?
Yep. Yeah. All right. Good deal, man.
Yeah, there you go. Over.
By the way, you didn't do too bad last night.
How did I do? What does that mean?
Justin Jefferson was the under on yards.
Yeah.
The under hit in the football game, I believe.
So did I go 3-0 or did I go 2-1? How did everybody else do? I mean, it's me versus the internet.
You tied. You pushed.
Then I didn't do well.
Well, personally, you did well.
Well, thank you for that.
When it comes to competition, you got to start. You got to be like Ryan Brewer and hate everybody.
Yeah, I can't do that. I can't do that. I'm just, I'm a nice guy. You know?
So you're insinuating Ryan Brewer's not a nice guy?
No. That's like saying David Cloninger not a cynic.
Stop that.
Yeah.
You know, Brewer can bench both of us.
Yeah.
Multiple times.
Twice.
Multiple times.
More.
I'm probably 40.
Yeah. So
he'd go to the combine and probably win the bench press competition at this point.
He would certainly try. He'll do that much. Thanks to Ryan Brewer and our good friend Elijah Campbell. For Terry, I'm Jay. Y'all have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.
You know, we talk about CHW cabinetry, but, you know, I'm blabbing on as a guy on the radio, but go to CHW cabinetry on the internet. Check out the great work that Star and her crew have done at CHW cabinetry. Wherever you want the cabinets. You want them indoors, you want them outdoors, you want them in the kitchen, you want them in the bedroom, you want them, I don't know, in a closet, in a den. Wherever you want it. CHW Cabinetry can handle it, and you will know everything from beginning to end because they do photorealistic renderings. You'll see exactly what's going on with the space and with the cabinets from beginning to end. It's fantastic. Call 803-520-6837. Make that call, make the appointment, go on in, sit down with Star and the crew, and get the process started from passion, from inspiration to installation. They've made Jen Jensen happy, and no one does that. CHW Cabinetry, 803-520-6837. Make that call. Get on over there and get those cabinets taken care of.